The 2-kilometer-long canyon was surrounded by a steep cliff a few kilometers high, whereas the upper regions were also sealed by a special barrier. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to climb. At the center of the two cliffs was a winding, long and narrow passage which had rugged rocks of all sizes lying on either side. The combined team of the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall, which comprised of 185 experts, hid behind those very jagged rocks, setting up a deadly trap. In order to lure Li Yao into the trap, of the 30 sword cultivators that were originally guarding the Chaos Edge Hall's base, 20 were also transferred behind the jagged rocks for the ambush. On the surface, only 10 people were guarding the entire canyon. Will he be fooled? Lu Taizhan, who was hiding behind a huge piece of rock, asked in a somewhat tense manner. He will definitely be fooled, for we are similarly using a trap which is not a trap but is a trap. Zhao Tianchong sneered and said, in the meantime, both of us will continue to communicate with our respective team members, slowly calming everyone down, and ask them to retreat from the battlefield and converge on our position. And with the passage of time, more and more people will gather at the canyon, and in a few hours, we will recover our entire team or what's remaining of them. As for Li Yao, he can only carry a backpack full of magical equipment, a vast majority of which were jade chips that have fallen into our hands completely. How many more pieces of magical equipment can he still have to play any more tricks on us? Therefore, the only way for him to win is to have a race against time with us. He has to make use of the little time he has before we react and make a beeline to the canyon forcefully. While he was speaking, many members from both sides, who were laden with dust, continued to walk out of the forest as they stumbled towards the center of the canyon. Fortunately, due to Li Yao's tactic of leveling the field, the overall battle force of both sides was almost the same, ensuring the dispute between both sides. In order to mask the trails of late-coming surviving contestants, all of them had been arranged to proceed to the second half of the canyon for the ambush. Feng Bing, Chao Lu, as your legs are injured, it will be difficult for you to move. Thus, you should go to the latter part of the canyon for the ambush. If Li Yao actually manages to break through our heavy encirclement, you have to fight to the death. Even if you have to use your teeth, you must take a bite out of him. Waving his hand to the two limping members of Chaos Edge Hall, Zhao Tianchong said in somewhat impatient manner. The two were far from lightly injured. In particular, Chao Lu, whose face had been heavily punched. Although a majority of the attacks had been mitigated by the light armor, his face was still laden with black and blue bruises, as well as the injuries from the electric shock he had received. While supporting each other, the two stumbled their way towards the latter part of the canyon. God only knows how, but Zhao Tianchong felt a chill in his heart as if they were committing some kind of fatal mistake. By no means was the result of any kind of precise calculation, but rather the intuition born from surviving in the wasteland as a swordsman since his childhood. As his sharp gaze shot towards the two people who just went past, under his nose, Zhao Tianchong shouted in a loud voice, "Wait!" Feng Bing slightly trembled as he turned his head, perplexed. Chao Lu, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear and continued on his way. Zhao Tianchong's complexion changed for worse as he shouted, "He is not Chao Lu, he is Li Yao." In the blink of an eye, the entire atmosphere suddenly changed. Chao Lu, who was still limping and faltering just a moment ago, soared at a lightning-fast speed just like a bullet and dashed towards the latter part of the canyon. Meanwhile, from behind the rocks on either side of the narrow and winding pathway, thunderous and furious roars rang out as almost 200 people charged towards him. Many amongst the Iron Fist Club members were clutching fist-sized rocks which they ruthlessly threw at Li Yao. "Li Yao, you cannot escape." Lu Taizhan let out a thunderous shout as he forcibly lifted up a 1,000-pound boulder and fiercely threw it towards the front. Tap tap tap. Tapping the ground lightly, Li Yao's figure strangely turned 7 to 8 times in different direction as he dodged oncoming rocks one after another. However, his charge had been interrupted by these oncoming rocks, slowing him down by half a beat. Meanwhile, in this short moment, over 100 people had already blocked the front of the narrow passage, while the remaining 100 people were outflanking him from both sides. Noticing the road blocked, Li Yao preemptively rushed towards a tall contestant, bent his body and kicked him away just like a scorpion moving his tail without a moment of hesitation. And then, taking advantage of the impact, turned around and fled towards the jungle. "You still think you can escape?" Zhao Tianchong sneered as several dozen sword aura soared into the sky before intertwining into a dense sword net and charged towards him. Lu Taizhan and the others roared repeatedly and activated their spirit tattoos as billowing energy waves covered the sky and earth, catching up from Li Yao's rear. Seeing that the encirclement was about to close, Li Yao suddenly blew a sharp whistle. Pang! 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 A couple dozen people burst into huge fireballs as their light armors emitted crackling noises and burst forth with bloody auras one after another. Apparently, they all have been completely stunned from the electric current. These people had all been struck down one by one. In the blink of an eye, a huge gap was forcefully opened in the encirclement. As a matter of fact, this was still nothing. The fireballs were mixed in with dense black smoke which, in the blink of an eye, covered the entire field. The entire scene was suddenly a huge mess, everyone was at a loss. Puff! 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 Li Yao had been pierced by a number of sword auras. At the end of the day, Li Yao wasn't any different than a normal person. Although he had created a series of chaos, how could it be possible for him to break through a sword net composed of a few dozen sword auras in a short period of time without paying some price? His light armor released an intense current, making his entire face twitch in pain. However, his speed soared once again. He was soon about to break out of the disordered encirclement. Lu Taizhan, now! Zhao Tianchong jumped up and unsheathed his sword. His entire body seemingly metamorphosed into a beam of sword aura. Closely followed by Lu Taizhan who, in the blink of an eye, burst with an endless power as he ruthlessly punched just right at the soul of Zhao Tianchong. Whereupon, Zhao Tianchong's legs bent slightly as his speed by the impetus of this punch soared to a whole new level before he ruthlessly fired a beam of sword aura right at Li Yao's chest while predicting Li Yao's course of escape. Ahayuro! Li Yao let out a blood-curdling scream as his light armor burst forth with a couple dozen dazzling arcs of lightning that wrapped around his body. Li Yao's light armor flashed with a light, crimson-like blood, indicating Li Yao had suffered an irreversible, chronic injury. Yet Li Yao did not stop even for a moment. Li Yao kicked right at Zhao Tianchong's lower abdomen and from the subsequent recoil, Li Yao was swept away by a couple dozen meters and crashed a few times on the ground before finally crashing into the jungle, following which, he disappeared. When the smoke dissipated, the remaining 100 or so hunters gawked at each other. They were rendered speechless. From the revelation of Li Yao's identity to his disappearance in the jungle, only half a minute had passed. Nonetheless, a lot more than a dozen contestants had already fainted from the electric shock, leaving their immobile body behind. It was the jade chips. Zhao Tianchong said while grimacing in anger, the 100 jade chips he had intentionally released were not only false, they also had crystal bombs hidden inside. No, to be precise, those things are crystal bombs crafted in the form of jade chips to be exact. Wiping the cold sweat, Lu Taizhan muttered, "I should have realized it already. When we were in Verdant Tarn City, this guy was superbly playing with the mini crystal bombs. Crafting some crystal bombs in the form of jade chips would be really easy for him." The two looked at each other. Their hearts had been gripped by a lingering fear. Fortunately, Zhao Tianchong's keen intuition had quickly discovered Li Yao's identity. If he had infiltrated deep within and reached the latter part of the canyon, perhaps he may have the opportunity to break through just by relying on the chaos created by the jade chip bombs alone. Lu Taizhan let out a long sigh. Fortunately, luck was on our side. No matter how he racked his brains and schemed, at the end, he had fallen short of success. Now, everything is all right. Li Yao has exhausted all his means, and also, he has suffered irreversible, chronic injuries from your sword. In accordance to the rules, any serious injuries apart from having been killed within seconds, the injured would lose a majority of his battle force within 10 seconds, moreover, he or she would die within half an hour. However, just to make sure, we should head to the jungle and search for Li Yao's body. And when we have recovered the real jade chips from him, only then should we engage, lest he takes advantage of some final loopholes. What do you think? Zhao Tianchong locked his brow into a frown before gradually shaking his head. Something still doesn't sit right with me. I still feel that we have fallen right into Li Yao's trap. Previously, all his plots had been going so well, and at the end, he so recklessly tried to break through and also seriously injured by us. Isn't that too good to be true? Not to mention, his disguise was very likely to be seen through, and the jade chip bombs wouldn't necessarily be on us. If he relied on these two things, that is somewhat risky, right? Lu Taizhan was surprised by what Zhao Tianchong said. It's 2000 versus 1, of course, he's gonna have to take some risks. Furthermore, now that he is seriously injured, he is simply unable to escape from us. Do you really think that he still has some tricks up his sleeve? Zhao Tianchong shook his head and looked confused. Honestly, I don't know. All I have is a faint premonition as if he intentionally appeared and forcefully tried to break through as well as got seriously injured all to goad us into hunting him. However, he only has half an hour to live, and also lost his battle force. Even if we left our nests, what can he do? As long as there are 3 to 5 people guarding the canyon, he cannot break through. Ah, yes. Just a moment ago, when the jade chip bombs exploded, there was too much smoke. The smoke had permeated all around. Maybe, just maybe he has done some underhanded trick at that time. Search, quick. Search every inch of the places Li Yao ran through carefully. Check whether he has performed some tricks or left something behind. Zhao Tianchong burst into a roar like he was insane. Following his shout, a flat and ordinary piece of rock next to the narrow and winding passage rose up and quickly started moving. That's it, cut it. Although the rock was fast, there were several dozen robust fellows behind it and also the narrow passage at the front was completely blocked. With a flash of a few beams of sword aura, the rock was quickly pierced and soon its camouflage split into pieces, revealing its glittering true form. It was a modified, remote-controlled miniature model of a flying shuttle. When the hatch was opened, a jade chip was impressively lying inside. Finally, Zhao Tianchong heaved a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground before muttering, "This is Li Yao's ultimate plan." From the beginning, he knew we would not engage in a conflict down to the last man. He also knew, just the jade chip bombs and a disguise would be insufficient to cut through the 2-kilometer-long canyon. His plan was to rush into the canyon and set a remote-controlled model disguised as a rock, and then get seriously injured, all for luring us out into search his body for the jade chip. And although he has suffered irreversible, chronic injuries, his war force is at the lowest, and he only has half an hour to live, but the remote-controlled model could still get it done. In short, it was nothing but luring tiger from the mountain. His aim was to lure us again into the jungle and also to reduce our vigilance. Let us mistakenly think that as long as there were 3 or 5 people guarding the canyon, it would be enough. However, 3 to 5 people are simply insufficient to watch the 2-kilometer-long canyon, and let's not forget that everyone's focus would be at the front, who would pay attention to a flat and ordinary rock. You see, this model has been modified, its propulsion is quite amazing. If there is no one to intercept it, in at most 1 minute it would be out of the canyon. This is precisely Li Yao's final plan. Having been caught by surprise by Zhao Tianchong's series of intricate analysis, Lu Taizhan opened his mouth to speak, but after a long while, he chose to keep it shut. Eventually, he could not help but lash out, "Li Yao, this brat is truly insidious. What kind of environment did one have to live in to turn out so monstrous? Rubbing his face with force, Zhao Tianchong said, "We have seen his information, didn't we? From childhood, he grew up in the magical equipment graveyard. From the time when he was 7 or 8 years old, he had to fight a battle of wits and strength with insidious and atrocious adult scavengers. Maybe, just for half a piece of biscuit he had racked his brain and come up with 12 to 13 interlocking plans, and only then could he see said biscuit. Although you and I have experienced combat in the wasteland, at most we have only faced demon beast on the level of demon soldiers. Even if they were intelligent, how could their intelligence be compared to humans?" Lu Taizhan was rendered speechless. After a long while, his hot gaze turned towards the jade chip inside the remote-controlled shuttle as he muttered, "So, this is the real jade chip?" Before he could get a clear picture completely, he didn't dare get close to the thing. Because of jade chip bombs being smaller in size, the crystal that could be embedded had a limit. Thereby, it could not produce too strong a destructive power, unless it was infinitesimally close to the body, in which case, it could blast a refinement stage cultivator to death. However, even if the jade chip bomb caused some injuries to the limbs, it would still be extremely troublesome. After all, the game would still continue afterward. Peeking a glance at Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was just about ready to take action. But apparently, Zhao Tianchong guessed his intentions. Shaking his head, Zhao Tianchong said, "Not necessarily, I find the appearance of this jade chip still a bit weird." Just as I've spoken, the remote-controlled shuttle started moving. It's rather apparent that it was done for it to be found by me intentionally. Search, continue searching. Wait, first take 30 people, divide them into 3 teams and send them to block the canyon by forming a lineup. All of them must be adept flying sword experts. Lu Taizhan, if you have someone who is rather agile, someone who specializes in agility techniques, you can also send them to join. Everyone must pay attention to blocking the sky. As for the remaining people, turn over every piece of rock that was within the range of dense smoke from a while ago, do not miss even a single piece of stone. Everyone shouted loudly in agreement before spreading out orderly and carefully started searching. Sure enough, after 10 minutes, an amazing discovery was made under a piece of giant rock. It was the second remote-controlled shuttle disguised as a rock. It seemed that Li Yao knew that the game was good as lost, or perhaps he had already lost his consciousness from electric shocks. The remote-controlled shuttle was honestly lying under the rock, lying right there just to be caught by the others. Lu Taizhan sucked in a cold lump of air. So, taking advantage of smoke, when our line of sight was blocked, he had not just placed 1 but 2 remote-controlled shuttles, did he? His hands sure are quite nimble. Zhao Tianchong squinted his eyes, seemingly quickly calculation a bit as he nodded and said, "It should be just 2. He didn't have the time to place the 3rd. Moreover, after having camouflaged as rocks, the remote-controlled shuttle is quite big. After having placed 100 jade chips and 2 remote-controlled shuttles, his standard military backpack must have reached the limit. It would be impossible for him to carry the 3rd. And it goes without saying that once we are aware of this tactic, placing 1 or 200 is just the same, they will be discovered by us. However, after Zhao Tianchong retrieved the jade chip from the second remote-controlled shuttle, Zhao Tianchong suddenly took an action which astonished everyone. He lightly flicked the jade chip which everyone had been hell-bent on obtaining into the rocks. Lu Taizhan was unclear of the reason why. In a moment, he was enveloped in an obvious murderous intention. Be patient. Zhao Tianchong calmly took a glance at him while he exerted force in his hands. Crack! Crack! To everyone's dismay, the second shuttle model was forcibly torn from the middle. What is this? Lu Taizhan was completely stupefied as he saw that within the interior of the second shuttle model was a small space. The small space held the 3rd jade chip. Lu Taizhan felt his entire body turn cold. His mind couldn't hold back but play a scene. Everyone came to believe that they have seen through all of Li Yao's schemes and the jade chip placed inside the cockpit of second shuttle model was the real one. Subsequently, they threw the shuttle model and took the jade chip to the static-type crystal processor to check its authenticity. Naturally, everyone's gaze was attracted by the hologram, and no one was concerned about an empty shuttle model. At that time, the shuttle model suddenly started up and accelerated, and under everyone's stunned gaze, it soared out of the canyon. As for the time, there were still 3 minutes remaining until Li Yao's so-called death, but that was enough. No wonder, he did not start this shuttle model until the last moment and pretended to be helpless, as if it was captured. Originally, this was his final ace in the hole. Lu Taizhan, who had been stunned for a long while, finally, heaved a sigh of relief. Whenever I am together with insidious freaks like you guys, I always feel I'm not putting my brain cells to enough use. Fortunately, in a true battlefield, you guys are my companions. If you guys were my enemy, I absolutely don't want to get anywhere close to you. I will just direct call the crystal warships and use their cannon to blast you all to death. Then, he added, however, if it is Li Yao, I'm really not sure whether the main cannons of crystal warships could blast him to death. Zhao Tianchong bitterly smiled. Lu Taizhan, don't you overestimate my intelligence. I did not see through any of Li Yao's conspiracy, I just relied purely on my hands to realize it. As a sword cultivator, our blade is everything. My hands have very keen perception, allowing me to easily distinguish between the weights of two different weapons. Appearance-wise, although the two shuttle models looked the same is not true for their weights. There is a subtle difference between their weights. The second shuttle model is a tad bit heavier. Therefore, I felt that there was something wrong with the second shuttle model. After all, facing a terrible opponent like Li Yao, no matter how careful you are, it's not enough. Having said that, Zhao Tianchong, without breathing another word, placed the jade chips between himself and Lu Taizhan, while his left hand grasped the hilt. He remained silent. Lu Taizhan came to realize what was going on and he too turned silent, while he adjusted his breathing, recovering his stamina. As for the remaining 100 people, they quietly chose to wait as the seconds and minutes went by. They were all waiting for Li Yao's death. After 3 minutes. Li Yao is dead. Zhao Tianchong said with relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his mind. Li Yao is dead. Lu Taizhan, wiping his head which was drenched in cold sweat. He had an urge to cry with joy. That monstrous guy is finally dead. No matter how many sinister plans he had, all of them weren't cast out. Everyone burst into cries of joys. Yet, after a moment, everyone woke from their stupor and sunk into a strange silence. In the blink of an eye, the hostility, in their sharp gazes, soared to the limit. Since Li Yao was dead and the real jade chip had already appeared, then the next fight would be the final battle. Hold on a minute, just to make sure, why don't we check the authenticity of the 3 jade chips? If you are worried, you can bring another person. 2 from your side, while I'll remain alone. The 3 of us will go together. Noticing the ever-rising murderous intention between Lu Tieshan's eyebrows, Zhao Tianchong suddenly interjected. After having thought of a bit, Lu Taizhan agreed, okay. Having been given a scare by Li Yao's schemes, again and again, they were still not sure where the real jade chip was, even though Li Yao was already dead. They just want to be more at ease. What if it was the case of, when false is taken for true, true becomes false? Having brought a confidant with him, Lu Taizhan, along with Zhao Tianchong, went towards the base of Chaos Edge Hall. The so-called base was just a giant circle painted using the white paint, set around which was defensive arrays so that it would not be attacked. And in the center, a static-type crystal processor was placed. In accordance with the rules of the match, one could try to seize the jade chip, but they could never destroy the crystal processor. And in order to prevent the I/O interface of the crystal processor getting damaged, the crystal processors employed by both sides used very advanced non-contact type telepathic thoughts transfer method. When Zhao Tianchong placed the first Jade chip atop the crystal processor, a light blue light flashed as the Jade chip floated in the mid-air, while surrounded by countless octagram glyphs. Subsequently, one after another, transparent spirit threads gradually reached out from the Jade chip and inserted into the crystal processor. Whoosh! A beam of light shot from the crystal processor before turning into an enormous hologram in the mid-air. At the center of the hologram was Li Yao's grinning face. Sure enough, it's a fake. The first Jade chip turned out to be a fake. It did not come as a surprise to everyone, on the contrary, it brought a sense of accomplishment of having seen through Li Yao's scheme. Hello everyone, if you are seeing this message, then I'm already dead. Hahaha, 1 versus 2000, it was really difficult. In the hologram, Li Yao's laugh was quite simple-minded. As though the series of insidious and cunning plans simply did not come from his hand. Watching his slightly innocent face, Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan gritted their teeth in hatred. Li Yao forcefully coughed and continued, the reason I'm leaving this message to everyone is to first congratulate everyone for finally defeating me, the evil expert, and second, I hope that you don't hate me. After all, this is just a game, a form of combat exercise. Even if I was dead, it's not that I'm really dead, right? In the society, there are plenty of people who are rather more insidious, cunning, and despicable than me. I'm just a fake evil expert, and if I can create such a chaos, kill so many guys, then what if it was a true evil expert? Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan took a glance at each other. Coincidentally, they both said in their hearts, even if it was a true evil expert, he or she could not be as insidious as you. Oh, right. Suddenly, Li Yao thought of something as he slapped his head and said, if I'm right, you have intercepted my shuttle models in the canyon and now you should have arrived at the Chaos Edge Hall's base to check the authenticity of the Jade chip, only then could you be watching this message. And just to be safe, the surviving strongest expert from both sides should have come together to check the authenticity of the Jade chip, am I right? So, brothers of Iron Fist Club, I advise you to be careful. Although Zhao Tianchong is not so scheming as me, at the end of the day, he is still a little bit more scheming than the muscle-brained guys of your Iron Fist Club. As far as I can say, from the get-go, he is likely to have set up an ambush at the base. After all, I'll be running towards the north, the canyon will probably be the final battlefield. And once you have obtained the Jade chip, it would be quite right and proper to check the authenticity at the base of Chaos Edge Hall. At that time, as long as he ambushed you a few guys, it will be quite easy to kill an unarmed. Li Yao had yet to finish his sentence before Zhao Tianchong's face turned pale as he let out a shout, attack. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the ground cracked as 4 beams of sword aura shot towards the vital points of Lu Taizhan. Li Yao's words made vigilance arise in Lu Tieshan's heart as he excited his energy to the limit. At this moment, he did not plan to dodge, on the contrary, he chose to close the distance between himself and Zhao Tianchong before fiercely colliding into him. At the same time, he ruthlessly launched a kick, forcing back the right hand of Zhao Tianchong with which he planned to unsheath the sword. Clang! Under Zhao Tianchong's momentarily lapse, he actually failed to unsheath the sword. Boom! Zhao Tianchong, who had been powerfully hit by Lu Taizhan, flew 10 meters back in the blink of an eye and crashed into a huge piece of rock. Whoosh! 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 There were still 4 swords aimed at Lu Taizhan. However, they didn't strike the vital points. So, he still retained 90% of his battle force. Almost at the same time, the 2 leaders, ignoring their injuries, straightened up their necks and shouted, attack! Attack! Long had the 100 or so experts of Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall secretly occupied a favorable terrain. In the meantime, they were also quietly observing their opponents, planning the best angle and positioning for an attack. Followed by the shouts, the canyon, in the blink of an eye, turned into a tempestuous sea of spiritual energy. Resplendent and colorful beams of spiritual energy collided with each other, giving rise to shock waves upon impact, breaking the rocks into pieces, while the broken pieces of stone were crushed into nothing. In a moment, sand and stone flew here, there, and everywhere. The entire area was filled with powerful gales as though a sandstorm had struck. Amid the sandstorm, miserable screams, sounds of swords cutting down, and blasts of spiritual energy rang to no end. The scene continued for 10 minutes before calming down gradually. When the dust settled, the scene was too horrid to look at. Over 100 people were lying amid the stones, many of whom had lost their consciousness from electric shocks. There were a few whose limbs were still twitching from the electric shocks. Their mouths were covered in foam as they wailed incessantly. Finally, only 9 shaky figures remained standing. These 9 were the members of Iron Fist Club and appeared to be seriously injured. Glancing at the unconscious Zhao Tianchong underneath his foot, Lu Taizhan was filled with emotions. Finally, among the top 3 of the newcomer rankings, he had defeated Li Yao and Zhao Tianchong, and became the final winner. The price he paid was quite tragic. Just below his heart, he had been ruthlessly stabbed by Zhao Tianchong. The electric current flowing was just a hairbreadth away. If it flowed into his heart, he would have perished together with Zhao Tianchong. Dangerous, it was too dangerous. Had Li Yao not reminded me at the critical moment, I probably would have been eliminated by Zhao Tianchong. Then, no one could tell who would have won. Lu Taizhan gasped for breath as he calmed his mind and asked the remaining 8 members to converge on his position. He discovered that although everyone was heavily injured and their battle force sealed by the subsequent electric currents so that not even 30% remained, but their movement wasn't hindered at all. After a body search of Zhao Tianchong was done, the last 2 jade chips were soon found, which were subsequently checked using the crystal processor. Sure enough, a jade chip finally bore countless profound and intricate glyphs. It was none other than the information stored by the Institute prior to the match. Found it, this is the true jade chip. In the blink of an eye, the 9 robust teenagers had an urge to burst into tears. It's too early to get excited, we still have to cross the jungle and return to the Iron Fist Club's base. Although Zhao Tianchong is eliminated, there are still many surviving members from both sides scattered around the jungle, killing anyone in their sights out of confusion. And we still don't know who has the upper hand. Therefore, we are simply not going to pay attention to them. We will quietly go around them, we're going to remain concealed and make our way to the base. Having said that, Lu Taizhan pondered before taking a fake jade chip for himself while handing over the remaining 2 chips to 2 other companions. Ma Feishing, you're the best when it comes to agility and speed. The real jade chip will be in your custody. Once we encounter danger in the jungle, the rest of us will protect you. Your mission is to go all out to reach the base camp. Now, let's go. A row of 9 people once again headed into the jungle, walking at the edge of the jungle, flanking the main battlefield. En route, they were on tiptoes. They proceeded very carefully. They dared not make even an iota of noise. By their estimate, since the beginning of the chaos in the jungle, Li Yao must have assassinated many core members of Iron Fist Club to ensure that a balance was maintained between both sides. At present, in the chaotic battle happening in the jungle, maybe Chaos Edge Hall's members were relatively greater in number. Therefore, they did not dare to call for support. If, out of a 1 in a million chance, they attracted the attention of Chaos Edge Hall's remnant forces, they would just be making a fool of themselves in trying to the smart thing. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their Iron Fist Club side. As they walked in a big circle, after flanking round half of the jungle, they had not encountered even a member of Chaos Edge Hall. And of course, they also didn't see any member of Iron Fist Club. From the very beginning, they were walking at the remote edges of the jungle, which was full of swamps, vines, and mist, making their visibility range no more than 3 to 5 meters, after which everything seemed to be vague. After half an hour, we'll be at the Iron Fist Club base, and that would mark our win. While cutting the vines blocking the way, Lu Taizhan turned his head to cheer the rest. Followed by responses in low voices from the mist behind him. Only God knows why, but an extremely uncomfortable feeling welled up from Lu Tieshan's heart. It seemed as though a poisonous snake was wrapped around his collar, crawling down his spine. Lu Taizhan suddenly halted his footsteps as he tightly clenched his fists to the point that blue veins bulged on the back of his fists. One by one, from the vague mist, came his team members. 1, 2, 3, 6. Where are the other two? Yan Qi, Wan Zhixing. Everyone gawked at each other. The last member of the Iron Fist Club subconsciously retreated 2 steps and walked back into the mist. He thought he could go back and find his disappeared companions. Following which, they felt as though a cool breeze brushed their faces. Everyone's heart was grabbed by a chill. Bang! From the fog, a sound of something heavy falling on the ground came. Or perhaps, a person had fallen on the ground. Enemy attack. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 6 members felt a chill running down their spine as they quickly converged and entered a battle formation. Their slightly vibrating, iron fists aimed at the fog in all directions. Under the cover of the fog, the jungle seemed terrifyingly ominous. From among the branches in the surroundings, the occasional chirps of birds made the environment ever tenser. Suddenly, a black silhouette jumped out of the fog. 3 Iron Fist Club members roared as they stepped forward and punched hard towards the oncoming black silhouette. However, when they found out that it was none other their unconscious companion, upon looking carefully, they forcefully pulled back their hands, which in turn, made their movements completely out of order and subsequently opened a big gap. One of them could not control his momentum and staggered. Whoosh! From behind the black silhouette, a second black silhouette jumped out, made his way through the gap between the 3 in a flash, and appeared before the remaining people. Crack! 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 The body of the man burst with dazzling electric arcs as he tumbled down to the ground with a stunned look, where he lay, twitching. In contrast, the remaining 4 had even more astounded looks painted on their faces. The one who had appeared before them was none other than the guy who should have been long dead, Li Yao. Li Yao seemed like a ghost who had crawled his way out of the underworld, as he quietly watched them. Furthermore, not only did he have a scimitar in his hands, his elbow, knees, soles of his feet, all happened to have curved, protruding parts, all of which had gleaming blades fixed to them. Every time he elbowed, kneed, or kicked, each hit would cause devastating damage. From how he appeared, armed like a steel hedgehog, it clearly indicated that he in no way had encountered them by chance, but planned on killing them. A rift seemed to have appeared in between Lu Tieshan's organs, through which his heart fell into a bottomless abyss. Lu Taizhan somehow mustered up his courage and stepped forward. On one side, he gave a signal behind his back, hinting for the companion who had the real Jade chip to act if any opportunity presented itself, while on the other hand, he would stall for time as he asked in a loud voice, "Li Yao, how come you aren't dead?" Li Yao smiled slightly as he reached to his abdomen and pressed a bit. Suddenly, his body burst forth with a blood-color aura as a couple dozen lightning arcs escaped his body. Despite the bloody aura and electric arcs, he didn't appear to be in any kind of discomfort. To Lu Tieshan's question, he replied, "I have crafted a very common device. I'm even embarrassed to call it a magical equipment as it doesn't have any kind of ability whatsoever. All it can do is emit some bloody aura and electric arcs, which looks like a real one, giving others the impression that I am grievously injured, nothing more nothing less." Lu Taizhan was rendered speechless. His pair of eyes were almost on the verge of bleeding. Having been stunned for a long while, Lu Taizhan disappointedly said, "There is still something I don't understand. How come you knew Zhao Tianchong would set an ambush at his base, and why did you warn me? Li Yao replied, in the final analysis, it was because of your oversight. If we had thrown caution to the wind and set out to find your corpse, it would have been all right. Having paused a bit, he continued, I was not completely sure Zhao Tianchong would set an ambush. However, since the main battlefield was going to be the canyon region, the Chaos Edge Hall was quite likely to become an important site of the fight. If it was me, setting some assassins in advance was quite normal indeed. As for reminding you, it's very simple actually. I don't wish the Chaos Edge Hall to acquire the Jade chip. Only if Iron Fist Club had the Jade chip, would they need to pass through the entire forest, only then would I have the opportunity to easily hunt you down. Very good. Lu Taizhan burst into laughter. As Lu Taizhan clenched his fists and struck them against each other, an incomparably ruthless expression crept on his face. Li Yao, you are really formidable. Everything has been playing out in the palm of your hand. All right, the Jade chip is with your father, you want it, come and get it. The Jade chip is not on you but on that young fellow behind you who is ready to make trouble. His name is Ma Feixing, a third-level refinement stage expert. He specialized in electro steps. His speed is quite astounding. If you and I fight for a while, he really might get away with it. However, it's useless anyway. Li Yao tapped the demon beast detector and calmly said, I had immersed the true Jade chip in a specially prepared dark phosphorus solution, as a result of which it will emit UV lights which will be invisible to naked eye, but I have tweaked my demon beast detector and added a UV detecting glyph. In my eyes, the true Jade chip is like a firefly in a dark night. It is so bright and eye-catching that I can detect it from a couple dozen meters away. This is also the reason as to why I was able to lock onto you in this fog. Before his voice faded away, Li Yao's figure, like a true ghost, disappeared and reappeared between the four before his figure rotated at high speed, turning into a storm. Ma Feixing, get going. Lu Taizhan burst into a shout, as his huge stature blocked Li Yao's path completely. However, much to everyone's surprise, Li Yao fiercely threw the scimitar in his left hand which drew an incomparably strange arc and plunged right into Ma Feixing's left leg. Whereupon, Ma Feixing staggered and fell forward. The next thing that followed happened in half a second. Li Yao's right hand flashed with a sharp gleam as it easily cut across Lu Tieshan's neck. At the same time, he jumped into the air, stepped on Lu Tieshan's shoulder and crossed Lu Tieshan's neck, like a hawk pouncing towards a rabbit, ruthlessly kneed the remaining two Iron Fist Club members right on their chests. The fierce knee strikes, along with the momentum of the blades, made the two fly backwards while their chests burst forth with a lot of electric arcs. Li Yao like a giant owl once again rose into the air and glided to the front of Ma Feixing. The moment he landed on the ground, his elbow cut through a majority of Ma Feixing's neck arteries while his 5 fingers ran across Ma Feixing's waist. Clutching his throat, he glared at the electric sparks that gushed through the gap between his fingers as he gradually fell down. The moment before his demise, his staring, round eyes saw Li Yao putting the Jade chip in his bosom before quickly disappearing into the fog without even taking a glance at them, shooting towards the north. When Li Yao boisterously crossed through the canyon and appeared at the contact point of the Starfire Union carrying the Jade chip, the huge campus entered a strange silence for an entire 5 minutes. The Thunderbolt Cup at the Wasteland Battle Network happened to have not a single thread posted for a good long while. Everyone was shocked in disbelief. Only after a long while did someone made a short post, "This match will be remembered for the next 5 decades to come." This post ignited all the emotions of everyone. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of posts flooded the battle network. So powerful, so crazy, this is truly shocking. What's the matter, why has Li Yao not come out yet? 1 versus 2000, he really did it. Zhao Tianchong is smart, Lu Taizhan is calm and stable. These two aren't people who can be easily fooled. All of the traps set by Li Yao had indeed been seen through by them, but who would have thought that all these traps were just bait to hide the last but the deadliest trap? Every student's heart, who had watched the match, was in turmoil. They could not calm themselves down for a long while. If it was someone who didn't know the details of the match, saw the outcome, he would definitely think that the members of Chaos Edge Hall and Iron Fist Club were morons who couldn't even catch a single person even when their numbers reached 2,000. Only those who had watched the match from beginning to end knew full well that both sides had done their best. Basically, they did not make any mistakes. If it was someone else, perhaps he or she would have been assassinated at the very beginning or would have been unable to notice the remote-controlled shuttle camouflaged as a rock, or maybe he or she would have found the first, or maybe second, but would not have broken open the second shuttle to check inside. As long as anyone committed any of these mistakes, Li Yao would not have gone through so much trouble and would have long won. It was the high-level plays of Zhao Tianchong and Lu Taizhan which forced Li Yao to resort to any means necessary. This resulted in a brilliant match. In a moment, the entire campus was covered in a hubbub of marvel, size, retrospections. Almost 30 to 50% of all the students had gathered together and were excitedly discussing the match. Many students who were relatively slow were still muddle-headed until this moment. They kept pestering others with questions. Wait, please tell me, why did Li Yao intentionally reveal the ambush at Chaos Edge Hall's base? At the VIP room, although the high-level figures from various cultivation sects weren't speaking, the surprised look was still dangling on their faces. Long Wenhui sighed with relief as he gradually said, "Old Bai, if you were the leader of Iron Fist Club, how would have you dealt with this?" Bai Mushin's complexion became dignified as he slowly replied, "It's quite difficult. Every trap has flaws." Obviously, the series of traps set by Li Yao had a multitude of flaws. Since we are viewing from sideline, and discussing after everything had occurred, we can obviously find ways to deal with them from theories. But in combat, in order to crack those plans, there are 3 prerequisites. First, the leader of both sides need to have high-level leadership skills. Their commands should be like arms directing the fingers. Second, their men need to be extremely clear-headed. They should always do as they are told, never disobey. No matter what, they should not be incited or affected by rage. Third, both sides must have absolute trust in each other. Both sides should have treated Li Yao as their biggest enemy and should have sincerely cooperated. Bai Mushin bitterly smiled and continued, however, in combat, these 3 prerequisites cannot be achieved. The 2,000 contestants were all hot-headed and happened to have conflicts with each other. How can they obey orders like a well-trained elite army? However, I suspect Li Yao of exploiting the rules by disguising his injuries. In combat, injuries are injuries. No appearance of electric arcs and bloody aura would impair the enemy's judgment. Long Wenhui said with a smile, in reality, there are many human cultivators and demon beasts who practice special techniques which can feign death or fall in suspended animation. Moreover, in combat, Chaos Edge Hall simply didn't need to go and seize Jade Chip. Their purpose was to fight Iron Fist Club. Had they cooperated with Li Yao, they could have dealt a heavy blow to Iron Fist Club. Why did they go through so much hassle? That's why, they soon fell deeply into Li Yao's schemes, and ever so quickly crumbled. Long Wenhui shrugged his garlic nose as he said with a smile to Xiong Bailey, who was sitting next to them, "Dean Xiong, I would like to talk to student Li Yao alone, is it possible?" Southwest of Wild Wave City, on a secluded walk next to a quiet artificial lake. Having finished the match, Li Yao, without even clearly looking at what the Thunderbolt Cub looked like, ran all the way there non-stop. His chest heaved up and down, his heart beat like drums. In front of him was an ordinary-looking, bulbous-nosed man in a Gandura, with wide sleeves. It was none other than the vice president of 100 Saber Alliance, the core formation stage powerhouse, Long Wenhui. It was the person who had captured Demon King Pu at Verdant Tarn City. He was truly an illustrious and important figure of Federation. Li Yao's heart beat quickly with tension, apprehension, envy, worship, thirst, all kinds of complex emotions, gathered into flickering flames. Long Wenhui, on the other hand, didn't put on any airs. His gait itself was somewhat lazy, giving the impression that, apart from on the battlefield, he had no intention of spending even an iota of his strength. Long Wenhui leisurely said, "Student Li Yao, it's not the first time we have seen each other. At the verdant Tarn city, you inadvertently spied on my recently refined double-edged saber, only to end up treated as an enemy by my saber. At that time, I firmly remembered you. A refinement stage cultivator who has yet to become 20 can actually make my blade have hostile intentions is definitely not some ordinary character. Therefore, when I came to know that you alone would be fighting against 2,000 members of the combat department in this year's Thunderbolt Cup, I especially came to watch, and as expected, you didn't let me down. I really want to know how you thought of those schemes." Li Yao was taken by surprise. How could he have ever imagined an honorable core formation stage cultivation such as Long Wenhui especially came for him? However, from the beginning, Li Yao was someone who was heaven-daring. Having noticed Long Wenhui had converged his energy, and amiable in nature, just like any ordinary uncle from the neighborhood, the tension in Li Yao's heart abated gradually before Li Yao spoke frankly, "It's actually nothing. I grew up in magical equipment graveyard. Since the time I can remember, just for a piece of bread or half a bottle of water, had to fight and scheme. I was small and weak and didn't like joining gangs. So, if I wanted to contend with those vicious adults, all I could do was use my head. Since I was 8, I lived in magical equipment graveyard, which housed a total of 15 different gangs. All of which consisted of tall and robust adults. Whichever gang it was, they could crush me quite easily. But amid the cracks between these gangs, I survived. I lived very well. After 10 years, when I was alive and well on my 18th birthday, of the 15 gangs only 4 remained. A lot of things have long integrated with my blood and turned into a kind of instinct. What appears to be sinister schemes in Zhao Tianchong's and Lu Tieshan's eyes, are as normal as using chopsticks to eat to me." Long Wenhui slowed down his footsteps. "Very good. Student Li Yao, let's be honest with each other, what say you? I very much like you, I believe you are a rare genius, and I am here to formally invite you to the 100 Saber Alliance. The 100 Saber Alliance can be counted among the top 100 sects in the Federation and is at its peak. It can even rival with top 10 sects and has a long history. It has deep heritage. It's a glorious sect well worthy of its name and reputation. If you are willing to sign a contract, I can provide you with resources for 3 years to study. In these 3 years, you can freely study at the Grand Desolate War Institution, and the 100 Saber Alliance will provide you adequate cultivation resources exclusively for your personal use. And when you are free during vacation, you can come to the 100 Saber Alliance too. I will arrange for a true expert to guide you so that you can quickly advance in combat. Once you graduated, I will give you 2 options. First, you can enter the 100 Saber Alliance's R&D Center of Sabers. Although our 100 Saber Alliance is a combat sect, we have paid attention to saber techniques for centuries and also possess very rich experience in refining sabers. As far as the level of refining saber-type magical equipment is concerned, we are second to none in the entire Federation. Second, you can join the expedition team and become an explorer who can tread in places where few people have ever gone, the places where demon beasts roam freely, discover new mines. As you know, in the wasteland, the ground bears countless treasure. Anyone with adequate strength and guts can discover them. And I believe that you are that kind of person." Having spoken till here, Long Wenhui halted his steps as he smilingly looked at Li Yao. The pounding heart, which Li Yao had just calmed down, once again started to beat ever more fiercely. The invitation of 100 Saber Alliance. The 100 Saber Alliance, a super sect that was 10 times stronger than the Crimson Nimbus sect. Furthermore, Long Wenhui offered 2 positions. The former one was joining the R&D Center of Sabers, which was still nothing as compared to the latter, which was becoming an explorer, which was one of the most lucrative occupations coveted by many cultivators. Whether it was humans fighting with the demon beasts, or training of cultivators, what was the most indispensable? Resources. Crystals. Mines. Joining an exploratory team as an explorer, one could tread the remote and uncharted region which few had ever trodden, struggle against nature itself, fight with demon beasts, discover new resources, crystals, and mines. Not only could one become rich overnight, he or she could be revered as the hero of the sect, and could even become a star of the entire Federation. Having been offered such a tempting proposition, Li Yao's heart palpitated with excitement. However, after a moment of pondering, Li Yao still lightly shook his head and sincerely said, "President Long, I'm very grateful for your appreciation. I too hope to join the 100 Saber Alliance, but before that, I want to complete the Project Mystic Skeleton with my teacher first and craft the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. I don't know when I will be able to complete the Project Mystic Skeleton, therefore, I cannot accept your invitation." Long Wenhui was somewhat speechless. His lightning-like gazes directly pierced through Li Yao's eyes. Li Yao braced his eyelid and clenched his teeth to persevere as he directly greeted Long Wenhui's gaze. The glance between the two lasted for 3 seconds, but for Li Yao, it felt as long as 3 days and 3 nights. Just before Li Yao was about to collapse, Long Wenhui suddenly receded his gaze and revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! A silver-white card sandwiched between Long Wenhui's fingers appeared as he held it in front of Li Yao. "Adhering to your commitment and also bold, student Li Yao, I appreciate you more and more. You can think of this card as another invitation. As for where it came from, it is from an organization which is at a whole new level as compared to my 100 Saber Alliance." An organization that's a level higher than the 100 Saber Alliance? These words sent Li Yao's heart in a turmoil. The 100 Saber Alliance was one of top 100 sects in the Federation and could be counted as top-ranking, super sect, which held its position in between 30th to 50th throughout the years. Even the 10 strongest sects in the Federation, that were bigger than the 100 Saber Alliance scale-wise, did not dare to say that they were a level higher. Exactly what kind of existence was this organization which Long Wenhui spoke of? Having subconsciously taken the silver-white card, the subsequent sense when he touched it astounded Li Yao even more. At first glance, the card was even smaller than the gold transfer card, yet it was extremely heavy. On touching, it felt neither metallic nor wooden. When pinched, it felt like a mass of free-flowing metal. As Li Yao carefully flexed the card with his fingers, Li Yao came to find that the card was rather thin, so thin that its thickness was under 1/10 of a millimeter. It was quite reasonable to say that the edges of such a thin card would be very sharp, yet when Li Yao cautiously rubbed his thumb upon the edge, some kind of weak power happened to block his finger. When Li Yao further applied strength to his fingers, a ripple-like texture appeared on the surface of the card before the card started bending until it surprisingly folded in the middle. As Li Yao let go, the card, like a spring, recovered its original shape as the ripples diffused. One simply could not find any trace of folding marks upon it. What is it made of? Li Yao was extremely surprised. Having been learning under the guidance of the deep-sea goddess Yuan Manqiu for a year, along with the assistance of ancient records in the heavenly refining tower, Li Yao's theory and basics were solid. Various common materials that could be found in the cultivation world were on the tips of his fingers. Whereas a material with such strange characteristics would absolutely not be something that could be buried under shade, yet why had he not heard of it ever? Long Wenhui said with a smile, "This card is an invitation but, at the same time, also a test. All the information of the Federation is stored inside this card. Student Li Yao, explore it slowly, okay? Once you have uncovered all the secrets of this card, a gateway to the new world will gradually open to you." Long Wenhui's words piqued Li Yao's curiosity to the high heavens. His gaze once again fell on the card's smooth, mirror-like surface. The card doesn't appear to have anything inside, so how can it hold a lot of information? Li Yao, who had flipped the card up and down for a long while, didn't find anything apart from his own anxious look. Subtly tracing with his finger, some strange changes in the subsequent frictional force caught Li Yao's attention. Li Yao's eyes flickered with brilliance as his fingertips subtly traced the card's surface. He immediately discovered that the card's surface was uneven, albeit so subtle that one was unable to notice any traces of the shallow engraving. It seemed that the surface was engraved with a sentence written in calligraphy that was as flamboyant as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Having closed his eyes, Li Yao carefully felt the subtle changes from his fingertip and read out in low voice, "When the stars shine." Just as these words escaped his mouth, the card happened to lightly tremble as ripples on the silver, reflective surface madly spread and a black hole appeared at the center, continuously corroding the silver-white surface. After a moment, the card had been engulfed in darkness. No, it wasn't darkness but rather as deep, serene, and dark as the sky in the night, spotted with flashes of starry brilliance that gathered to compose a shining whirlpool which was surely rotating, albeit slowly. Suddenly, Li Yao felt as if sandwiched between his finger was the whole universe. This incomparably strange scene lasted for a second before everything went black. The galaxies broke as the card turned back into a silver-white mirror, sending Li Yao into a trance, leaving him shocked. His spirit was still immersed in that vast and endless starry sea. For a long time, he was unable to calm down. What an incredible material, such a profound ability. Mysteries of endless cosmos interpreted within a few square inches. This technique simply transcends the limit of heaven origin sector. When the stars shine? What does it mean? Does it represent the purpose of the Federation? Is this a kind of federation? In Li Yao's mind, endless thoughts circled madly. Whereas Long Wenhui was as amazed as Li Yao was. Touching his bulbous nose, he muttered, within only 1 minute 42 seconds, he was able to solve the first mystery. In the past, I took an entire 9 minutes. As Long Wenhui calmed his spirit down, his eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. He smiled and said, "Student Li Yao, keep the card. When you're not busy, take your time to study it. What you've just discovered was nothing but 1% of the secrets that this card holds. The world is vast and wonderful, and it's waiting for you to discover it. Remember, this card not only represents the supreme glory but also mysterious and unpredictable dangers. Building foundation stage, you have to at least step into the building foundation stage before you'll have the qualifications to research the new world on the back of this card." Long Wenhui paused for a bit before he touched his bulbous nose and said in a heavy voice, "In accordance with the tradition, each year, any freshman that displays particularly good performance in the Thunderbolt Cup will be entitled to guidance from the guests. I don't have too much time on hand to teach you a whole set of saber techniques, let alone to someone like you, who, I'm afraid need not just 1 or 2 sets. So, I'll send you a gift." Long Wenhui's gaze wandered before he walked to rocks on the lakeside and bent down before extending his chubby palm towards a fist-size rock. This seemingly run-of-the-mill action, in Li Yao's eyes, however, gave birth to a feeling as though wind were raging and a storm was about to arrive. The air seemed to turn into a strong adhesive that put him right where he was. Li Yao seemed unable to move even a millimeter. All he could do was somehow open his eyes wide and watch Long Wenhui's chubby hands with rapt attention. Whoosh! With a flick of Long Wenhui's sleeves, a fleeting aura passed by before he grabbed the rock and blew upon it. Ffffffffffff. The dust scattered about. The rock that used to be irregular, after having the dust dispersed, actually revealed 18 smooth and glossy surfaces, just like a piece of gemstone that had been carefully chiseled. Long Wenhui flashed a smile as he handed the rock over to Li Yao. Only at this moment did the air return to its normal condition and Li Yao was finally able to breathe freely and unimpeded. However, no matter how much attention Li Yao had paid a moment ago, he still failed to capture Long Wenhui's actions. All he knew was that Long Wenhui took out his saber for sure and slashed one after another to cut the rock into current appearance. I even failed to capture the trajectory of the saber. Is this how powerful a core formation stage powerhouse is? Solemnly, Li Yao took the rock using his both hands as though he was taking over a magical equipment worth an entire city. As he traced his fingertips upon it ever so subtly, his pupils immediately contracted. They are not the same. The seemingly smooth and glossy mirror-like surfaces had subtle differences. Each surface carved out by the saber, the impact speed of the blade, angle to the strength exercised seemed to have incomparably mysterious variations. This saber technique of Long Wenhui seemed to have reached the peak of perfection of core formation stage powerhouse. In what appeared to be just an instant, traces of 18 completely different saber strikes had been left on the rock. Holding his breath and closing his eyes, Li Yao used his hands, just as lightly as the wind, to feel about the rock surfaces continuously. In his mind, inconceivable saber ori appeared one after another. Li Yao was completely immersed in the world of the saber technique. When he was so feverish that sweat was dripping down his face, Li Yao opened his eyes to find that Long Wenhui had already left some time ago. The surface of the artificial lake was ever so calm, yet a series of footprints was impressively left upon its surface, extending to the other side of the lake. It appeared that Long Wenhui had walked right over the lake's surface. Whereas the footprints he left behind bore such terrifying spiritual energy that even after a long time, the water surface still remained solidified. At this moment, a calm voice rang in Li Yao's ears, "Be sure to put your best into cultivation. Student Li Yao, we don't have much time left." Puffuro, Li Yao exhaled a breath of relief as he sat down on the lakeside, gazing at the footprints on the lake's surface in a daze. Whether it was the silver-white card that would change into a star-filled universe or the amazing technique revealed by Long Wenhui, Li Yao got to experience a higher world. A wonderful world that he had never dreamed of. The world of cultivation is vast indeed. The me of today can only set off a little wave in the wild wave city. I have to put my full effort into cultivation, craft the mystic skeleton battle suit, and also enter the building foundation stage as soon as possible, then I can step into Long Wenhui's so-called new world. That would truly be a wonderful life. Having thought of this, a smile crept upon Li Yao's lips. In any case, he had won the Thunderbolt Cup and received a reward of 10,000 credits. His total credit had broken through the 40,000 mark. Now, all he had to do was to get a letter of recommendation from the dean and he could go and participate in the refiner's registration examination. As long as he passed the examination, the refining department would remain as is and the institute would also increase next year's funding, allowing them to restart Project Mystic Skeleton. As long as he worked hard, such a prosperous future could be achieved. Beep. 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 The crystal processor had received a message. What? The utility patent I had applied has also passed. Now I hold the patent for the demon beast detector. Awesome! Hooray! Jumping high in the air, Li Yao punched the air in excitement. He was too excited, so much so that he could not get hold of himself and happened to jump into the lake. Over the next few days, Li Yao was rather busy. He had received the letter of recommendation personally handwritten by Dean Xiong Bailey himself. Also, the Thunderbolt Cup, crafted from amethyst, would be kept by the Starfire Union for a year until the next year's match, after which it would be handed over to the next winner. Having won the Thunderbolt Cup, Li Yao's credits had broken through the 40,000 mark in just a year, thereby creating an unprecedented new record in the Grand Desolate War institution, and inevitably became the focus of much attention. He had also been interviewed a few times by the campus reporters. In addition, he had been warmly invited by the fellow students of Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall to talk about his winning experience. Which Li Yao flatly refused on the spot. What a joke! Wouldn't I be walking right into a trap? Even Ding Lingdang planned to help him celebrate winning the Thunderbolt Cup and invited him over to her house for dinner. However, he dared not go. Every day, aside for being holed up in the research laboratory where he improved the demon beast detector and prepared for the refiner's registration examination, Li Yao would take out the silver white card and the rock cut by Long Wenhui to research, whenever he had the time. The more he researched, the more profound he realized the mysteries within them were. Even when he blankly stared at them for a day and night, he would not get tired. However, after 3 days, an unexpected message interrupted his much-devoted cultivation. The Zephyr Guild wants to buy the patent of Demon Beast Detector from me? At Willow House, the largest tea house in Wild Wave City, Gao Guanyu who, having taken a small sip of the tea, could not help but frown. The environment of the wasteland was rather poor, so poor that even the best tea had a sandy taste to it, bringing a sour flavor to the tea. Gao Guanyu was a handsome and refined middle-aged man. At first glance, his good-looking, round, and chubby face would make anyone have a good impression of him. They would not be even the slightest bit vigilant against him and might even find him somewhat clumsy. However, in the Zephyr Guild, he went by the name of Fat Fox, for the hidden dagger in his smile and the fame he acquired by employing treacherous and deceitful tactics. Gao Guanyu was the senior manager of the Zephyr Guild's patent center. Zephyr Guild was a major refining clan. The new patents exercised by it every year were as vast as the sea. It stands to reason that hundreds and thousands of patents could not be developed by the refiners of Zephyr Guild themselves. Many of the patents were purchased from outsiders. Gao Guanyu's job was to find a patent that had more potential in the market and buy it back at a rather low price before its inventor could see its value. Then Zephyr Guild could make a huge fortune by using it themselves and reselling it through their vast network. Having been in this line of work for a couple decades, Gao Guanyu had a vast experience and was keenly aware of the value of the Demon Beast Detector's patent. Once it was commercialized, maybe it would set off a wave. What was even worse was that its application somewhat overlapped with many magical equipment produced by the Zephyr Guild. Not to mention the fact that, in Gao Guanyu's opinion, the Demon Beast Detector's design was much better than the hunting watch and other similar magical equipment produced by the Zephyr Guild. Once the Demon Beast Detector was on the market, it would impact the sales of Zephyr Guild's magical equipment for sure. Ergo, Gao Guanyu was determined to acquire the patent of Demon Beast Detector. The difficulty of this task should not be that high. The other party is just a freshman who isn't even in his 20s. Whereas the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is ranked third among the third-grade sect. Until now I have never even heard of them ever refining this kind of magical equipment. If my guess is right, then this kid must have been momentarily inspired and designed the Demon Beast Detector by chance. Perhaps he himself isn't even aware of its value. So long as I gave him a little bit of money, he would sell the patent to us. A slight smile appeared on Gao Guanyu's face as he closed his eyes and rested his mind, using the final few minutes to ponder what he was going to say. Suddenly, 2 waitresses chatting with each other came to his attention. Have you seen the video yet? The Vulture is a really apt nickname. He is truly insidious and cunning. But of course, I think this Vulture is our Grand Desolate War Institution's newest ruthless figure. If I am going to provoke someone, I would rather provoke Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall. The Wild Wave City was an academic city. Many students worked at tea houses, restaurants, and other establishments in the Wild Wave City as part-time workers. It was not just for the money but also for developing their self-sustaining abilities. The 2 waitresses were, in fact, students of Grand Desolate War Institution. Vulture? Gao Guanyu was intimidated before he broke into a laughter. He was laughing at his own nervousness. The Grand Desolate War Institution was famous for its combat department. Having heard of the name Vulture, he reckoned that he must be a ruthless figure from the combat department. Whether he's insidious or fierce, what's that got to do with him? He must think of some ways to deal with this silly freshman. After a moment, apart from his bright and shiny eyes, a seemingly mediocre teenager dressed in school uniform walked into the tea house. After having looked right and left for a while, he started walking right towards Gao Guanyu. Putting the most kind and cordial expression, Gao Guanyu said with a smile, "Student Li Yao, hello. I'm Gao Guanyu from Zephyr Guild. This time I came mainly to discuss regarding the transfer of Demon Beast Detector's patent with you. We have carefully studied your patent, and although it is somewhat impractical and hard to commercialize, in terms of design, it is still somewhat ingenious. We can see your ingenuity in it. It can play a supporting role in some magical equipment crafted by our Zephyr Guild. Therefore, we would like to buy it from you and enrich our Zephyr Guild's patent library. Here are some of the clauses drafted by me, you can take a look." In fact, our Zephyr Guild buys hundreds and thousands of patents from outside sources every year. Basically, we operate in accordance with similar clauses. You don't need to worry, our Zephyr Guild is a famous and major sect with a long line of history. The aforementioned clauses are perfectly just. We would not let you suffer any loss. Gao Guanyu transferred the contract to Li Yao's crystal processor. Having heard Gao Guanyu say that the Demon Beast Detector was impractical and quite difficult to commercialize, a slight frown appeared upon Li Yao's forehead. When his gaze swept through the contract and saw the series of digits, a ridicule could not help but appear in his eyes. 5 million? Want to buy all the legal rights to the Demon Beast Detector with just 5 million? With a faint smile on his face, Li Yao glanced at Gao Guanyu. At present, Li Yao was at the 6th level of the refinement stage and on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the refinement stage. Earning just 5 million wouldn't be difficult. Not to mention the fact that he could simply go on a spree hunt and slaughter demon beasts in the wasteland. And if he sold them in the market rather than taking the hunt back to the Institute to redeem them for credits, he could very well earn 5 million quite quickly as well. The Demon Beast Detector would also play the most crucial role in his efficiency to hunt the demon beasts. With a mere 5 million, how could he ever think of buying off the patent of Demon Beast Detector? Do you really think of me as nothing but a stupid brat who has never seen money? And the aforementioned clauses made Li Yao shake his head. On the spot, Li Yao abandoned the idea of cooperating with the Zephyr Guild. In accordance with the clauses, Zephyr Guild buying off the patent of Demon Beast Detector wasn't just limited to that, the contract also included the subsequent improvements as well as the research and development of this patent. In other words, once Li Yao signed the agreement, he would be unable to conduct further refining as well as research of the Demon Beast Detector. Which was absolutely unacceptable to Li Yao. In Li Yao's mind, the current Demon Beast Detector was just first generation. It could not even be counted as a true detector. For it didn't have the ability to detect itself. All it could do was scan, and by relying on the shape and characteristics obtained through the scan, it would then compare it to the database. If an unknown type or a rare variant of Demon Beast appeared, and there was no relevant data in the database, then it would fail to detect. Furthermore, even among the same kind of demon beasts, some were strong and some were weak. High-level demon clan members could also cultivate. It would be basically impossible to judge their strength after cultivation by solely relying on their species. Therefore, Li Yao planned to continue to develop the Demon Beast Detector to 2nd generation, 3rd generation, 4th generation. Until the point when the Demon Beast Detector could possess true detecting ability where it wouldn't have to rely on the database. As long as it performed a scan using the Mystic Beam, it would be able to roughly estimate the strength of the enemy. This kind of magical equipment would not just detect the battle force of demon beasts but also detect the battle force of cultivators and devil cultivators as well. This was the ultimate magical equipment in his mind, the battle force scouter. Therefore, how could he hand over all the rights of subsequent research and development to others? Shaking his hand, Li Yao refused. I'm sorry, the noble conditions offered by Mr. Gao somewhat differed from what I had in my mind. Let's work together again if we ever have the opportunity in the future. Refused? Gao Guanyu raised his eyebrows. In his heart, he was slightly surprised. With a brighter smile on his face, Gao Guanyu calmly said, Student Li Yao, the difference doesn't matter. We can slowly discuss. If you are not satisfied with the price, I still have a bit of authority, I can help you fight for it. Li Yao smiled, I am really not satisfied with the price. Perhaps the difference could not be compensated with a little bit of authority. But what I find the most unacceptable is transferring the rights of follow-up developments and improvements. What I can accept is the authorization of its production. After getting my authorization, the Zephyr Guild can mass-produce the Demon Beast Detector, and the resulting profits can be shared by both parties. I can lower my shares a bit too. But the patent of Demon Beast Detector will remain in my own hands so that I can do further development and crafting at will. Gao Guanyu's smile became a bit stiff. Student Li Yao, is that necessary? We are not clear about the market prospects for the Demon Beast Detector, and even if it is successfully commercialized, who knows how well it will sell and for how much? And speaking of dividing the profits, your risks are pretty big. If you feel that 5 million is too low, I can forward a request to the headquarters and increase the final transfer price to 8 million. But we must get the complete patent rights, including the rights for subsequent modifications and R&D. Our Zephyr Guild isn't some ordinary, insignificant sect. Just the production rights aren't much different from contract manufacturing, which we never do. We must have the entire patent rights of the magical equipment produced by us. How about this? If you are willing to forego the rights of subsequent modifications and R&D, I will add another 2 million to the price I previously offered, making the final patent transfer price 10 million. What do you think? Seeing Li Yao being silent, Gao Guanyu came to believe Li Yao was hesitating, so he added another spark. Student Li Yao, let's be honest. The Demon Beast Detector is indeed a pretty good piece of magical equipment. But even a pretty good piece of magical equipment would face many problems in the process of its commercialization, such as distribution channels, marketing, quality of control of mass production, after-sales service, so on and so forth. Even the slightest mistake would not only stop us from earning a lot of money, there is a pretty big chance that we would not even be able to earn back the cost price. Our Zephyr Guild sincerely want to get the patent of the Demon Beast Detector. 10 million is already our limit, and I believe no one else would offer such a high price. Not to mention that the utility patents are insured for only 3 years. After 3 years, everyone else could follow the design of Demon Beast Detector and produce similar magical equipment. You will only get a one-shot and you must grasp it. This statement of Gao Guanyu's could not be counted as completely deceptive. 10 million to buy the R&D rights for a utility patent from a university student was indeed pretty price. However, Li Yao had other plans in his mind. Having stood up, Li Yao slightly bent his body. I am truly sorry. Mr. Gao, I'm afraid we cannot agree on this issue. If we have the opportunity in the future, let's cooperate again. Li Yao turned around and left. Since both parties could not agree on the core issue, there was no meaning in continuing on discussing the details. Li Yao's time was rather precious, he still had to study and cultivate a lot more. Watching the disappearing silhouette of Li Yao at the entrance of Tea House, the smile on Gao Guanyu's face turned incomparably gloomy in a second. This fat fox squeezed out 7 words from his clenched teeth. He doesn't know what's good for himself. Li Yao wasn't perturbed in the least by the breakdown in negotiations with the Zephyr Guild. In the case of commercial negotiations, when both parties didn't come to an agreement, it was quite normal. However, Gao Guanyu's words woke him. The utility patents were only valid for 3 years. After 3 years, the Demon Beast Detector's design would no longer be protected by patent laws, giving anyone an open invitation to craft similar magical equipment. If he wanted to commercialize, then the sooner the better. However, meticulously crafting and polishing a demon beast detector with his own hands in a few days' time was one thing, while using a production line to mass-produce the detector another. Not to mention the fact that he simply didn't have a mystic laser micro-engraving machine-like equipment for mass production. He also needed to consider advertising and marketing, distribution channels, after-sales services, starting capital, so on and so forth, which would be required after the production. None of these problems could be solved by him alone. Having racked his brain and still without a solution, Li Yao could only seek advice from Yuan Manqiu. Yuan Manqiu was someone who had been in the refining community for a couple of decades and was a big sis in name and in fact. She had applied for hundreds of patents and thereby had long been adept at commercializing a patent. The first sentence that just came out of her mouth was enough to amaze Li Yao. First, you can set up your own sect. Don't look at me like that. Is founding a sect so amazing? Nowadays, the Federation, in order to inspire the young to be creative, is very supportive of young cultivators starting their own businesses. Nowadays, establishing your own sect in university is a trend. Many of your seniors in the institute have partnered up with each other and have created their own sections. The institute also wholeheartedly supports it. Moreover, you are not only an undergraduate but also a Class 1 Federation disabled soldier. If you were to establish your own clan, you will get a preferential treatment in regards to tax, bank loans, and other similar stuff. After founding your own clan, you can mass-produce demon beast detectors. Of course, you will need a large investment during the early stages, for which you can take a loan from the bank or go to some youth entrepreneurship expo to find someone to invest in you. Nowadays, many large sects are very happy to discover small sects with good potential at youth entrepreneurship expos and invest in them. In my opinion, the demon beast detector does have very good potential. A small sect with it as the core product would be very popular in the youth entrepreneurship expo. If you're lucky, maybe a big sect would ready to spend a huge sum to directly buy your small sect. That way, not only can you get a lot of money, you can also directly become an elder-like figure in a large sect. You could reach the dazzling heights in a single bound. Yuan Manqiu's advice made Li Yao's heart beat like crazy. Establishing one's own sect? It sounded quite amazing. However, having thought of it carefully, he still gave up on this notion. Setting up a clan wasn't as simple as it sounded. Whether it was going to the bank to apply for a loan or finding some investors in a youth entrepreneurship expo, very tedious things would need to be dealt with. This was precisely the domain of admin-type cultivators. And Li Yao wasn't an admin-type cultivator, not to mention the fact that he only liked two things. One was to indulge himself in the complex and profound world of magical equipment, and the other was to slaughter in a blood-soaked battlefield. These two things already took up most of his time and energy. Meanwhile, he would also pay a great deal of time and effort for the upcoming refiner's registration examination. Even if he passed the test, he still had Project Mystic Skeleton to focus on. He really had no extra time or energy to operate a sect. Seeing Li Yao reject the first proposition, Yuan Manqiu wasn't surprised. She continued, if you don't want to create your own sect to produce demon beast detector, you can only work with another sect. However, the cooperation depends on what kind of sect it is. Although big sects on the scale of Zephyr Guild are quite experienced in producing such equipment and have complete marketing networks, they are too big. It would be very difficult for them to treat you as an equal. Quite often, they want to buy and sell in one shot. They would directly buy your patent rather than cooperating with you. If you want to keep the patent, your only choice is to work with a second or third grade sect. Sects like those don't have the powerful technology or have the capability for further research and development. Therefore, they don't need your patent, all they need from you are exclusive production rights, that's all. Of course, this way, the price needs to be a bit lower. Moreover, small sects don't have complete marketing networks like Zephyr Guild. Also, there is the problem of quality control with the mass production of magical equipment. Because of this, choosing a small sect that knows what they are doing is equally important. Li Yao, what do you think of Mountain Sea sect? Apparently, Yuan Manxiu had figured more than the plan. Since Li Yao had asked, she threw him the best plan she could think of. Mountain Sea sect? Li Yao briefly pondered. He had a very good impression of Mountain Sea sect. Not only the logistics supervisor of Mountain Sea sect, Jiang Wenba, is the guest professor of refining department whom Li Yao thinks of as a teacher. The building foundation stage cultivator of Mountain Sea sect, Guanxiang, was his savior who also vouched for him when Li Yao became a cultivator. Li Yao had met Jiang Wenba and Guanxiang a couple of times over the past year. He had a pretty good relationship with both of them. Also, the Mountain Sea sect was a sponsor of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Now that a student of the refining department had shown some results, cooperating with the Mountain Sea sect was only proper. I hear that the Mountain Sea sect has been operating in the red for the past 2 years? Yes. Yuan Manxiu didn't hide it before she continued in natural, poised manner. For over a century, the Mountain Sea sect had been a second or third grade weak sect which didn't even have a core formation stage powerhouse. And in the last few decades, their luck hasn't been so great. First, their former elder had failed to advance to the core formation stage and was seriously injured, which resulted in a big drop in their share prices. The Mountain Sea sect suffered a heavy loss. Afterward, another of their experts, Guanxiang, had been poisoned by demonic energy during a beast tide, as a result of which, he fell to the intermediate level of building foundation stage from his previous high level. Having lost their 2 high-level experts who could hunt high-level demon beasts, venture deep into the wasteland, and explore mines, the Mountain Sea sect was unable to expand their high-profit business like military contracts from the Federation, which made it difficult for them to operate. However, the Mountain Sea sect has survived in the wasteland for over a century. They are well established and have marketing network across various cities in the wasteland, and also have a certain reputation. The main market of the demon beast detector is the wasteland. Even if the inland cultivators had to venture deep into the wasteland to hunt demon beasts, they would have to first rest at the forward bases. With the advertising and distribution capabilities of the Mountain Sea sect, it would be a piece of cake to fully cover these important sites. Another most crucial point is in their production capabilities. Originally, the Mountain Sea sect wasn't a sect based on refining, but for the sake of a complete transformation, they spent a great deal of money to import a production line comprising of a mystic laser micro-engraving machine and various mini-components. This production line is very advanced and can be used for refining spirit watches. Although the components of Demon Beast Detector are quite ingenious, in terms of sophistication, there is still a certain difference with the Spirit Watch. In other words, the Mountain Sea sect is completely capable of mass-producing the Demon Beast Detector. On another note, the Mountain Sea sect's technical abilities aren't that great whether it is their newly established R&D center or their elders. The head of their R&D center is old Jiang, who is a refiner from the grassroots faction and doesn't specialize in crafting precision magical equipment. For technical stuff, they'd still have to rely on your support. As a result, you have the technology while the Mountain Sea sect have the labor, money, production equipment, and marketing network. Both sides are highly complementary to each other. In terms of cooperation, you seem quite compatible. Having heard Yuan Manxiu's analysis, Li Yao nodded again and again. The Mountain Sea sect was indeed the best partner considering his current situation. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yao asked, however, would the Mountain Sea sect be willing to work with me, or would I have to talk with teacher Jiang first? Yuan Manxiu slightly smiled. What is there to talk about? Just take the initiative to talk with him and then you just have to wait for him to come and visit. I have already sent your combat videos of Thunderbolt Cup and some of your fights in the wasteland to old Jiang and also told him that you'd got a patent as well. With his insight, he should be able to see the prospects of this patent. Furthermore, with the current plight of Mountain Sea sect, this piece of magical equipment is simply tailored for them. All you have to do is think about the terms and conditions you would propose to the Mountain Sea sect. Having explained all that, Yuan Manqiu said nothing else. Li Yao didn't have to wait for the next day. On that very night, having finished watching Li Yao's combat videos and carefully reading the detailed description of Demon Beast Detector, Jiang Wenba sent a spiritual crane message to Li Yao rather excitedly. The Demon Beast Detector was quite appetizing to the Mountain Sea sect. Right now, the Mountain Sea sect was in a very awkward situation. Taking a bank loan and spending a great deal of money to set up a production line to mass-produce spirit watches had all been a waste for the Mountain Sea sect. All of the spirit watches were stored in their warehouse, each piece they refined was nothing but loss. Having been unable to produce anything, the production line was just idling. The monthly interest alone on the bank loans was an astronomical figure. They wanted to sell the entire production line, but finding a right buyer was easier said than done. Not to mention that the selling price was also quite low. As the matter stood, the losses they'd suffered were simply shocking. What's more, what would the Mountain Sea sect do after selling their assembly line? With the appearance of the Demon Beast Detector, the Mountain Sea sect, from top to bottom, was quite excited. With Guan Xiong acting as the leading battle-type cultivator who often hunted the demon beasts in the wasteland, they were quite confident with the market prospects of the Demon Beast Detector. More importantly, the production line imported for crafting the spirit watches could be used to mass-produce the Demon Beast Detectors with just a few modifications and without any technical difficulties. Instead of competing in a competitive and mature market of spirit watches with traditional giants like Zephyr Guild, they might as well try to step into a new market. Even if the sales aren't high, as long as they could repay the bank loan's interest every month, it would be better than keeping the production line idle. With such calculations and after a fierce day-night discussion, the upper and lower management of Mountain Sea sect finally reached an agreement and decided to fully cooperate with Li Yao to produce the Demon Beast Detector. A month later. Someplace among the high mountains in the western hemisphere of the Star Glory Federation. A killer whale-class carrier, which was trailed with by colorful streams of light and a long tail of flames, gradually made its way across the clear, blue skies as it plunged into a forest of hundreds and thousands of tall mountains. Inside the carrier, Li Yao whistled in relief as he happily looked through the contract. Finally, the contract was finalized. Producing a magical equipment on a large scale wasn't trivial. Although both sides really wanted to cooperate, there were still many tedious tasks to deal with when it came to specific issues. For the next 2 weeks, Li Yao made some minor changes to the Demon Beast Detector's components and array glyphs, mainly from the perspective of cost reduction. There were many array glyphs and algorithms that had only recently been invented in the last 1 or 2 decades and were still in the patent protection period. Using the algorithms and array glyphs for learning and research was nothing, but if one wanted to use them in mass production for profit, they had to negotiate with the inventor to pay a certain amount to obtain the patent rights. The best way to resolve this issue was to find algorithms and array glyphs that were invented 30 to 50 years ago. The patent protection period of those array glyphs and algorithms was over and anyone could use them. Of course, not all array glyphs and algorithms could be replaced. For some irreplaceable and crucial array glyphs and algorithms, it was up to the Mountain Sea sect's business staff to negotiate with the inventor. In addition to mass-producing Demon Beast Detector, the crystal eye was an integral component and, for Mountain Sea sect, it was far more cost-effective to buy them in from others than making it themselves. Although the Mountain Sea sect was unable to craft crystal eyes on their own, they still had some partner refining sects that had the ability to produce crystal eye at a high level. They had reached a strategic cooperation agreement with one of their partners from whom they would purchase relatively cheap crystal eyes basically at cost. All that Li Yao had to do was to fine-tune the production process and replace the Super Falcon-class crystal eye from the Holy Light sect, which Li Yao had previously used, with the new model crystal eye. After having finished all this, Li Yao personally went to the Mountain Sea sect. On one hand, he wanted to check the crafting technology and production scale of the Mountain Sea sect. On the other hand, he also wanted to work with Jiang Wenba to revamp the production line which was originally designed to produce spirit watches. Having seen the renovation project of first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace, Jiang Wenba was completely confident in Li Yao's devilish modification abilities. Thus, the responsibility of revamping many of the crucial sites was handed over to Li Yao. Whereas the Mountain Sea sect, from the upper echelons to lowly workers, was still a bit dubious of Li Yao's capabilities, but after having seen his insane refining techniques and modification ideas, they were all rendered speechless and became completely confident in the Demon Beast Detector project. After being up to their ears in work for 1 month during which all obstacles in regard to the crafting process were finally solved, both sides went through a series of haggling. Following which, the contract was eventually finalized. A few of the crucial terms and conditions were, first, Li Yao would grant the Mountain Sea sect the exclusive rights to mass-produce the Demon Beast Detector, and promised that no other sect would be authorized for the next 3 years. Second, Li Yao would still retain the patent rights of the Demon Beast Detector and could produce them on small scale for research or distribution, as long as his output didn't exceed 1 per day. Furthermore, he would have to engrave a unique symbol on the Demon Beast Detector so as to distinguish it from the Demon Beast Detectors sold by the Mountain Sea sect. Third, the Mountain Sea sect promised to produce at least 50,000 units of Demon Beast Detector during the next 3 years. And the profit from the sales of each unit of Demon Beast Detector would be split in a 30-to-70 ratio, where Li Yao would be entitled to 30% and Mountain Sea sect to 70%. Fourth, Li Yao would provide technical support and, once he invented subsequent models, the Mountain Sea sect would get the priority under the same conditions of cooperation. Li Yao was very satisfied with this contract. He also researched the market. Generally, for a similar type of contract where the patent rights were still held by the owner and exclusive production rights were granted, the patent owner would at most receive 20% of the profit. Although the technology was his, the cultivation sect was providing money, production equipment, marketing network, and labor consisting of hundreds and thousands of people who were only working on this project. Also, the cultivation sect would still have to bear the risk of loss, so, giving them a share of 70 to 80% of the profit wasn't actually very much. Moreover, according to Li Yao's plan, his ambitions couldn't be stopped by fighting over a small amount of money. What would be the point of haggling with the Mountain Sea sect for 1 or 2%? The first-generation Demon Beast Detector was just the start. Later, he would develop many, much more advanced detectors that would have a wide range of abilities. If the first-generation Demon Beast Detector sold well, then they could discuss slowly. Li Yao's gaze fell to the bottom of the contract, at a very strange symbol under the signature part, which was as flamboyant as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. It was a tiny pentagram with a long grinning smile, whereas the corners of the smile were slightly curved, giving the impression of a sinister smile. This was the exclusive insignia designed by Li Yao himself. Every refiner had his own unique insignia that was engraved upon the magical equipment crafted by him, which acted as the identification as well as a special advertisement. Even a magical equipment with ordinary functions had its price hiked by hundredfold as long as it was personally crafted by a master refiner and had his exclusive insignia branded upon it. It would be treated as an extreme treasure for which the buyers would swarm like flies. This small star with an evil smile was named as Fiend Star by Li Yao. He decided that, from now on, if he was on a battlefield where blood was being spilled and bodies kept falling, he would use the nickname Vulture. The battlefield, a place where everyone competed to see who was tougher, fiercer, and most fearless. The Vulture, this nickname sounded like it belonged to a ruthless figure. Someday, even the demon kings and demon emperors of Blood Demon Sector would tremble upon hearing this name. But in the refiners' community, using an ominous nickname like Vulture wasn't suitable. It sounded as though it didn't belong to someone who was good and honest. Ergo, in the refiners' community, he would go by the name of Fiend Star, ha ha ha, Grandmaster Fiend Star, this name wasn't bad. The killer whale-class carrier lightly shook as it began to slow down. The passengers inside broke into a series of nervous discussions. Li Yao stopped smiling and put away the hologram. In the blink of an eye, everything pertaining to the demon beast detector was thrown to the back of his mind. At present, he had more important things to deal with: the refiner's registration examination. Li Yao peered through the porthole as he turned his gaze towards the distance, where he saw lush and verdant high mountains and lofty peaks surrounded by a couple of huge basins. Inside the basin, countless silver-white towns and cities glittered under the illumination of bright sunlight. These were the towns and cities located within the hundreds and thousands of mountains in the western hemisphere of the Federation. All of them were military cities comprising of series of munition factories, army bases, and research institutes of war-type magical equipment, which formed the last line of defense of mankind. At the beginning of the establishment of Star Glory Federation, the situation was nowhere near as stable as it was now. The eastern hemisphere of the Federation was oppressed by the Eastern Demon Empire, whereas the wasteland in the northern hemisphere was a paradise for demon beasts. At that time, the beast tides truly blotted the sky and the earth, destroying everything in their wake. Many people were worried that the beast tide in the wasteland would gather into a sea of demon beasts which would break through mankind's line of defense with an Armageddon-like momentum and directly head towards the south, ravaging the fertile lands in the southeast. The high mountains and lofty peaks in the western hemisphere of the Federation became the last base from which mankind could counterattack. As a result, the Star Glory Federation spent hundreds of years to continuously develop the hundreds and thousands of mountains in the Western Hemisphere. Countless mountains were hollowed out and transformed into large-scale arsenals. Tens of thousands of underground stalactite caves were continuously developed, dug deeper and were connected to transform them into complex, underground shelters. Countless soldiers and their families lived here. Generation after generation, the soldier families flourished into military families, awaiting the final battle. The registration of refiners was divided into a dozen different categories. Li Yao had applied for Class C, which was focused in a small-scale military direction. The refiners of this class mainly focused on crafting individual-type swords and sabers, firearms, and auxiliary-class magical equipment. The peak of their class was being able to craft crystal suits, or, in other words, become an Armadominus. As the refiner's registration examination involved the designing and the subsequent trials of a large number of weapons, the small-scale military-type refiner's registration examination would be conducted in various army bases annually. After drawing the lottery, Li Yao had to go to number 19 examination hall, which was set up at military base 8734. Wow, it is truly spectacular. As the carrier flew over a mountain, the military base 8734 came in sight. It was a huge military base. Multitudes of super heavy-class magical equipment were installed around the base. There were many crystal railguns were as high as several floors, while the spiritual energy rail was as thick as Li Yao's waist. The destruction caused by every round fired was hard to imagine. Before the carrier even landed, Li Yao was completely dazzled by the hundreds of crystal tanks arranged orderly on the ground. Even though they were older models, when they moved in astonishing number, mounting a charge, they still appeared prestigious. They had a noble air around them that soared to the high heavens. Even from a few kilometers away, Li Yao could sense the killing intent lingering around them. As the carrier gradually landed, examinees from various towns in the wasteland filed out before they were escorted by a team of soldiers which lead them to the front of a silver-white, dome-like mega-building. After verifying their identity, everyone's private crystal processor was handed over to the soldiers temporarily in exchange for a crystal processor that would be specially used for the refiner's registration examination. Li Yao walked into the silver-white dome. He felt as though the sky had been covered by a metallic shell, and yet it was grand and imposing, and its lobby was enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the center was a red box which was completely sealed by defensive array glyphs. It was the primary examination room. The refiner's registration examination was divided into a primary exam, second exam, and final exam. The primary examination was a written test which assessed their knowledge of various theories. It was extremely difficult. Over half of the examinees would be eliminated in the primary examination. Over 1,000 examinees from a few dozen towns were gathered in the lobby. And there were still many examinees continuing to come in, one after another. Because it was a national exam, the boarding time for everyone wasn't allocated well. Many of the examinees had been waiting for a few hours. Therefore, there were many special waiting rooms and cafeterias installed in the lobby. And the crystal processor specially provided for the exam also had mock papers. The examinees could both eat and drink in the waiting area, to recharge their batteries. Or they could make a last-minute effort by doing some last-minute cramming. Looking at the time, there was still half an hour left for the primary examination to begin. Li Yao walked towards the waiting area leisurely to recuperate after the tiring journey. Unexpectedly, before he could even sit down, he heard his name from the two examinees behind him as they discussed in low voices. Do you know our number 19 examination hall is the most special one among all examination halls? There are two unique examinees who are taking the exam here. One is Jiang Shaoyang, the talented freshman of Deep Sea University, also known as the 10th star. Another one is Li Yao. While Li Yao stretched his body, he took a glance behind him out the corner of his eye. Not far away from him sat two teenagers, one fat and one thin, no more than 3 to 4 years older than him. The thin teenager had droopy eyes which subtly drifted from here and there. He appeared very shrewd. Just a moment ago, it was him who was speaking about Li Yao. The slightly fat teenager, on the other hand, looked ignorant, like a bookish nerd who didn't care what was going on in the outside world. On the chest of the two was the emblem of Star Nebula University. The level of Star Nebula University's refining department wasn't low. Every year, many refiners from Star Nebula University would apply for registration. Touching the back of his head, the slightly fat teenager foolishly replied, "I've heard of Jiang Shaoyang. Isn't he the guy who came to our university for the seminar representing the Deep Sea University just last month, during which the arrogant guys in our department were completely knocked out? However, why do they call him the 10th star? Isn't he just a freshman? Didn't he enter the university just last year? How come he is taking the refiner's registration examination this year? Even a year hasn't gone by, ah." The thin teenager said in a natural manner, "He is called as such because he is a genius, otherwise, what would a genius be called? As for why he is called the 10th star, it's pretty simple. Have you ever heard of the group in the Deep Sea University's refining department called Novum Steli?" 1. The slightly fat teenager nodded. "Of course, it's an academic group created by the 9 true disciples taught by Jiang Sheng of Deep Sea University's refining department. It almost represents the highest level among the new generation in the refiners' community." The lean teenager smiled and said, "You still don't get it, do you?" Jiang Shaoyang had only entered the university for a year, but he had been personally taught by the supernova Jiangsheng. He is almost as good as the 9 true disciples. Therefore, he is called the 10th star, but at present, he is still young. Many people say that after 10 years, he will definitely surpass the Novum Steli and become the best true disciple of supernova Jiangsheng. The slightly fat teenager was caught by surprise as a look of astonishment covered his face before he said, "He's been personally taught by supernova Jiangsheng for just 1 year and he is almost as good as the Novum Steli? Damn, he is too good." After thinking for a moment, the lean fellow shook his head and said, "Strictly speaking, it's not just 1 year. Jian Shaoyang is the nephew of Jiangsheng. He had followed Jiangsheng since childhood and had been imperceptibly influenced. So, it is quite natural for him to begin refining already, and along with being taught in a systematic method for 1 year, it's nothing strange for him suddenly show some excellent results. The fat fellow wiped his sweat as he said with a stupid smile on his face, "Fortunately, you explained this, or I would have been unable to think straight and would think that these geniuses are 10 times better than us. They only had to study for 1 year and they could match with us who have studied for 3 to 4 years. If you hadn't explained why, I'd have developed an inferiority complex." Ha ha ha. Oh, yeah, you also spoke of another guy. Is he someone who is on par with 10th star, Jiang Shaoyang? Li Yao, was it? That's right. How come it sounds so familiar? Let me think. Li Yao, that clown, right. Remembering something, the slightly fat teenager slapped his thick thigh as a shine covered his face. That guy is considered as a unique piece of work in the refiner's circle. He actually wants to lead the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department to challenge the Deep Sea University's refining department. Ha ha ha. Even our Star Nebula University's refining department that has invented the Spirit Particle Collider wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous as to challenge them. The ignorance is truly a bliss. However, such hype has truly made him famous, and now, everyone in the academic circle of 9 elite universities knows that there is a character like him. I say, did he do it intentionally? However, as I recall, that clown made a fool of himself just last year. He should be just a freshman and has only been learning for almost a year, and yet he wants to take the refiner's registration examination? If it's the 10th star, Jiang Shaoyang, taking the refiner's registration examination is nothing, as he is a nephew of supernova Jiangsheng and has been following him since childhood. But this guy has been in the worst refining department among the 9 elite universities for a year and he thinks he is on the level of the 10th star? Isn't he just making trouble? The refiner's registration examination was extremely difficult. Generally, it was taken by senior undergraduates of the refining departments or those who had been pursuing the refining line of work for a few years to a decade. Only after amassing a vast experience would they take the exam. Like both of them, they had been studying refining in the Star Nebula University's refining department for 4 years. And only after having been thoroughly assessed by the university did they get the recommendation letter from the university. Inside the examination hall, the examinees in their 30s and 40s were large in number. There were even middle-aged examinees with white hair growing on their temples. Apparently, some were even in their 70s and 80s. The Grand Desolate War Institute should be a university like ours. They should also use a recommendation letter system too. And only when the student reaches a certain level could he or she have the qualifications to take the examination, right? So, how could this guy take the exam? The fat teenager caressed his shiny face as he doubtfully asked. The lean fellow mischievously smiled. Others may not know, but I know a senior grad studying in the Grand Desolate War Institution. According to him, it is because Li Yao can fight. The fat fellow almost spurted out as he spoke in astonishment. Can fight? The lean fellow nodded. That's right, not only can he fight, he can beat the hell out of a couple dozen or even 100 of his fellow students. In short, he is invincible in the same grade. He could even beat the hell out of the students of their combat department. He is an absolutely fierce fellow. The fat teenager didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he repeatedly shook his head before speaking. The Grand Desolate War Institution is worthy of being called the craziest among the 9 elite universities. This is too ridiculous, right? What does being able to fight have to do with refining? Just because he can fight, he can get the recommendation letter to take the refiner's registration examination? He must be kidding. The lean fellow shrugged his shoulder. Who knows? However, it is consistent with the style of Grand Desolate War Institution where the one who has the bigger fists gets more privileges. I'm curious, if student Li Yao isn't able to do anything in the examination room, will he become crazy and ruthlessly punch the crafting furnace? They too gradually lowered their voice before suddenly bursting into a laughter after a short while. Following which, the fat fellow, with a completely flushed face, stood up in excitement. Along the way, when he was passing by a food table with steaming dishes, casually picked up a piece of bread. While eating, he sat down next to another group of examinees from Star Nebular University and enthusiastically said, "Hey, do you know that our number 19 examination hall is the most special examination hall this year? There are 2 unique examinees taking the examination here." Li Yao narrowed his eyes as he scratched his somewhat disheveled head. From the bottom of his heart, he was burning with eagerness. 10th star. Jiang Shaoyang. Supernova Jiang Sheng's nephew, the best freshman of the Deep Sea University's refining department who could go head-to-head with Novum Steli? Li Yao truly wanted to have a bout or two with this genius. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard noises coming from the entrance of the lobby. A powerful, imposing aura like a big wave surging from the deep sea, spread everywhere, engulfing and submerging everything in its wake. Hundreds of teenagers, wearing deep blue uniforms and Deep Sea University's emblems walked into the examination hall with their heads held high. With every step they took, light shone on the creases of uniform which was reflected as hundreds of small, blue beams of light, making the lobby appear as though it was in the deep sea, bringing a strange yet calm and peaceful air to the lobby. The lobby, which had been hustling and bustling, instantly quieted down. Every examinee's gaze carried awe and envy as they looked at the marching blue team. As though they were the protagonists of the day and the remaining people were just here to accompany them in the exam, nothing more nothing less. Just an examination hall has hundreds of examinees. I am afraid the Deep Sea University students taking the exam in all the examination halls are numbered in thousands. It is truly the holy land of refiners in name and in fact. Li Yao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Despite being aware that the Deep Sea University's refining department was colossal, only now did he get a clear understanding. These examinees were just the students of Deep Sea University, that's all. There were still many graduates of Deep Sea University who failed to become a registered refiner and were also taking the examination. When they saw students of their alma mater arriving, these graduated, one by one, went up to welcome and greet their juniors who they were acquainted with. The lobby, which was completely silent a moment ago, once again, became lively. However, this time, the hubbub was coming from the group of Deep Sea University. Everyone seemed to have been suppressed by their imposing manner and even didn't dare to raise their voices. Li Yao took a glance around and immediately came to notice that a quarter of the examinees were from Deep Sea University. An overwhelming blue tide quickly spread through the entire lobby before the number 19 examination hall turned into the turf of Deep Sea University. The deep blue tide broke into a dozen small tides that moved towards the various waiting areas. A long-haired, red-eyed teenager, surrounded by a couple dozen guys, walked past Li Yao. Originally, the long-haired teenager had arms crossed over his chest, but apparently, he seemed to have thought of something before he thoughtlessly raised his wrist to take a glance at the crystal processor. Having seen all this, Li Yao's pupils suddenly constricted. All of a sudden, he sat right up, whereas his spine burst forth with faint, cracking sounds. As though a satiated, lazy cat, suddenly became hungry tiger that was ready to go down the hill to hunt. Li Yao looked at the left hand of the long-haired teenager. 70% of any refiner's skill was in his hands. When a refiner trained his hands to the extreme, both hands would have extremely subtle changes depending on how adept his or her hands were. At such a close range, Li Yao came to discover that the subtleties of long-haired teenager's fingers were exactly the same as his hands. I'll be damned, he is just like me. He must have come into contact with magical equipment components during his early childhood, even before his bones has taken shape. So, his finger bones are different from others. He is certainly a super expert with astonishing hand speed, his speed may even surpass my 95%. Li Yao's response did not escape the eyes of the long-haired teenager. The long-haired teenager slightly frowned as he casually took a glance at Li Yao. When his gaze landed on Li Yao's hands, his pupils, in the blink of an eye, constricted to the needlepoint. The long-haired teenager suddenly halted his steps, as though he had discovered an extreme treasure. Having observed Li Yao's hands with much attention, he turned his gaze and met the feverish gaze of Li Yao directly. When the gazes of the two collided with each other, it seemed as though two lightning bolts collided with each other. The people behind the long-haired fellow were taken by surprise, they could barely halt their footsteps. Many of them even collided with each other as they exclaimed. After half a second, the long-haired fellow retracted his gaze and slightly smiled before continuing on. Li Yao licked his lips, he suddenly felt hungry. But it was not his stomach that was hungry, it was his hands, his fingers that were suffering were intolerable hunger. A senior student of Deep Sea University's refining department quickly came from behind and asked in a low voice, "Shaoyang, what's the matter?" "It's nothing." The slender fingers of 10th star, Jiang Shaoyang were just like Li Yao's fingers, they involuntarily twitched. He calmly said, "Just saw an expert." "Expert?" Upon hearing Jiang Shaoyang, everyone became excited as they, one by one, turned their heads, gazing with glittering eyes. "Where is he, where's the expert?" They were not to blame for forgetting themselves, as geniuses in Deep Sea University's refining department were as numerous as stray dogs. It was a place where terrifying prodigies could be found everywhere. Even so, Jiang Shaoyang, having entered the university for just 1 year, had already been publicly recognized as a super genius by all the geniuses and monstrous prodigies. He was the top prodigy. Let alone finding his rival among the freshmen, even among the senior grads, the students who were of a higher level than him could be counted on one's fingers. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be the nephew of supernova Jiangsheng? From childhood, he grew up in Jiangsheng's refining room. How could he not learn anything if the toys he played with were magical equipment components? If even Jiang Shaoyang believed someone to be an expert, then he must truly be an expert. Everyone's gaze wandered, but all they could find were a group of Star Nebula University students nearby and an extremely ordinary teenager gorging on a plate of dumplings. His greedy appearance was almost like a country bumpkin who only knew how to use his muscles. Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly, "Where's the expert?" The refiners' community was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Of course, they wouldn't dare to say there weren't any expert refiners other than those from Deep Sea University. However, many of these experts had been involved in refining for a few decades and in their middle age after having trained laboriously. When they looked around, all they could see were their peers who were almost the same age as them. Among these people, there was actually an expert hidden who could go on par with Jiang Shaoyang? That was simply inconceivable. Everyone focused their gazes further ahead. Jiang Shaoyang didn't stop and continued to move as he lazily said, "Let's go, you will know after a while. Today's exam is gonna be extremely interesting." Wow! Everyone woke up from their stupor and continued to follow Jiang Shaoyang. "Shaoyang, you're right indeed. Today's exam is indeed going to be interesting. Apart from you, there is another figure whom everyone in the refining community knows and is taking the exam here." The senior grad from just a moment ago said with enthusiasm, "It's Li Yao from Grand Desolate War Institution, the biggest clown who is known for challenging us. Wait a minute, I will search the net to find his 3D pictures. I wanna see how big his mouth is, to think that he dared to speak such big words." There was no change in Jiang Shaoyang's expression. He calmly said, "Gao Yuanlong, do you know why I, being a freshman and having studied at the university for less than a year, could knock senior grads like you out?" Gao Yuanlong was surprised for a moment, he could not understand why Jiang Shaoyang threw him such a question. However, they were already accustomed to Jiang Shaoyang's way of speaking, which was no different than Jiangsheng's. They reined their temper and asked, "Why?" Slowly, Jiang Shaoyang extended 2 of his slender fingers. Waving his first finger, 99% is because I am a genius and you're all ordinary people with mediocre aptitudes." Gao Yuanlong was almost choked to death on his own saliva. In the blink of an eye, his face turned very red from choking. Everyone knew Jiang Shaoyang didn't know how to speak politely, but this was still too much. What ordinary people with mediocre aptitudes? In his hometown, Gao Yuanlong was a one-in-a-million genius, who was like the feathers of a phoenix and horns of a unicorn. Yet Jiang Shaoyang looked at him blankly. The look in his eyes was of calm, as if he was saying, "I just stated one of the most basic facts. Why are you even getting angry? Didn't you already know?" Gao Yuanlong ground his teeth to the point that they even started to ache. Eventually, he helplessly said, "Okay, what about the remaining 1%? Jiang Shaoyang waved his second finger. 1% is because I devote every moment of my life to the world of refining, unlike you ordinary people who obviously have such mediocre aptitudes yet waste so much of time listening to a joke." Gao Yuanlong was rendered speechless. Everyone glanced at each other. From the bottom of everyone's heart, everyone had an urge to strangle Jiang Shaoyang to death. In the depths of the metallic dome, was a control room full of holograms that were displaying the scenes from various parts of the metallic dome. Stood in the control room were 3 highly reputed, veteran refiners. Each of them had the emblems of Refiners Association on their chests. They were all none other than the 3 examiners who were in charge of the number 19 examination hall. On the left, stood a stunning middle-aged beauty. She was dressed in the same deep blue uniform as Jiang Shaoyang. However, compared to the uniforms of the students, hers was more beautiful, refined, and luxurious. A faint spiritual energy was lingering around it, bringing a sliver of immortal-like grace. Only a professor-level teacher of Deep Sea University held the qualifications to wear such uniform. She was Professor Zhu Yuqin of Deep Sea University's refining department. This year, she was already 79 years old, yet she appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Professor Zhu, is that long-haired teenager the nephew of supernova Jiang Shaoyang? I have heard that his aptitude is just as Jiang Sheng's, when Jiang Sheng was of his age. At such a young age, he is already on par with Novum Steli and also won the nickname, the 10th star. Geniuses keep on emerging from the Deep Sea University one after another. You are truly worthy of being called the Holy Land of Refiners. Stood in the middle was a slightly fat but smart-looking, middle-aged man. What's more, was that the number of fingers in his hands were surprisingly 6. As he spoke, his tone carried a bit of jealousy. This man was Dong Liuqi. He was born with 12 fingers, which made him unsuited to train using normal refining techniques. However, he was quite gifted as well as had a firm and indomitable temperament. After painstakingly training for a couple of decades, he actually created a set of refining techniques for 12 fingers that was second to none and became a top refining expert in one of 10 strongest sects in the Federation, the Thousand Sun sect. Owing to the fact that in his teens he still had not yet successfully developed a refining technique for 12 fingers, Dong Liuqi wasn't admitted to Deep Sea University and graduated from Star Nebula University's refining department. Having seen his alma mater, Star Nebula University, being completely suppressed, whether it was in terms of the number of examinees or in the imposing aura emanating from the examinees of Deep Sea University, Dong Liuqi's voice inevitably had a hint of jealousy mixed in it. Dong Liuqi turned to the square-faced military man on his right side and said with a smile, "Director Yen, I noticed there was an interesting kid called Li Yao recommended by the Grand Desolate War Institution on the list of examinees. Isn't he the kid who is known for challenging the Deep Sea University? Now that he and Jiang Shaoyang are in the same examination hall, they can also be considered as competing on the same stage. We will have to pay attention to them later." Even before Director Yen could speak a word, Zhu Yuqin couldn't help but coldly scoff and interrupted, "He is just an ignorant, hot-headed kid, who is shooting off his mouth, nothing more nothing less. Elder Dong, you can't be serious?" "I beg to differ. I feel that he is quite courageous. The young should be just like this. They should have guts to speak and fight," calmly said the military man. He took a step forwards while looking at Zhu Yuqin. He was Yen Tianhe, a refiner in the army and also the head of the armament center at Military Base 8734. These three examiners represented three different forces. Professor Zhu Yuqin was from Deep Sea University and there was on behalf of the academies. Elder Dong Liuqi was from Thousand Suns sect and there was on behalf of the various major sections. Needless to say anything about Yan Tianhe, the stars on his shoulders showed that he was a colonel, he was clearly representing the military. The three examiners were going to invigilate together, mutually checking so as to ensure the fairness of the exam. In regard to Li Yao's attitude, the opinion of the three had subtle differences. Zhu Yuqin treated Li Yao completely like a crazy kid who didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. An idiot clown, and it was beneath her to even pay attention to him. Dong Liuqi was different. In the refiners' community, the Deep Sea University had been in a dominant position for a very long time, and refiners like him who didn't belong to Deep Sea University had been faintly discriminated in the refiners' circle. After a long passage of time, they couldn't help but accumulate tons of resentment in their heart. Li Yao was presumptuous to challenge, but it could be said that he had spoken their minds. As the saying goes, the spectators aren't afraid of making things big. Dong Liuqi eagerly wished for Li Yao to show spectacular results and render these proud and arrogant teachers and students of Deep Sea University speechless. However, the possibility of that happening was next to nothing. As for Yang Tianhe, his thoughts were even more different. Who was Li Yao? Federation Class 1 disabled soldier. What was the army? It was the organization that best concealed their own mistakes. Even if anyone in the army was guilty of crimes, he or she would be punished accordingly only in military court. And Li Yao was just impulsive for a moment, the blood had rushed to his head and said a few words of rhetoric only. In the eyes of many soldiers, it was nothing, simply nothing. Some even appreciated this little guy. Meanwhile, the army had been most dissatisfied with the dominant situation of Deep Sea University. Although both sides are cooperating very closely, a lot R&D and manufacture of armed forces magical equipment fell on the lap of Deep Sea University. But as far as the army was concerned, they did not wish for the majority of abilities and secrets to be in the hands of the civilians. Therefore, they had always hoped that the refining department of Federation's first military college could challenge the Deep Sea University's refining department. However, even after challenging them for over a century, they had not been successful. As for a blabbermouth and ignorant kid like Li Yao, it was even further from his reach. But it couldn't prevent Yan Tianhe, as an elder brother in the army, from having a slight appreciation for this younger brother. Noticing the two had the intention of standing up together, Zhu Yuqin didn't continue to struggle anymore. Reading the time on the upper right of the hologram, she changed the topic. There are 20 minutes left, let's inform the examinees to enter the hall. Alright. Dong Liuqi and Yan Tianhe didn't truly believe that Li Yao had the qualifications to compete with Jiang Shaoyang. Seeing Deep Sea University maintain its position for so many years, they were just a bit jealous and were just trying to make up an issue, nothing more nothing less. Noticing it was time already, they immediately reined in their emotions and returned to the matter at hand. A melodious female voice echoed in every corner of the lobby. Examinees, there are only 20 minutes left for the exam, please head to the examination hall and take the seat according to the number displayed on your crystal processor. Please remain silent. It is necessary that you don't bring any non-permissible items in the admission hall. The list of non-permissible items includes whoosh. The restrictive barriers at the center of the lobby were dispelled and thousands of dome-like cabins emerged from the ground, translucent golden numbers floated above the cabins. Tap tap tap. Thousands of examinees rushed into the examination hall. Swallowing his last dumpling, Li Yao wiped his hands and searched for his cabin. Once he was inside, the semicircular crystal cover on the front of the cabin gradually closed tight, isolating the voices from the outside. The crystal processor for taking the exam launched a hologram before a lot of information, like a cascading waterfall, dropped from above. These were the rules for taking the exam. At the bottom, there was also a small countdown. Beep. 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 Soon, the countdown hit 0. The first round of the refiner's registration examination officially began. First question. Among the 11 flying sword blueprints mentioned below, 7 of the flying sword blueprints are for the same model, while the remaining 4 flying sword blueprints are for different models. According to the difference in the design, choose the 7 blueprints which are for the same model. Of the aforementioned 7 blueprints, please answer as to which model of flying sword they belong to, as well as the inventor's name and the refining sect of the very same flying sword. Furthermore, please list 3 exercises which could best unleash the strength of the flying sword. There is a total of 3 errors in the aforementioned 7 blueprints. Please indicate them separately and correct them as well. In accordance with the aforementioned 7 sub-blueprints, draw the complete blueprint. In accordance with the complete blueprint previously answered, please draw the spiritual energy flow diagram. The refiner's registration examination wasn't as simple as the college entrance examination. There weren't any multiple choice sections or fill-in-the-blanks questions. Each question covered one of the most complex and comprehensive topics. Having seen the difficulty of the questions, countless examinees drew a lump of cold air at the same time. Taking a glance at the examination hall, one could see a painful look on faces of thousands of examinees through the transparent eggshells. However, Li Yao wasn't among them. Due to stealing the time in the heavenly refining tower under the super-perceptive state, his basics were rock solid, and with the modification of the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace as well the development of Demon Beast Detector, he had accumulated a wealth of experience in designs. As far as he was concerned, whether it was the blueprints or the spiritual energy flow diagrams, it was a piece of cake. Li Yao's 10 fingers bounced like crazy as though they were striking some imaginary zither strings. His speed of answering the questions in the hologram one after another didn't slow down the least bit. It only took, at most, a dozen seconds to answer each question, and quite easily at that. The refiner's registration examination was known for its difficulty and the astonishing number of questions. Whereas the time allocated for the entire exam was only 5 hours, a vast majority of examinees were able to answer only 80% of the questions in this allocated time period. Li Yao, on the other hand, only took 3 hours and 9 minutes to complete the entire test. Having double-checked the answers, Li Yao clicked on the submit button and drilled out of the eggshell-like cabin. He had submitted the paper in advance. As Li Yao stretched his body, he noticed another cabin gradually opening on the opposite side. The examinee who came out was none other than the long-haired teenager he had previously encountered. Realizing that Li Yao had actually submitted the paper a few seconds earlier than him, the long-haired teenager was caught by surprise first before he raised the corner of his lips into a smile that carried a sliver of curiosity and delight. His eyes didn't conceal its fiery look. Li Yao too curiously looked at the long-haired fellow. Especially his slender and delicate hands, which were almost the same as his. Someone who was from Deep Sea University and so young should be the 10th star, Jiang Shaoyang. Li Yao licked his lips as the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Wow, someone submitted the paper in advance. The front of the examination cabin was transparent. Many of examinees who were immersed in the sea of questions inadvertently raised their heads. Much to their surprise, 2 examinees had submitted the paper ahead of the schedule and more than 1 hour earlier at that. They could not help but feel aghast. Soon, someone recognized that one of 2 was none other than the refining genius, Jiang Shaoyang. The Deep Sea University holds exchange events with major universities every year. Everyone was well aware of Jiang Shaoyang's over-the-top intelligence, thus, no one was astounded by Jiang Shaoyang's submission in advance. However, who was the other guy standing opposite to Jiang Shaoyang? Apparently, he had submitted half a minute earlier than Jiang Shaoyang. The vast majority of the people had only heard of Li Yao, they had never laid eyes upon him. Only a few examinees who were from the wasteland recognized Li Yao. They could not help but break into laughter, their first conclusion was, so it turned out to be him. He must have found the questions too hard and given up. In the control room, the three examiners had also noticed that someone had submitted in advance. The identity of the two soon appeared on the hologram. Noticing Li Yao's name, Zhu Yuqin exclaimed in surprise before glancing at the two examiners with a faint smile. Dong Liuqi and Yan Tianhe were extremely embarrassed. Dong Liuqi coughed forcefully as he caressed his chin with his 6 fingers. Yan Tianhe was, even more so, flushed red to his ears. In his heart, he was rather somewhat disappointed by Li Yao. He could help but shout in his heart, so much self-confidence and yet so poor. So what if your level is poor? At any rate, you should have a correct mindset and stick to the end, no matter what's the result is. How can you give up in the middle just because you find the questions difficult? Whoosh! 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 The master crystal processor quickly started operating. Its computing power soared to limit as it examined the answers of the two. At the center of the examination hall, Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang looked at each other for 3 seconds and respectively noticed the eyes of other party burning with eagerness. One after another, the two tacitly walked out of the examination hall and came to the back of the waiting area. Do you want to have a bout? After being silent for half a minute, the voice of the two with a provocative tone simultaneously rang. Jiang Shaoyang smiled, straightened his long hair and said in an elegant manner, "How should we compete? You are welcome to use any method." Generally, if a man had long, shoulder-length hair, rather than appearing feminine, he would appear slightly unkempt. Very few people were like Jiang Shaoyang, even when they straightened and combed their hair, appeared to be handsome and confident, full of zeal and vigor. Li Yao replied, "How about each proposes a topic? You first, I will follow your lead." Jiang Shaoyang nodded. Looking left and right, he got up and brought a box of toothpicks from the cafeteria, placed a coffee table between the two before pulling out 2 toothpicks and handing one to Li Yao. Jiang Shaoyang said while waving the crystal processor provided for the exam on his wrist, "First, let's see who can remove more components from the crystal processor with a toothpick in 3 minutes. Second, also with the same toothpick, let's see who can reassemble them in the shortest period of time." As Li Yao weighed the toothpick a bit, his eyes sparkled. The toothpicks used in the military bases were naturally far from high-end goods. Maybe they were taken from the soldiers' mess, they were very fragile and would break with the slightest force. Whereas the crystal processor was a very sophisticated piece of magical equipment. Generally, 7 or 8 different kinds of tools were needed to disassemble it completely. Disassembling a crystal processor with a toothpick was tantamount to nonsense. Nevertheless, Li Yao was extremely excited. His eyes flickered with a fiery gaze as he nodded his head without an ounce of hesitation, "All right." The two took their crystal processors off and placed them on the coffee table before they slowly and methodically started exercising their fingers, apparently, warming up. When both saw the incredible flexibility of other parties' fingers, both felt a bit aghast. "Ready? Bring it on. Let's start." Almost instantly, a storm was set off on the coffee table. 2 pairs of hands almost turned into 4 whirlpools that sucked in the 2 crystal processors all of a sudden. The movement of their hands was so fast that only vague, trailing afterimages were visible. All one could hear was, click. 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 Click, subtle sounds coming. One after another, components that were even smaller than a fingernail jumped out from the whirlpools and accurately fell into a nearby tissue box respectively. After 3 minutes. Time's up. The whirlpools came to standstill before they turned back into 2 pairs of red hands. Apparently, the muscles had become red from heat. The toothpicks in between their fingers had almost been completely worn down, whereas the crystal processors had almost been dismantled into their most basic components. 335. Li Yao smiled and said, "He simply didn't need to count." "That's impossible." Jiang Shaoyang happened to have his eyebrows raised with a look of surprise plastered on his face. Again and again, he carefully gauged Li Yao from head to toe, as if he was looked at a monster. I'll be damned, just 13 less than me? You are good. You're truly good. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao's smile froze. He picked up Jiang Shaoyang's tissue box and waited a bit before his face became pale. Li Yao clenched his teeth and didn't speak a word while he removed 13 components from his crystal processor. Alright, now everyone has 348 components, let's assemble. Let's go. As Jiang Shaoyang slapped the table, the crystal processor components in the tissue box seemed to have come to life as they gracefully rose and jumped into his hands one by one. Meanwhile, the toothpick was like the most exquisite embroidery needle that fluttered up and down like a butterfly. The broken crystal processor at naked eye speed got a new lease of life. Li Yao sneered before he began the assembling process. However, his next course of action came as a surprise to Jiang Shaoyang. Li Yao broke the toothpick into two and held each part in his hands before he poured all the components out of the tissue box, and started assembling with both hands at the same. After 6 minutes 54 seconds, a beep sound rang from Li Yao's crystal processor before a holographic screen was projected. Compared to Jiang Shaoyang, Li Yao was 9 seconds faster. This time, the complexion of Jiang Shaoyang was as pale as that of a corpse. He was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Shaoyang blankly stared at the crystal processor in Li Yao's hands. He was distracted for an entire minute, only then did he awake from the shock. He had never been this shocked in his entire life. His lips parted but he didn't know what he should say and once again became muddle-headed for half a minute before he stuttered, next is your turn. Li Yao thought for a while before he brought a dozen of toothpick boxes from the cafeteria. First, we will simultaneously throw these toothpicks into the air with our spiritual energy, then grab them and build a tower with them. After 3 minutes, we will check whose tower is the tallest. Second, without using our spiritual energy, we will blow on each other's tower like an ordinary person to check whose tower is stronger. Jiang Shaoyang rolled his eyes before he repeatedly nodded. Not bad, it's a bit interesting. On one hand, we can test our hand speed, while on the other hand, we can test who has better mastery over the structure. Very interesting, come on. 12 toothpick boxes, with opened lids, were placed at the center of the coffee table. The two lightly placed their hands on both sides of the table and at the same time, gently infused their spiritual energy. Ripples began to appear in the water cups placed on the table. Thousands of toothpicks, with the infusion of spiritual energy, flew into the air, like a goddess scattering flowers from the high heavens. At the same time, both got up, while 4 hands transformed into gray shadows that enveloped a majority of the toothpicks. Swish! 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 Along with the deft movements of the fingers, 2 towers built from toothpicks sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. They rose straight from the ground and constantly reached new heights. After the 3 minutes, both came to a stop and held their breath. Only now did they had the spare energy to marvel each other's work. The base of the tower built by Li Yao was octagonal in shape, while the middle part had a tic-tac-toe-like structure and the top part was in the shape of a triangular pyramid. At the tip, there was also a toothpick pointing at the sky, like a lightning rod. It was used to increase the height. Counting this lightning rod, the total height of Li Yao's tower was over 50 centimeters, and its structure was extremely solid. Had he not run out of the toothpicks, he could have continued building the tower. On the other hand, Jiang Shaoyang's toothpick tower was like a corn. It was round in shape and had 7 irregular holes on its circumference. Seemingly air was leaking out from all sides. The tower looked shaky and unsteady. My tower is 2.75 centimeters shorter. Jiang Shaoyang's voice was filled with frustration but also mixed with a subtle excitement. As if he had finally met an opponent with whom he could use his entire might to battle. A bloodthirsty aura was emanating from the depths of his bones. Next, let's check whose tower is sturdier. Li Yao made a "bring it on" gesture, his confidence knew no bounds. Jiang Shaoyang was also confident. He laid his chin on the table, puffed his cheeks with air, and slowly blew air towards Li Yao's toothpick tower. For the first 3 seconds, the toothpick tower didn't move the slightest bit. After 3 seconds, Jiang Shaoyang's blow became stronger and stronger. However, only the upper portion of Li Yao's toothpick tower shook, and that too ever so slightly. However, the lower portion, the octagonal structure, remained extremely stable, due to the extended toothpicks in all directions which acted as stable supports. The toothpick tower, with a solid structure, didn't show the slightest sign of collapsing. It's useless. Looking at Jiang Shaoyang's face flushed red to ears from blowing, Li Yao slightly smiled and said, "My toothpick tower not only takes the structural stability into account but also some principles of fluid mechanics and aerodynamics. The toothpicks aren't arbitrarily arranged. The gap between the toothpicks is precisely calculated to ensure that 90% of the airflow will be diverted outside through the hundreds of gaps no matter from which direction you blow the air. Only about 10% of the actual force is acting on the toothpick tower. Considering the lung capacity of a normal person, it is simply impossible for you to destroy it. Therefore, you should just give up." Jiang Shaoyang's pupils constricted as he carefully observed Li Yao's toothpick tower, in particular, the gaps between the toothpicks. After 10 seconds, he nodded and said, "You are right, the lung capacity of an ordinary person is insufficient to destroy this tower. I give up. Now, it's your turn to blow." Li Yao was surprised for a moment. Was it necessary? His toothpick tower was indestructible and higher than Jiang Shaoyang's as well. Wasn't the outcome pretty obvious? However, Jiang Shaoyang's gaze remained firm and also appeared slightly confident, which piqued Li Yao's curiosity. Li Yao similarly laid his chin on the table, took a deep breath and slowly blew towards Jiang Shaoyang's toothpick tower. A strange thing happened. Jiang Shaoyang's toothpick tower seemed damaged and ready to collapse at any moment. However, along with Li Yao's puff of air, in the blink of an eye, became alert and energetic, like a patient who was about to die had just been infused with life-saving immortal qi. Whoosh! 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 A couple of toothpicks in the middle of Jiang Shaoyang's toothpick tower madly started rotating. The external structure, on the other hand, remained firm. It was incomparably stable, solid, and unshakable. In a trance, the toothpick tower now seemed a lofty, high tower standing on a boundless plain to Li Yao. No matter how fierce the winds were, they were unable to shake the tower the slightest bit. Pfffff, now, it was Li Yao's turn to had his face flushed red to ears. With his chest raised high, his lungs inflated to the limit, Li Yao ruthlessly blew. However, the toothpick tower remained motionless, and the toothpicks inside started rotating more madly. "It's useless." The very same words that Li Yao had spoken a while ago were thrown right back at him by Jiang Shaoyang. "I also designed the toothpick tower while taking fluid dynamics and aerodynamics into account. However, you only thought of diverting the airflow, but I thought of using the airflow to strengthen the stability of the tower. As you can see, I have designed a unique guiding structure inside the tower, and after precise calculation, the hundreds of gaps in the toothpicks in the tower create a wind guiding band. When the air enters the tower, 85% of the power will be converted to create a downward pressure no matter which direction you blow from. The pressure acts as an invisible hand which helps me hold the tower more closely and firmly, from top to bottom. Therefore, the stronger air you blow, the more stable my tower becomes. There is no way to topple my toothpick tower unless you use more power than the average person, and air flows from top to bottom." Jiang Shaoyang's explanation rendered Li Yao speechless. After carefully observing for a while, Li Yao gave a long sigh and said in a reluctant tone which seemed he still wished to continue, "Both games are tied, shall we go for another?" But of course, we don't have much time left. How about the most simple finger-guessing game? Okay, what are the rules? After 10 seconds from the start, a round every second, and the 100th round will be the end? Alright, let's go. The game Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang were playing was a very popular competing method between the refiners. This game is called rock, paper, scissors. The common people who play rock, paper, scissors relied on luck, cheating, psychology, and perhaps a little bit of probability. However, when it was between refiners, the contest was all about who had quick eyes and deft hands. The two stretched their right hands simultaneously and, ignoring the other party's scrutinizing gaze, both silently counted in their heart. 5, 4, 3. The right hands of the two remained stable and unmoved, yet their fingers started beating like crazy. The 10 fingers seemed to have turned into 10 flood dragons. No matter what hand is played, the fingers and the muscles are bound to have subtle changes. Whoever could capture the changes of his opponent in advance, predict his opponent's hand, and subsequently react in the blink of an eye, would be victorious. 3, 2, 1. The grand and quick showdown of rock, paper, scissors, began. Li Yao's gaze was completely transfixed upon Jiang Shaoyang's right hand. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Yao had captured Jiang Shaoyang's intentions from the subtle movements in the ring finger of Jiang Shaoyang. Jiang Shaoyang was going to play the scissors. Li Yao sneered in his heart, as though it was just a matter of course. And it was indeed true, as in the last moment, Li Yao had subtly controlled the muscles of his hand and gave the impression that he was going to play the paper. Sure enough, Jiang Shaoyang was hooked. Li Yao's right hand turned into a blurry shadow and, in an instant, became a fist, or to say, rock, which heavily smashed upon Jiang Shaoyang's fist. How's that possible? At the same time, the smile of victory that was lingering upon both of their lips dissipated. He can actually control his muscles to such an extent, he even can make fake movements and set a trap. Jiang Shaoyang's heart was in a turmoil. He actually saw through my trap at very last moment, and though it was too late to change the scissors into paper, he replaced it with a rock just in time. Li Yao too was incessantly surprised. Let's go again. Alright. The two were like two very sophisticated machines whose hands would change every second, and every time just before the transformation, there would be a large number of observations, fakes, and counterfakes happening. In just a short while, the foreheads of the two were drenched in sweat, and from the fingertips to the shoulder blade, everything was faintly aching as if they were on fire. Drawl another drawl, both of us had won 11 times and the remaining 78 games are draws. Heh, want to continue? From your panting, forehead drenched in sweat, and the slight twitching right hand, you must have reached your limit? If you can't continue, we will stop here. Are you kidding? I've only used 50% of my energy, I was just warming up, that's all. From the way I see it, you must be exhausted, you have already exceeded your limit? If you can't do it, there is no need to force yourself. Let's just sit down and have a cup of tea, we can chat as well, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Bullshit, I have only used 40% of my energy, I was tired of doing nothing and was just playing with you, that's all. Do you want to take it seriously? Then, I will let you see how frightening my 120% is. Alright, we can go for another 300 rounds. Once again, Li Yao extended his right hand as well as his left hand. Spreading his 10 fingers apart, Li Yao very provocatively looked at Jiang Shaoyang. Forming just one shape per second isn't that much exciting, how about 3 shapes per second? And let's do it with both our hands, what do you think? That's exactly what I was thinking. Jiang Shaoyang slowly exercised his shoulder, suddenly, his bones made a series of crackling sounds. His long hair, even in the absence of the wind, fluttered, he had a fiery look in his eyes. The two were sitting the depth of the waiting area, which was a dead end for the cameras. Therefore, all the cameras or the invigilators were focused in the examination hall. Not a single person noticed such a soul-stirring contest between the two. Inside the control room, the master crystal processor had just completed correcting the papers of the two. A glittering figure suddenly appeared on the hologram, 931 points. Jiang Shaoyang scored 931 points. Dong Liuqi's voice was filled with a bit of surprise. He took a glance at Zhu Yuqin with envy and jealousy. Zhu Yuqin faintly smiled. The look on her face was rather calm, but her slightly elevated breath failed to conceal the excitement in her heart. The written test of Refiner's registration examination was out of 1,000 points. As long as anyone scored more than 600, they would pass and could enter the second round. Generally, even if someone passed the written test, quite often they scored very close to the passing marks. And if someone scored over 700, he or she could be considered as quite outstanding. Anyone who could score higher than 800 points would be like feathers of a phoenix and horns of a unicorn. As for more than 900 points, in a span of 3 to 5 years, it would rather be quite hard to even find one such monstrous candidate. Not to mention that the difficulty of this year's examination was quite high. Dong Liuqi reckoned that if it was him who was giving the paper, he would have to rack his brain and had to be extra careful while answering, and even a bit of luck would also be needed if he wanted to score over 900 points within 4 hours. Dong Liuqi took a long, deep breath. He could only accept defeat in regards to the unfathomable strength of Deep Sea University. Jiang Shaoyang is truly worthy of the name 10th star. Professor Zhu, congratulations to your Deep Sea University's refining department for finding such a monster. Zhu Yuqin smiled in a reserved manner, where, even before she could finish her sentence, her throat seemed to have been ruthlessly slashed by a knife and her final words have been stuck in her throat. Similarly, the look on her face was as ugly as someone who had been cut by a knife. All because the results of the second candidate had also appeared on the hologram. Grand Desolate War Institution, Li Yao, 901 points. Dong Liuqi and Yen Tianhe sat down at once. They both gawked at each other and respectively saw a look of disbelief and shock in the other party's eyes. They furtively sneaked a peek at Zhu Yuqin and discovered that the beautiful woman was completely dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Immediately, both pulled up Li Yao's answer sheet and manually started reviewing. There is no problem with the first question. The answer to the second question is also complete. Every single detail is taken into account, even the trap set up in the subject had failed to fool him. It is simply perfect. Correct, correct, and correct. It's really is 901 points, there is no problem with the crystal processor. Only at this instance did Yen Tianhe finally feel relieved. He was grinning to his ears, and his eyes were glittering. Over the years, the number of people who had scored over 900 points could be counted on one's fingers. Meanwhile, the questions where Li Yao lost points were related to the refining ideologies of the elite faction and those were related to most uncommon and unpopular topics at that. In Yang Tianhe's opinion, being able to score 901 points in a test which was based on the refining ideologies of the elite's faction even while being a grassroots refiner, he was far more valuable than Jiang Shaoyang. First round, the written test is finished. Dong Liuqi looked at the pale Zhu Yuqin and said with a slight smile plastered on his face, I cannot wait for the second round to start. I hope that the second round could begin immediately. It would definitely a fight between a dragon and a tiger. In the lobby, melodious music started playing as a faint sandalwood fragrance started to spread, bringing everyone in the vicinity a sense of calmness and serenity. Thousands of examinees crawled out of their respective cabins with difficulty, their faces were pale with exhaustion. Many people sighed and groaned, and even repeatedly shook their heads. Some even moaned as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. 30 to 40% of the examinees walked towards the waiting area. This year's exam was really very hard, I was only able to finish 70% of the paper. I'm afraid I won't make it. That's right, the topics are getting weirder and weirder every year. Lucky for me, there were 2 topics which I had reviewed just before the exam, maybe I will be able to score more than 600 points. Jiang Shaoyang, that monster is truly terrifying, he actually submitted the paper more than an hour earlier. I wonder how many points will he score. Maybe he scored more than 800 points. No matter how many points Jiang Shaoyang scored, it was to be expected, but there was another guy who also submitted the paper at the same time as Jiang Shaoyang. Who was he? Shaoyang. Several dozen examinees from the Deep Sea University fared pretty well, and naturally, walked towards Jiang Shaoyang. However, when they saw him sitting alone, they were astounded. One by one, they came forward to greet him. When they saw Jiang Shaoyang's hands spread out on the coffee table, all of them let out a shocked gasp. Jiang Shaoyang's hands were red and swollen. His hands were almost 30% thicker than normal and steam was rising from them. It appeared as though he had placed them inside a steamer and steamed them. What happened? Everyone was greatly astounded. Nothing much, I have not had so much fun in a long time. Jiang Shaoyang heaved a sigh of reluctance. The sluggish look on his face instantly became as that of intense excitement. His eyes sparkled as if 2 shining gems had been fitted in his eye sockets. Hey, do you know, there were still some Deep Sea University's examinees who were totally unaware of everything. All they saw was many of their fellow students gathered here, so, they too swarmed over. Another guy's face beamed with excitement as he burst into laughter and said, "Do you know there was another guy who submitted the paper at the same time as Jiang Shaoyang? I just learned that it was none other than Li Yao." What? At this moment, everyone became cheerful. Even the older and prudent students could not help but smile, and those whose tempers were relatively frivolous, even more so, shook with laughter. Oh, really? Isn't Li Yao the guy who's famous for challenging us? What a joke. He could not even last 5 hours of the written exam and gave up halfway. Li Yao, who was carrying a large water bucket, calmly walked over. As for hundreds of Deep Sea University's examinees, he turned a blind eye and drilled into the crowd. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, numerous sharp gazes pierced him. Everyone didn't expect him to actually have so much guts that even after shooting off his mouth, he still dared to enter deep into the crowd of hundreds of enemies. Although they had heard Li Yao was quite adept at fighting, while everyone present was a refined, academic men, and couldn't fight. However, they could, at the very least, use their gazes to despise him, mock him, and tease him, couldn't they? What is this guy planning to do? Who knows? What is he even carrying? That looks really cold. From what I hear, this guy is very violent. He wouldn't intentionally make trouble and fight with us. Quickly go and call the invigilators. Li Yao was like a bloodthirsty shark that was swimming deep in the sea. The small fishes and shrimps gave way to him on their own. No one dared to block him even for half a second. Splash! Li Yao walked straight to Jiang Shaoyang and poured the large bucket filled with ice cubes on the table before sitting across him. Afterward, he inserted his hands into the heap of ice blocks. A moan filled with relief escaped his mouth. His hands were also like as that of Jiang Shaoyang. They were red and swollen, and steam was rising from them as well. Jiang Shaoyang inserted his hands into the heap of ice cubes to cool them down and said while deadly staring at Li Yao, "I have never encountered an expert like you among my contemporaries. I am very happy with today's battle, but even after competing for such a long time, we still ended in a draw. It is truly regrettable. Fortunately, the refiner's registration examination has 3 rounds. We can still see who wins and who loses from the scores." Having heard this statement, all the examinees of Deep Sea University were flabbergasted. They became dumb as a wooden chicken. On the outside, they looked stupid and absent-minded, but a tsunami of emotions was raging in their hearts. Did I hear it right? So earlier, that expert Jiang Shaoyang mentioned was none other than Li Yao. It sounds like Jiang Shaoyang had a match with him and the two ended up drawing. This Li Yao is actually on par with the 10th star, Jiang Shaoyang? In a moment, the hundreds of gazes peering at Li Yao, that were filled with scorn, contempt, and mockery were now instead filled with surprise, fear, and shock. At that moment, countless faint bursts of exclamations rang everywhere. The lobby, which was hustling and bustling a moment ago, suddenly became dead silent in the blink of an eye. On the semi-arched dome, a huge hologram appeared, projecting the results of thousands of examinees. The names of examinees who had scored over 600 were displayed in golden, glittering characters, while the names of examinees who had scored lower than 600 were displayed in slightly dim green characters. The golden numbers were sparsely scattered among a slew of lush green numbers. Most of the golden figures stayed in between 600 and 700, only a few were above 700. Among all the numbers, there were two numbers that began with 9, which immediately stood out. They were especially dazzling. Deep Sea University, Jiang Shaoyang, 931 points. Grand Desolate War Institution, Li Yao, 901 points. Wow! The lobby was in a deathly silence for about 10 seconds, like the calm before a storm. After the strange calmness, the entire lobby burst forth with tempestuous waves of energy. Jiang Shaoyang scored 931 points, he is truly worthy of, what? Another guy scored more than 900 points. Li Yao? Impossible. Li Yao. The Li Yao from the Grand Desolate War Institution. That ignorant, crazy guy who doesn't know fear? He actually scored over 900 points. If I remember it correctly, isn't he the guy who submitted the paper at the same time as Jiang Shaoyang? Both of them had submitted the paper more than an hour earlier. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying? No wonder he can shoot his mouth like that. Monster. Both of them are monsters. The examinees of the Deep Sea University had, even more so, taken a huge blow. They looked at their pathetic 600 to 700 points and then, again and again, looked at shimmering 901 points of Li Yao. They were having a hard time believing it. In their heart, they repeatedly asked themselves if there was something wrong with their eyes or ears. You won the first round, Li Yao said calmly. He wasn't surprised by such result. He was from a non-technical background. No matter how solid his theory was, how could it ever surpass Jiang Shaoyang, who was from a family with a history of giving birth to academic geniuses? Having a difference of 30 points was pretty normal. I had an unfair advantage. Jiang Shaoyang admitted very frankly, many of the people who made the paper were from Deep Sea University. I am quite familiar with their style of exams. It is rather natural for me to score over 900 points, but for you, who is from Grand Desolate War Institution which has completely different refining ideologies, to actually score over 900. You're good. You're really good. I'm anticipating the competition with you in the next 2 rounds more and more. I'm going to enjoy defeating a monster like you. Not much of a break was provided in between the 3 rounds of refiner's registration examination. This was not only a test of a refiner's knowledge and skills but also a test of his or her spirit and will. After the results of the first round, the written test had been announced. The failed candidates were dejectedly escorted out of the lobby to the special guest house prepared by the army. After the departure of the failed candidates, all that remained were 844 examinees who once again entered the examination hall and sat down inside the egg-shaped cabin. Following which, the glyphs on the eggshell lit up brightly, before the examination cabin went back underground and took the examinees to a huge underground base. In a huge training room, thousands of crafting furnace simulators were arranged in a row. These simulators weren't connected to any crafting furnace system, they only had a circular control interface composed of a dozen holograms. The super crystal processor with powerful computing power could simulate various complex situations that could happen in a crafting furnace and even simulate thousands of complex and intricate failures that could occur during the process. All the candidates had to do was rule out all the failures and complete hundreds of refining tasks. Every successful task completed would grant a point respectively, which would be automatically added. Anyone who could accumulate 1,000 points within 5 hours would pass the second round and could enter the final round, the practical exam. Beep! In front of Li Yao, the circular control interface, like the vibrant wings of a butterfly, gradually spread out. The second round, the refining simulation test, began. In the blink of an eye, the light green control interface turned burning red as various performance parameters madly fluctuated. Suddenly, the parameters shot through the roof before suddenly falling to zero. A blood-red message popped out, reminding the user that the crafting furnace was on the brink of a meltdown. In the first test, the examinee had to find the reason why the crafting furnace was about to melt down and restore the crafting furnace to the normal state by eliminating all the errors through the control interface. The very first topic at hand was super difficult. Many examinees let out a cry of despair. Li Yao, on the other hand, had his will to fight soar to the high heavens. His slightly red arms seemed to have been wrapped in red lotus-like flames. In the control room, a dozen of holograms displayed the refining videos of Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang. Even though the style and technique of the two were totally different, there was one thing in common. Fast, they were as fast as sparks from a flint. The three were veteran refiners, what things they had not seen or experienced. Yet, they were rendered speechless. As they quietly watched the peak showdown between two monster-level examinees, cold sweat dripped down their forehead. For a long time, they were unable to calm their hearts. After the two entered a crazed state and their hand speeds soared to the limit, Dong Liuqi finally could not hold himself. His 6 fingers wiped the cold sweat as he said with a sigh, "These kids are truly incredible. Are you sure both of them are in their teens? When I was of their age, even 10 of me could not compare with them." The master crystal processor converted the points of the two into 2 progress bars which were directly being projected before the 3 invigilators. Along with the completion of each task, the progress bars of the two were chasing each other as they progressed at an extremely fast rate. Finally, after 3 hours 52 minutes and 37 seconds, Li Yao's progress bar made a jump and reached the endpoint. Li Yao was first to gather 1,000 points. 2 minutes and 9 seconds later, Jiang Shaoyang's progress bar reached the endpoint, but it was too late. You won the second round. In the simulation training room, countless examinees were immersed in the complex and intricate tasks, unable to extricate themselves. Some had suffered cramp in their arms and legs by moving them too quickly, and some were even foaming at the mouth. Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang were, instead, quietly stood facing each other. With the previous 2 rounds, we are once again tied. However, you and I are both very clear that whether it is the written test or refining simulation, they are just boring games, nothing more, nothing less. The third round, the practical test, is the real contest. After 2 hours, 342 examinees stepped onto a giant lift and continued to advance deeper into the ground. The lift was like an enormous metallic disc which relied on anti-gravity array glyphs to silently move in the darkness. The stabilizing array glyphs at the edge of the disc flickered with weak blue light, illuminating the terribly tired and haggard faces, one after another. Even if the examinees were powerful cultivators, operating their brains at super high speed continuously for a dozen hours had made them somewhat exhausted. The examinees were divided into 2 distinct groups. 340 examinees sat at the edge of the enormous disc, forming a huge ring. While at the center, there were only 2 examinees. They were none other than Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang. The monstrous performance of the two had shocked everyone. Everyone could not help but maintain a certain distance from the two unconsciously. They were afraid that they would interrupt the duel between the 2 monsters. It was as though 2 T-Rex from billions of years ago stood facing each other, while no other creature dared to stand between the two. In a moment, a brilliant flash blurred everyone's vision. Finally, the lift broke through the veil of darkness and sank a kilometer below the ground. A grand and magnificent scene came into everyone's sight, making everyone hold their breath. They'd entered an incredibly vast underground stalactite cave. As they raised their head to look, countless stalactites hanging down the hundreds of meters high roof covered their vision. When they looked downward, all they saw was pitch black darkness. They simply couldn't see the bottom. As they looked around them, the cylindrical stalactite cave was over a kilometer in diameter and its walls had been artificially excavated into thousands upon thousands of caves. It was a hive. This place looked like the interior of a huge steel hive. And they were but the smallest ants. Even the enormous lift looked like a lonely boat after having entered the stalactite cave. All around them, countless shiny metallic discs were flying, giving the picture of a busy life. This is the strength of our nation. Only by mobilizing the strength of tens of billions of citizens of a nation can make it possible to build such a vast and magnificent world underground. Only with this kind of power can we compete with billions of demons and devils in the endless cosmos. Li Yao sighed with emotion. While he'd come to experience his own insignificance, he also felt deeply proud for being a citizen of such a powerful country. The disc slowed down and flew towards the wall, shining with a metallic gloss. Two firefly-like specks of light floated up from deep within the underground and flew next to the disc. The speck of lights were two soldiers with metallic wings attached to their backs. The two soldiers each held a magical equipment that released a red light which covered the entire disc. Beep! Beep! A dazzling red light suddenly turned into a warm green light. The identification of everyone had been verified. On the walls, the entrances of hundreds of man-made caves were sealed by huge, metallic doors which, at this moment, silently slid open. The enormous disc rose and fell, all in accordance with the roll number of the examinees, delivering everyone to their corresponding cave. Li Yao drew a long, deep breath and strode into his own cave before the metallic doors behind him closed slowly. The final round. Li Yao looked around the cave with great curiosity. He was quite familiar with the furnishing inside the cave. It was a repair workshop, and at the back, there was also a small refining room as well as a warehouse. It was small, but it had everything. Beep! Beep! The exam crystal processor displayed a message, displaying the topic's details of the practical exam, according to which the examinees had to repair a puppet war beast to 90% of its battle force using the facilities in the repair workshop and the raw material from the warehouse within 24 hours. A maintenance-type task? Li Yao beamed with joy. Was the task custom-made for him? At the corner of the workshop, something small was covered with a tarpaulin. As Li Yao uncovered it, he was dazzled. Mystic Wolf? The puppet war beast was quite similar to the wooden oxen that Li Yao had repaired in the small mountain village a year ago. It was controlled by artificial intelligence implemented in a crystal processor, giving it the ability to operate autonomously. The Mystic Wolf was a puppet war beast that was manufactured by Wolves Valley 33 years ago. And it was purchased by the army in large numbers because of its excellent design and high performance. This kind of puppet war beast was created using bionics. It was designed with reference to many wolf-type and leopard-type demon beasts' appearances and characteristics. With its narrow, streamlined, and agile body, it could adapt to multitudes of complex terrains. It was especially suitable for fighting in plains and jungles. Even if it was on a steep mountain, it could climb quite easily. The Mystic Wolf belonged to a light war beast category, with a length of 1.56 meter and a total weight of 156.33 kilograms. Two light crystal railguns attached to either side of its body. Additionally, a flying sword launcher could also be attached to its abdominal region that could fire 12 mini-flying swords, greatly enhancing its long-range firepower. In addition, at the end of its limbs, vibroclaws built using a super alloy were respectively installed. Its jaw that was filled with steel teeth had extremely high bite force, and a flamethrower was also installed in its throat, which was driven by flame array glyphs and could project a long stream of fire with a temperature of over 1,000 degrees. It was capable of reducing the enemies into ashes in the blink of an eye. The Mystic Wolf had two modes of operations. It could be remotely controlled by soldiers or cultivators. One could also enter a general objective beforehand, such as patrol, guard, weapons free, after which the Mystic Wolf would be controlled by the built-in crystal processor and conduct operations autonomously in accordance with the previous commands. Once the Mystic Wolf appeared, it immediately replaced the position of many army dog-type spirit beasts. And it was particularly favored by the scouts. Today, each standard reconnaissance unit of the army consists of 2 scouts and a Mystic Wolf. However, the condition of the Mystic Wolf before Li Yao was somewhat worse for wear. It seemed that the Mystic Wolf had suffered a long-range corrosive attack from a demon beast, its metallic coverings had been eroded and was riddled with holes, even the crystal fibers connecting many of the key points had suffered from corrosion. And after the corrosive attack, the Mystic Wolf seemed to have fought with the brutal demon beast. Its head had a deep dent, at many places the coverings had been broken into pieces, 3 of its 4 limbs were broken off, whereas only a few pitiful crystal fibers were keeping the 2 forelimbs from getting detached from the main body. Its abdomen had an even more horrifying hole. Many of the engraved crucial array glyphs, crystal chips, and internal parts were missing. As for the rest, they were corroded from some kind of acid and riddled with holes. They were far from any operable standard. With the exception of its intact spine that was refined from a special alloy, the Mystic Wolf was almost on the verge of getting scrapped. As far as Li Yao was concerned, such a scene was quite common for him. Whether it was the magical equipment graveyard or the ruins of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, 90% of the magical equipment was either on the verge of getting scrapped or were completely scrapped. So what? Couldn't he recover it bit by bit as before, or maybe even stronger than ever? This Mystic Wolf was still far from the most damaged magical equipment which Li Yao had ever repaired. Rubbing his hand, Li Yao threw himself into an intensive repair work with rapt attention. First, he started disassembling all the components of the Mystic Wolf to see which components could be retained, which must be repaired, and which must be discarded. Only then could he start crafting anew. What the hell? After having spent 11 minutes and completed 80% of the disassembling work, Li Yao suddenly found a deeply hidden problem. In his hands was the completely intact vertebral column of the Mystic Wolf. However, from the sounds caused by the friction between the joints between the vertebrae, Li Yao sensed a subtle peculiarity. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Yao pressed his ring finger with his thumb and lightly flicked at the 22nd vertebra. As he carefully listened to the subsequent vibrations produced in the metal, an intricate cross-sectional diagram was sketched out in his mind. The 22nd vertebra seems to have a problem. Although the vertebra column looks completely intact from the outside, after having been hit several times heavily, microscopic cracks which are invisible to the naked eyes have already appeared in the internal structure. The alloy has reached the limits of metal fatigue. As long as it suffered another high-speed impact, even without any collision, as long as the Mystic Wolf suddenly came to a stop after moving at a high speed, the vertebra would completely crack. Wolves were creatures with a copper head and an iron tail, but an abdominal region like tofu, its abdominal region was its fatal weakness. The same was true for the puppet war beast, the Mystic Wolf. In order to pursue incredible speed and flexibility, it had a streamlined body. The abdominal region connecting the anterior and the posterior regions was the most vulnerable region. It was only supported by the vertebral column. What's more was that the Mystic Wolf was completely different from the wolf-type demon beasts. It also had 2 crystal railguns attached to its either side. The recoil from the fire would similarly produce a huge pressure on the vertebral column. The 22nd vertebra was located in the lumbar region, too, and was the most important vertebra. Once it cracked, it was equivalent to paralysis of the lower body. The Mystic Wolf would lose 95% of its battle force in the blink of an eye. It appears that this is a trap. At first glance, the mystic wolf appeared to be riddled with holes, torn to pieces, and heavily damaged, but these are still minor problems. This invisible hidden damage is the true fatal injury. If we just repaired the damages on the surface and ignored the damage in the vertebral column, then, it would look brand new, but it will not be able to stand the combat trials. At the test site, just a few high-speed maneuvers would make its vertebral column to crack down. Li Yao slightly smiled. Since he had found the problem, the next step was easy to figure out. Having checked twice again to confirm that this was the only trap, Li Yao walked into the warehouse and looked for the raw materials required for maintenance. Soon, he discovered a second fatal issue. This isn't purple gold titanium, but an purple gold titanium associate. 3. The purple gold titanium was a rare metal which was used in refining the special alloy that was used for forging the vertebral column of the mystic wolf. It was an essential raw material that could greatly enhance the tensile strength of the special alloy. The purple gold titanium associate was a very strange metal associate found in the purple gold titanite. Although its appearance, color, texture bore a striking resemblance with the purple gold titanium, its properties were somewhat different. It was simply unable to elevate the tensile strength of alloys. In the warehouse, there was some purple gold titanium associate, but not even a gram of true purple gold titanium. Is this another trap? Do they want to test the examinee's acuity? Want to see whether we could differentiate between the purple gold titanium and the purple gold titanium associate? I'm simply unable to refine a new vertebral column without the purple gold titanium. Sitting at the center of the warehouse, Li Yao lightly tapped his finger on the ground as he quietly pondered. In the control room, a strange smile was pasted upon the three examiners' faces as they watched the grimacing and pondering examinees. How many people among the 300 or so examinees do you think would be able to notice the trap in the vertebral column, and even if they noticed it, after how long would they take to realize that we have provided the purple gold titanium associate and forgot to provide the real purple gold titanium? Dong Liuqi asked with a smile. Yan Tianhe slightly smiled as well. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a hologram at center suddenly flashed. Apparently, an examinee had asked a question. Excuse me, why is there no purple gold titanium, which is absolutely necessary to repair the mystic wolf, in the warehouse? In the hologram, Jiang Shaoyang very calmly asked. TLN, 1, vertebra, each of the series of small bones forming the backbone. Plural, vertebrae. 2, lumbar region, the part of spine in the abdominal region. 3, metal or associate, minerals will often form in specific environments and be associated with specific minerals. Sometimes a mineral is only associated with a certain suite of minerals which are called metal or associate. At that moment, since the start of the third round, only 31 minutes and 42 seconds had elapsed. The three examiners were slightly astounded. It was totally out of their expectations for Jiang Shaoyang to quickly see through the two traps set in the test and also promptly forward his doubt to them. Such acuity, means, knowledge of the materials, and quick thinking was certainly superb. Zhu Yuqin was all smiles as she immediately said, "Okay, we'll give you the purple gold titanium." From the get-go, this trap was just there to confuse the examinees. Obviously, it was impossible for them to not provide the purple gold titanium as it would render the examinees unable to complete the maintenance work. In accordance with the rule which only the three examiners were aware of, as long as the examinee had the guts to boldly ask them, he or she could get the purple gold titanium. All the examinees who could pass through the two exams and enter the final round were all outstanding refiners. These two traps could not outsmart them at all. After having carefully examined for more than an hour, many examinees had discovered the hidden damage in the 22nd vertebra. However, a majority of the people had fallen into the second trap. The purple gold titanium was an extremely rare metal, whereas generally, the refiners, even more so, didn't care about a useless material like the purple gold titanium associate. In the warehouse, the names of the various materials had not been intentionally marked, it was all to mislead the examinees so that they think that it was the real purple-gold titanium. Of course, after the purple-gold titanium associate was thrown into the crafting furnace, it would react differently with the subsequent flames and the spiritual energy as compared to the real purple-gold titanium. A majority of the examinees only came to their senses at this step and realized that there was something wrong with the material before questioning the invigilating staff. All of these people had gotten the real purple-gold titanium. However, a lot of time had been wasted in vain. There were still a certain group of examinees, who still didn't realize the trap in the 22nd vertebra from beginning to the end. They were all laboriously doing their utmost to solve the obvious problems on the surface. These people were bound to return in disappointment. The scenes of hundreds of maintenance workshops were being projected in the hologram. However, there was a hologram in the center, which remained unchanged. It projected the situation in two maintenance workshops that belonged to the most favored examinees. First was naturally Jiang Shaoyang. After having acquired the real purple-gold titanium, he, with textbook-like perfect order and techniques, meticulously started refining, polishing, and performing maintenance. His actions were as fluid as quicksilver flowing on the ground, concise yet natural and smooth. Watching him refine was as intoxicating as a fine wine, it was pleasing to watch and brought an indescribably wonderful feeling. No one could bear to remove their gazes from even half a second. The second was Li Yao. There was no movement, Li Yao just sat at the center of the warehouse, seemingly sitting in contemplation. Only when the three examiners observed closely did they discover a faint steam rising from Li Yao's head. Li Yao's brain was in an extreme state of high-speed calculation. What is he actually doing? Why is he not asking for the purple-gold titanium associate? After having watched Li Yao's shocking performance for the first two rounds, even Zhu Yuqin, who disliked Li Yao, had a high evaluation of him. From the level of intelligence shown by Li Yao in the previous rounds, it was quite obvious that those petty tricks simply would not fool him. He should have questioned the examiners at the very first instance, so why was he blankly staring for such a long time? The three examiners glanced at each other, multitudes of questions revolved in their hearts. However, they failed to realize that Li Yao was an unconventional refiner from the magical equipment graveyard, whose line of thinking differed greatly as compared to a vast majority of normal refiners. Other refiners, even geniuses like Jiang Shaoyang, had received a school-based, orthodox education since childhood. For them, it was as just as heaven to begin refining only when they had a complete set of raw materials. In the environment that they grew up, their teachers, seniors, and staff members would naturally prepare a variety of materials for them. Even if they were lacking just one element, just by moving their fingers, they could order them via spiritual nexus. As far as these normal refiners who grew up in a nurturing environment were concerned, if a material was missing, then the very material should be immediately allocated, there wasn't a second option. However, Li Yao was different. The terribly brutal magical equipment graveyard wasn't some calm and peaceful campus. Even for a small lump of strengthened alloy, a fight would break out. How could he collect all the materials and then start repairing? Whatever he could find, he would use that. Even if he had nothing, he would use a wooden stick to replace the necessary material so that the magical equipment could barely start running. Even if it operated for just 3 seconds, maybe in those 3 seconds, he could eliminate an enemy. That was Li Yao's line of thinking. Therefore, having discovered the lack of the most important purple-gold titanium among the raw materials, and even though he very well knew that it was a trap, he didn't question it. He presumed that since the third round was a practical exam, then isn't it just normal to lack various materials in real-life scenario? Suppose he was at a provisional repair station on the front line which was completely surrounded by demon beasts, and the repair station had just run out of the purple-gold titanium, then what to do? Are they going to request an armistice with the demon beasts until the purple-gold titanium can be shipped from the back before fighting again? How could that be possible? I understand, The real purpose of the third round is to examine how we are going to react in a stressful situation, want to see how we are going to repair the Mystic Wolf without the purple gold titanium. It sounds quite difficult. However, a registered refiner had always been one of the best vocations in the world of cultivation. It is quite normal for the last round to be this difficult. Li Yao slapped his forehead, believing himself to have seen through everything. He no longer hesitated and started thinking with all his concentration. Without the purple gold titanium, he was unable to forge the 22nd vertebra. And with the lack of a vertebra, even if the Mystic Wolf could barely be recovered, its flexibility and speed would take a big dive and it would be simply impossible to recover it to 90% of its war force. It seems that he had to once again display his crazy, devilish skills and hugely change the overall structure of the Mystic Wolf. Li Yao licked his lips, his eyes, on the other hand, in the blink of an eye, flickered with blazing flames as though he had returned to those decadent days when he was modifying the first-generation Tai furnace. Although the Mystic Wolf was a classic, lightweight war beast, Li Yao was slightly disappointed by its concept and structure. Even though according to the data it was quite powerful and could play quite of terrifying strength on the battlefield, too much emphasis was paid on speed and agility, which resulted in it having a vulnerable abdominal region which could not be resolved. If it were bitten by a demon beast at its waist, its vertebral column could quite easily break. The resulting rate of failure would be high. At present, huge strategic battles had not erupted between the Heaven Origin sector and Blood Demon sector. All the battles fought were either small-scale raids or close encounters. The rate of failure was still within an acceptable range. However, once a big battle broke out, during which the resources and maintenance staff would be scarce, the shortcomings of the Mystic Wolf would come into light. Usually, Li Yao liked looking at some classic magical equipment's blueprints and imagine how he would carry out some crazy modifications in his free time for amusement. The Mystic Wolf had already been in production for over 3 decades, its blueprints were no military secrets and could be found in Grand Desolate War Institution. Li Yao had also thought of several modification plans for the Mystic Wolf. He had never imagined for them to be of use today. Which set of modification should I use? Forget it. Since it's such an important exam, I should use the safest, most conservative, and most old-fashioned set just to be safe. Suddenly, Li Yao stood up, his eyes lit up, he was ready to go all out. Meanwhile, in the control room, when Li Yao began his crazed performance, each of his actions had been called into question by the 3 examiners. What is he doing? Why is he drawing so many blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams like crazy? He just has to repair the Mystic Wolf, that's all, but why does he need to draw so many diagrams? Hey, he even picked up as many as 142 kinds of raw materials. Obviously, just 97 kinds of raw materials are sufficient to repair the Mystic Wolf. The components he is forging are quite strange. They are not the standard components for the Mystic Wolf. I really want to know what's going on inside his brain. He has dismantled the crafting furnace. That's not it, he is actually using many of the crafting furnace's components to strengthen the Mystic Wolf. Even the units of the crafting furnace aren't spared. Isn't this violation of the rules? What, it isn't a violation of the rules. The examinees can use everything within the repair workshop. And now he is assembling that thing. What am I looking at? It doesn't look like a Mystic Wolf. Finally, the exam came to an end. When the exhausted examinees somehow dragged their tired bodies out of their respective caves along with their repaired Mystic Wolves, they were deeply shocked by the amazing masterpiece at the center of the huge disc, one after another. It was an army green Mystic Wolf which faintly emanated a cold and murderous aura as though it a newly crafted magical equipment. Every detail was simply perfect. Its 2 sparkling, light gold crystal eyes overflowed with a king-like, domineering aura. It was an out-and-out Wolf King. Next to the Wolf King stood Jiang Shaoyang quietly. His deep as an abyss gaze was transfixed at Li Yao's repair workshop. Having seen this, the remaining examinees hung their heads as they brought their greasy mystic wolves to the edge of the disc and sat down. The mystic wolves for which they had tried their best to repair simply looked like lame dogs as compared to the mystic wolf repaired by Jiang Shaoyang. Their wolves were simply unpresentable. I'll be damned, the 10th star title is not for nothing. I'm genuinely convinced. Presumably, only Li Yao can compete with him. However, I still doubt it. The mystic wolf repaired by Jiang Shaoyang is simply perfect. The majestic, domineering aura is released due to the perfect flow of the spiritual energy. That's right, even if it was a newly crafted mystic wolf, it may not be debugged so perfectly. It's a work of art. It is simply a work of art. Look, Li Yao is coming out. Gradually, the doors of Li Yao's repair workshop opened. However, he had a pale complexion, his hands trembled slightly, and his gait was unsteady. Clank. 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 Meanwhile, he was accompanied by ear-piercing, mechanical sounds before a hideous war beast gradually appeared from within the darkness behind Li Yao. When the completely hideous war beast appeared before everyone was flabbergasted, they even forgot to breathe. What the F***ck? What in the bloody hell is that? This monster didn't bear resemblance to its former counterpart from any angle. Its trunk was divided into cephalothorax and abdomen. From its round and bulging cephalothorax, one could find traces of its former appearance, but instead of being supported by 4 strong mechanical limbs, 4 slender legs were equally distributed on each side of the body. 8 legs, while every leg was composed of 6 joints, allowing it to rotate 360 degrees at its position. It was rather agile as compared to the mystic wolf with 4 limbs. Although the slender legs were lacking in strength, with twice the number, the pressure could be well distributed. The end of each leg had a folded sharp blade, which could pop out when necessary and kill or injure an enemy in close combat. Furthermore, the legs seemed to have a hair-like structure on them, resembling setae of insects. Only when everyone observed closely did they discover that the legs were covered with sharp nails. Furthermore, the 2 forelimbs, as well as the fangs and claws of the mystic wolf, had been transformed into a sawtooth-like structure to create a pair of chelae, like a mantis sickle and fangs of a scorpion. With one glance, everyone knew that they were the most ruthless of close combat weapons. This monster didn't seem to have an obvious head. The entire anterior of the cephalothorax was encased in a hard, curved armor. This armor wasn't a standard component of the mystic wolf. Only when everyone had racked their brains for a long while did they suddenly came to realize that it was a part of the crafting furnace. I'm not wrong, yeah? He actually dismantled the crafting furnace and used it as an armor? The crafting furnace was designed to withstand high temperature and pressure. Its outer covering was extremely hard. Naturally, if it was used as armor, the defense of the war beast would be greatly improved. However, the iron shell armor wasn't completely intact. It was an amalgamation of 4 parts, and between the 4 pieces of armor, there were 2 crisscrossed slits in the form of ACA. At the intersection of the 2 slits was a shining crystal eye which could freely rotate. Time to time, the crystal eye would slide along the 2 slits. This crisscross crystal eye orbiting system has enhanced the scanning range of the crystal eye. Just one eye covering the front vision is not much worse than the 2 crystal eyes of the mystic wolf. There is another crystal eye. Where? As everyone scanned along the armor of the monster, they came to notice a 360-degree rotating turret mounted at the back of the monster. The 2 crystal railguns which originally had been installed on either side of the mystic wolf had been modified into a dual-mount crystal railgun, whereas the other crystal eye was mounted on the turret, monitoring around from above. Wow! He actually designed it like this. Unbelievable! The mystic wolf was most criticized for the 2 crystal railguns on either side, because it was too close to the body, leading to a smaller range of attack. In addition, apart from the front, it was unable to attack in another direction at the same time. For instance, if the demon beast was attacking from the right side, the mystic wolf had to slightly tilt its body to the right so that the right side crystal railgun could attack. Whereas the left side crystal railgun was rendered useless, until and unless the body tilted in the opposite direction completely. As the matter stood, its firepower was greatly reduced. If during the reconnaissance mission, the mystic wolf had to storm the enemy position, the mystic wolf was somewhat powerless. It was not like the refiners of the Wolves Valley had not considered this issue. A 360-degree rotating turret was the best solution. However, if the crystal railgun was installed on the back of the mystic wolf, the center of gravity would be too high, which would result in the loss of speed and flexibility. Even the slightest mistake during a high-speed maneuver would make the mystic wolf fall. Which, for a lightweight war beast such as the mystic wolf, was undoubtedly fatal. Because of this, the two crystal railguns had been retained on either side despite having gone through countless upgrades over 3 decades. However, this crazy Li Yao, with the support of 8 legs, had lowered the center of gravity quite lower. Not to mention, dual-mount crystal railgun, even a heavy-caliber triple-mount, or even 2 triple-mount, one above and one below, could be installed. It could withstand a total of 6 crystal railguns and quite steadily at that, greatly enhancing its firepower and attack range. Along with cephalothorax that was armed to the teeth, there was a round and fat abdomen, which, much to everyone's surprise, was modified from the cooling tank of the crafting furnace. What was weird about it, no one knew. The entire body of the monster had dense glyphs engraved which were glittering with dark red brilliance. In particular, at the anterior of the cephalothorax, on both sides of the crisscross crystal eye structure had hundreds of glyphs engraved. At first glance, it seemed like a red compound eye of an insect which was emanating an extremely dangerous aura. That's right, an insect, but to be precise, it was a spider. The warbeast repaired by Li Yao could no longer be called the mystic wolf, it the most fearsome spider among all the spiders, the tarantula. Whoosh! The 8 legs of the tarantula bent slightly, lowering its center of gravity, before taking a light leap. The tarantula very nimbly landed upon the giant disc. Meanwhile, Li Yao followed it in a neither too fast nor too slow manner. The moment the tarantula landed upon the giant disc, all the mystic wolves trembled for a bit, while their heads emitted weak creaking sounds. Apparently, they had perceived the arrival of a stronger existence, while the alert telepathic thoughts within the crystal processor were automatically triggered as the crystal processor judged the enemy and themselves. Whereas the Wolf King's crystal eyes of Jiang Shaoyang, even more so, became lustrous and brilliant. Every glyph across its body started to glitter. Its 4 claws lightly rubbed against the enormous disc, becoming restless. The crystal eyes of Li Yao's tarantula quickly scanned everyone, while its double-mount crystal railgun rotated slightly before finally pointing at Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King. The tarantula versus the Wolf King. The two war beasts simultaneously became aware that they were facing a strong opponent. In the blink of an eye, the enemy identifying array glyphs also judged the opponent as friendly. Swish! From the interior of the two war beasts came the sound of converging their spiritual energy as though it was heaving a long and deep sigh. Meanwhile, the crystal railguns aimed at each other were lowered, followed by the dimming of the shining array glyphs. The tarantula moved its 8 legs as it crawled beside the Wolf King. These two war beasts. Everyone felt cold as an unspeakable feeling gushed out from their heart. Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King was light, elegant, filled with the dignity of a king. One could not notice even the slightest marking that it was repaired, it seemed as though it was crafted by nature itself. It was impeccable. Whereas Li Yao's tarantula was just the opposite. Since it was frantically modified within a span of 10 hours, a large number of non-standard components were used. Therefore, its outer shell was incomparably coarse. Many places still had the traces of manual grinding, its joints were large and scary, and when it moved, they made deafening noises. With its aggressive appearance, hideous and arrogant style, the wildness of grassroots refiners was most vividly displayed. It was a sharp contrast to the Jiang Shaoyang's mystic wolf. If one said that the mystic wolf of Jiang Shaoyang was from a royal family, then Li Yao's tarantula was an absolute tyrant. What do you think, which of the two war beasts is better? It's quite hard to say. In terms of speed and stealth, Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King definitely wins. But in terms of stability, defense, and offense, I am more optimistic about Li Yao's tarantula. In a fight, only God knows who would win. While everyone burst into a discussion, Li Yao walked next to Jiang Shaoyang and observed the Wolf King with a look of admiration. Both were experts. For sure, Li Yao could see that Jiang Shaoyang's wolf had reached perfection. But there was one point Li Yao could not understand. Did you have the purple gold titanium? It was hard to believe that Jiang Shaoyang could not see through the two traps. And since he had repaired the Wolf King, then he had the purple gold titanium for sure. Jiang Shaoyang's gaze was transfixed at the tarantula. After having carefully observed for a long while, he reluctantly withdrew his line of sight and said with a frown, "I got the purple gold titanium from the invigilators." "Why, you didn't get it?" Li Yao was astounded for a moment before he asked with surprise, "Isn't this a practical test? In combat, how could there be invigilators who would provide us with purple gold titanium?" This sentence struck Jiang Shaoyang like a lightning. He was stunned for a long time and even forgot to breathe. Immediately, from the depths of eyes, blazing flames gushed out. At this point, 3 specks of light flew over from the caves above. They were the 3 examiners. According to the normal procedure, they did not have to appear before the examinees as long as they could monitor the examinees' situation through the holograms. However, Li Yao's unexpected and crazed performance, as well as the incomparably ferocious tyrant modified by Li Yao, had forced the 3 to come out. The 3 walked to the middle of Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang. First, they observed the tarantula before turning their gazes at the Wolf King a moment later. Following which, the 3 withdrew their gazes at the same time and said, with a deadpan look while suppressing the astonishment in their heart, "Next, we will be going to the weapon test site. Everyone, please adjust the alert state of your mystic wolf." The enormous disc gradually started to rise, bringing everyone back to the ground. After which, they were escorted to a huge weapon test site by a team of armed soldiers. It was the largest weapon test site at the military base. It had all kinds of facilities, and 100 war beasts could simultaneously be tested. And speed, power, offense, defense, mobility, and other performance parameters could be converted into precise values. First round of testing starts. Followed by the order of the invigilator, 100 mystic wolves sped through gunfire and corrosive attacks, towards a target 1 kilometer away, like arrows shot from a bow. Crack! Crack! Amid the high-speed running, deafening noises rang from the lumbar region of many mystic wolves. Their bodies twisted in a strange manner as they fell limply to the ground. How could this be? Many examinees' facial features distorted, sweat broke out all over their body like a rain. It seemed as though it was their spine that broke at the lumbar region. After the completion of the test, all the performance parameters of mystic wolves had been transformed into a data, through which the overall battle force would be calculated after being analyzed by a testing crystal processor. Number 1 Mystic Wolf, battle force restored to 91%. Awesome! An examinee flushed red to the ear and started jumping. Apparently, he was extremely excited. Number 2 Mystic Wolf, battle force restored to 88%. So close! So close! Damn it! The second examinee wanted to cry but had no tears. Clenching his teeth, he smashed his fist. Number 3 Mystic Wolf. Number 4 Mystic Wolf. One after another, as the battle force of each Mystic Wolf was announced, some were happy and some were sad. Cries of excitement along with sighs of grief rang throughout the weapon test site. Second round of testing starts. Third round of testing starts. Look, Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King is about to be tested. When Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King whizzed into a green stream of light, everyone's attention had been grabbed by it. At the beginning, the Wolf King wasn't that fast. It easily dodged the oncoming streams of acid, stingers, and mystic lasers just by lightly swaying his body, as though it was a proud member of royal family. Whereas the other mystic wolves that were also undergoing the test on nearby test channels were hit one after another and were letting out ear-piercing cries. And as the frequency of attacks increased, the Wolf King also gradually became faster. However, even when its speed had exceeded 30% of the other mystic wolves, it still maintained its elegant and leisurely demeanor. Its balance was impeccable, its smooth and elegant maneuvers dazzled the eyes of everyone as it dodged the continuous attacks. Impossible. So fast, it is just like a lightning bolt. At such high speed, how can it maintain such good balance and maneuverability? It actually did a dozen maneuvers in such a closed space within 1 second and dodged all the attacks. Is this truly a mystic wolf? One after another, everyone marveled. After having watched the shocking performance of Wolf King, they could not even bear to watch their mystic wolves. Because as compared to Wolf King, their mystic wolves looked dead drunk, rolling on the ground. Whoosh! With just a light tap of its limbs, the Wolf King easily crossed the marsh area within half a second. Whoosh! Within a second, the Wolf King crossed the rugged rocky terrain, displaying its amazing ability to steer. Bang! 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 During the high-speed run, the Wolf King simply didn't stop. Meanwhile, the crystal railguns began to fire at the 10 silver white balls floating in the air hundreds of meters away and struck right at the center. When everyone believed that the Wolf King's speed had reached the limit, the wind attribute array glyphs engraved across its body burst forth with azure flames, and the Wolf King's speed once again soared before it appeared before the final target in the blink of an eye. This target was modeled after a Liger-type demon beast. On the inside, its skeleton was forged from complex steel, on the outside, it was wrapped in a thick gel. The gel was also inlaid with many power sensors. Crack! The Wolf King lightly pounced and ripped off a large part of the thick gel covering on the target's right shoulder. After the gel covering had been torn, the scapula which was forged using complex steel cracked. Seizing the momentum, the Wolf King came under the target, and jumped from below before ruthlessly biting at the target's throat and firing a sizzling stream of flame from its mouth thereafter. All of a sudden, half of the target's throat had been blown away. The Wolf King, once again, ruthlessly pulled it until the millstone-sized head came off and fell on the ground, where it continued to roll down on the ground for a long while. At that moment, many of the mystic wolves were still struggling in the marsh area and rocky terrain. The test crystal processor seemed to have been thrown off by the gorgeous performance of the Wolf King. It paused for a moment before a series of data was projected on the hologram. Speed limit, improved to 135%. Balance, improved to 129%. High-speed shooting accuracy, improved to 121%. Close combat ability, improved to 141. The overall battle force, elevated to 133%. The three examiners, despite having watched Jiang Shaoyang's maintenance from the control room and known that all the components had been greatly strengthened, which would certainly improve the Wolf King's performance. However, their hearts were in turmoil after looking at such a dazzling data. For a long time, they were unable to calm their hearts. This war beast was worthy of the title Wolf King. Its performance had already surpassed all the newly mass-produced mystic wolves. Even if the experts of the Wolves Valley personally crafted the mystic wolf, where they didn't use incredible treasures, the subsequent mystic wolf crafted would also have a similar battle force. The 10th star title is too modest. Even Dong Liuqi, who was a critic of Deep Sea University, cried with emotions from the bottom of his heart. Just in his teens, yet he possesses such a strength. I'm afraid that after 10 years, even if he was called first star, he would be worthy of it. When the overall battle force of 133% was made public, the huge weapon test site went into an uproar before sinking into a strange yet heavy silence. Everyone stared at one guy. No, it was not Jiang Shaoyang. It was Li Yao. And his Tyrant. Even Jiang Shaoyang didn't care about his own performance. He kept on staring at Li Yao as though his gaze would even burn through a steel plate. His teeth deeply bit into his lips, to the point that his lips were about to bleed. Li Yao was quite familiar with the thick and dense will to fight hidden within his gaze. Because his eyes were also radiating a blazing will to fight. At the end of second round, both of them were tied. This last round would decide who was going to win and who was going to lose. The fourth round of test began. This time, whether it was the examinees who had just completed their test a moment ago or the examinees who had yet to finish their test. Whether it was 3 examiners or the staff of the weapon test site. Everyone was watching with their eyes completely wide opened. They were deadly staring at the tarantula among the group of mystic wolves. The tarantula was no different than a crane standing among a flock of chickens. What do you think? Will the tarantula display a shocking performance and surpass the wolf kings? Hush, don't talk, it's moving. As the tarantula waved its 8 legs, it started to crawl in an unstoppable manner. Under the illumination of bright sunlight, the nails mounted upon its legs gleamed like 8 slender maces, making everyone drew a lump of cold air. A faint chill ran down their spine. Whoosh! 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 As the streams of acids, poisonous stingers, and mystic lasers came raining down. Where the mystic wolves on other test channels dodged them one after another. The tarantula also made some dodging maneuvers in a lazy manner. Each action seemed perfunctory. After having the outer shell of the crafting furnace installed upon it, its weight had increased by a lot. It was impossible for it to do quick maneuvers like the mystic wolf. A majority of acidic attack, poisonous stingers, and mystic laser fell directly upon the tarantula. Swish! Swish! The defensive array glyphs engraved upon the tarantula's armor suddenly lit up and released a hard spiritual energy barrier, blocking a vast majority of the attacks. After penetrating the spiritual energy barrier with great difficulty, the remainder of the attacks seemed like an arrow at end of its flight. The attacks were simply insufficient to penetrate the thick armor. Apart from the acid attack which left a few ugly traces on the armor, the poisonous stingers were simply deflected by the circular armor while the mystic laser beams just transformed into rising smoke. They weren't even able to pierce an inch inside the armor. Its defense is so strong. But of course, that's the outer covering of the crafting furnace. It is designed to resist high temperature and pressure, but also had a very high resistance to corrosion, so of course its defense will be strong. The Wolf King's ability to dodge was improved to the limit, whereas the tarantula is just dodging lazily and took most of the attack head-on. How can it be compared? How do we tell which is more powerful? While the hundreds of people were screaming, the tarantula took the tempest of attacks head-on and crossed the swamps and rocky terrain swaggeringly. Its slender legs similarly displayed their powerful ability to steer, which is no way inferior to the Wolf King's, and maybe one could even say, it was better. Next was the shooting range. 10 silver target balls were floating about a couple hundred meters away. Just a while ago, the Wolf King complete hit right at the center of the target. God knows how the tarantula would. Bang! 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 As the crystal eye took aim, the turret on the back of the tarantula rotated flexibly and the dual-mounted mini-caliber crystal railgun started firing, and its corresponding sound was even louder than the triple-mounted large-caliber crystal railgun. The 10 targets far away, in the blink of an eye, were covered in smoke. No! Way. He actually modified the crystal railguns too and also engraved offensive array glyphs to improve the firepower of the crystal railguns. This is completely unreasonable. The stronger the firepower of the crystal railgun is, the greater the consumption of crystals will be. The Mystic Wolf is a lightweight war beast, how can it carry so many crystals? Just a round of fire would consume all the crystals, it would not be possible to fight continuously. Idiot, just take a look at the tarantula, from which angle does it look like a lightweight war beast? At the very least, it is a middleweight war beast. Its center of gravity is low, its stability is good, and its design is quite convenient for an ammo storage. Maybe the coolant part at the abdominal region has been modified as an ammo storage. Wow! Its firepower is about 3 to 5 times better than an ordinary Mystic Wolf. I wonder how good its accuracy is. As the smoke dissipated, everyone could not wait to look towards the target. However, they didn't see anything. The 10 target balls had been completely blown away by the fearsome firepower of Tarantula. All that left was some silver bits and pieces fluttering around like the petals scattered by a goddess from high heavens, which soon were scattered away by the wind. A pin-drop silence enveloped the entire weapon test site. Everyone was rendered speechless. They didn't know how to describe their complex feelings. Just a while ago, the Wolf King had taken 1.2 seconds to finish the battle, it was absolutely an instant kill. How long would the tarantula take? The tarantula once again lowered its center of gravity to the point that its abdomen was almost sticking to the ground, it gave the impression of an assassin moving stealthily in the darkness. When it stealthily arrived about 3 meters away from its prey, it suddenly jumped into the air. Whereupon, all the blades at the end of its slender legs popped out and deeply pierced the target. Suddenly, 8 holes had been thrust out in the gel. Whereas the nails mounted on the legs respectively caught a large part of gel, and when the legs were forcefully pulled out, they ruthlessly ripped a large part of the flesh, leaving behind 8 horrifying wounds. Such swift and fierce action had made many people's eyes twitch. The next scene that transpired was absolutely shocking. Unlike the Mystic Wolf, the tarantula didn't follow up with a most orthodox line of attack and directly bit upon the throat, killing the prey in one attack. Instead, it adopted an execution-like mode of attack. First, it tore away the flesh before cutting off the prey's limbs, opened its belly and smashed its spine, afterward it tore the corpse into pieces using its 8 legs. It was an incomparably brutal mode of attack, which made everyone's scalp tingle. Everyone almost felt an intensely bloody stench assaulting their nose. When they looked at Li Yao, they had a strange look in their eyes. Even Jiang Shaoyang had a very strange look in his eyes when he glanced at Li Yao. He could not help but ask, was it necessary? The life force of a demon beast is rather powerful. Many demon beasts will continue to bite even when their heads have been cut off. Li Yao lightly fiddled with his disheveled hair and explained, I have carried out multitudes of modifications on the Mystic Wolf, its mode of attack is quite different from the past. Therefore, its attack mode needed to be reprogrammed. However, as the time was short, I didn't have the time to use the telepathic thoughts to program all the modes of attack, I could only program a complete destruction mode. The so-called complete destruction activates all the array glyphs to the limit, and once it encounters an enemy, it will attack with full force regardless of its consumption of crystals. The enemy would be reduced to nothing. Jiang Shaoyang was rendered speechless. His Wolf King also had the complete destruction mode. However, having looked at Li Yao's complete destruction, he realized that his complete destruction was AF King merciful mode. After 15 seconds, all that was left of the target were a few fist-sized pieces, and the skeleton forged from complex steel which had been completely twisted, it no longer resembled its previous appearance. Finally, the tarantula stopped attacking and let out a hissing sound as steam emerged from its body before it lay down and rested in satisfaction. Looking at the messy test site, everyone was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, their backs were completely drenched in sweat. Many people glanced at each other as a question emerged from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. Wolf King and Tarantula, both have completed different combat style, yet they are equally powerful. Which one is weaker and which one is stronger? How will they compare? The test crystal processor operated at lightning-fast speed before transmitting a series of performance parameters. The values in the list for the Tarantula were unlike those of the Wolf King, for which all the values in the list were exceedingly high. The values were like a chain of mountains, sometimes high and sometimes low. Several of the values were as high as a lofty peak that was towering into the clouds, while some of the values fell to the bottom. They were even worse than the average mystic wolves. Speed limit, reduced to 84%. Balance, improved to 192%. High-speed shooting accuracy, improved to 167%. Stealth, reduced to 67%. Defense, improved to 235%. Overall battle force, unable to determine. After the test crystal processor emitted an ear-piercing noise, it stopped operating. A series of red characters popped out on the holographic screen, underneath which was another line of small text. The difference between the test subject and the Mystic Wolf is too large. The system is unable to determine the overall battle force using the Mystic Wolf Battle Force Evaluation Program. The three examiners slightly frowned. They had never expected Li Yao to actually modify the Mystic Wolf to such an extent that even the crystal processor was unable to evaluate it. After giving it a bit of thought, they realized it was right and proper. After adding multitudes of components from the crafting furnace, the Tarantula had already transformed from lightweight warbeast to middleweight warbeast. Whether it was the firepower or the modes of fighting, everything had been completely turned upside down. Ergo, it was indeed inappropriate to use the Mystic Wolf evaluation program. Now the question was, had the battle force of Tarantula reached the 90% of an ordinary Mystic Wolf? I think, the Mystic Wolf repaired by student Li Yao is a failure. After having paused for a while, Zhu Yuqin spoke first. As a lightweight warbeast, its main objective is to perform reconnaissance missions, for which the speed and stealth are necessities. Not to mention, student Li Yao disassembled the crafting furnace and used its component. Regardless of whether this conduct is in line with the norms of the exam or not, at the very least, doing this, student Li Yao had removed the biggest advantage of the Mystic Wolf. It is true that the outer covering of the crafting furnace is strong enough to withstand high temperature and pressure, has a high resistance to corrosion, and is a very good armor material. However, why is such a good armor isn't applied to warbeasts and combat suits? Because it has a very serious flaw: it is too thick, too heavy, and too inept. Using this kind of material as armor would indeed improve the defense, but at the same time, it would increase the weight significantly. The armor would be like a turtle shell forged from iron and steel. Even worse is that the Magic Wolf originally was a lightweight warbeast. Its propulsion array glyphs are designed completely in light with the standard requirements of a lightweight warbeast. Even if student Li Yao fortified the array glyphs, he didn't change the foundation. It is impossible to boost the propulsion force by a large degree. Using the propulsion array glyphs of a lightweight warbeast to move a turtle shell is tantamount to move a heavy cart with a pony. The end result is, as you can see, it was very loud, slow, and although the 8-legged design guarantees stability, its steering isn't flexible at all. Such a warbeast is obviously unsuitable for reconnaissance missions. I am also very suspicious of its continuous combat ability. To sum it up, my conclusion is that student Li Yao had failed in proper maintenance and should be judged unqualified. What do you both think? Zhu Yuqin looked at the two examiners with a calm look on her face. After all, she was a master refiner with rich experience, a professor-level figure who quickly regained her calmness after having been stunned for a moment. She wasn't confused by the Tarantula's horrifying performance. She could see through the weak points of the Tarantula at first glance. Her views were well-founded and convincing. If she wanted to make things difficult for Li Yao, at best, she could add some harsh adjectives regarding Li Yao, nothing more. Li Yao was after all not some great golden immortal. It was impossible for him to modify a completely damaged mystic wolf into a perfect war beast using most common materials, and that too within a span of 10 hours. If it was strengthened in some departments, it would obviously be weakened in other departments too. You can't have the cake and eat it too. The moment he decided to use the components of crafting furnace to fortify the war beast, Li Yao gave up on speed and stealth. He chose firepower and defense. In addition, he was pressed for time. There was the issue of incompatibility between two different kinds of components. Under the disguise of the aggressive appearance of the tarantula, many flaws had been concealed. Originally, if Li Yao could use the ancient technique of forging, and further process the material, the parameters of tarantula would be greatly improved too. However, on one hand, there wasn't an anvil in the repair workshop for him to use the ancient techniques of forging, and he also didn't bring the dark star rock. On the hand, he wasn't willing to fully expose his own secrets under the public eye. Therefore, he could not use the ancient techniques of forging and only used the most common forging techniques. The tarantula presented in front of everyone was just an incomplete product. It was just a lame giant, so obviously, there were some advantages and disadvantages. Professor Zhu, I disagree with your views, Yan Tianhe said. In the exam, the examinees were just asked to recover the war beast. They weren't required to ensure that the war beast should be a lightweight war beast after the maintenance, and it should be able to carry out reconnaissance missions. The battle force is a comprehensive concept. You cannot look at just one or two parameters. After student Li Yao completed the maintenance, the war beast had already been modified to middleweight war beast. It's very normal for it to have its speed and stealth worse than the lightweight war beast. However, look at its attack and defense, especially after being implemented the turret design, the high-speed shooting accuracy, all of these values have substantially improved. They had surpassed the limit of a mystic wolf. And such good balance means that this war beast could carry more offensive magical equipment. I think the crystal railgun can be changed into 2 3-mount turrets, one above and one below. And also, 4 mini-flying sword launchers can be installed, which would significantly improve its firepower, allowing it to perform attacking missions rather than just reconnaissance missions. In my opinion, student Li Yao made do with whatever was available. He made full use of available resources and successfully completed the maintenance operations. He should be judged qualified. Zhu Yuqin and Yan Tianhe, the two veteran refiners' gazes clashed in the air and seemed to be producing invisible sparks. In the last few decades of refiners' registration examination, disagreement between the examiners and clash of opinions had rarely been seen. In this kind of situation, the opinion of the third examiner became even more important. Dong Liuqi was rather at a loss. He had been an examiner for almost a decade and never encountered such a scene. Zhu Yuqin and Yan Tianhe's conclusions were well-founded. From head to tail, the tarantula was a complete freak. Whereas the battle force was more of a generalized concept. Except for comparison between the same type of war beasts, it was difficult to say which was strong and which was weak when it was a comparison between different models, different weight class, and different combat purposes. Even more so, when judging to an accuracy of 90%, it was simply impossible. The attitude of the two was like tit for tat. If they couldn't come up with convincing conclusions, it would certainly be difficult to make them give up. Just as he was thinking, his gaze inadvertently fell upon not so far away Jiang Shaoyang and the Wolf King. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a wonderful idea struck him. He smiled and said, "Hold your horses, you both are very correct. The weight class and combat purpose of Mystic Wolf repaired by student Li Yao has obviously changed. And obviously, you cannot use ordinary Mystic Wolf battle force evaluation program to judge its battle force. I've just the right way to roughly judge its battle force within a few minutes. We should find a mystic wolf and have the tarantula fight with it. Of course, an ordinary mystic wolf would definitely won't work because many performance parameters, such as stealth, continuous combat ability, and the likes, may not be completely displayed in a fight. Not to mention, a middleweight war beast can carry more crystals, have fierce firepower, and a stronger defense. It is very normal for it to defeat a lightweight war beast in a frontal confrontation. And even if Student Li Yao won against an ordinary mystic wolf, I'm afraid neither of you would be convinced, right? Zhu Yuqin sneered, showing a dismissive smile. But Dong Liuqi's next words made her smile froze. What about the Wolf King? Don't we have the Wolf King whose overall battle force has reached 133%? If Student Li Yao's war beast is able to beat the Wolf King in a frontal confrontation, there should be no doubt, right? This statement made the two examiners ponder for a long time. I agree, having repeatedly pondered for a while, Yan Tianhe accepted the offer. I object, Zhu Yuqin said with an indifferent tone and an expressionless look on her face. The other two examiners looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Yuqin calmly said, "Don't think that I'm intentionally making things difficult for Student Li Yao. Due to my status, I can't go so far as to make things difficult for a kid. I am judging the matter as it stands, that's all. The Wolf King is too strong. The war beast modified by Student Li Yao is simply unable to compete with the Wolf King. This suggestion is tantamount to bullying him. If this matter spreads, everyone will think that my Deep Sea University is a bully." 5 minutes. Student Li Yao's war beast would absolutely unable to handle the claws and fangs of Wolf King for 5 minutes. If it survives the 5 minutes, I will change my opinion and decides that he's passed. The Tarantula and Wolf King are going to fight. Heaven and earth are going to collide. Just as the news broke out, it was like a lightning had struck the crystal warehouse. In the blink of an eye, the entire audience seemed to have been ignited. Everyone was super excited. They could not wait to hug the three examiners tightly. They wanted to thank the examiners for being considerate and especially arranging such a highly anticipated battle. After Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang came to know of the examiner's decision, they were slightly surprised and in the blink of an eye, their mood had been replaced with that of extreme excitement. The two of them looked at each other. Their gazes were like iron and steel, completely unshakable. "By convention, it's time for some fighting talk, right?" asked Li Yao. "Stop talking rubbish. Quickly fill the crystals and debug the war beast. You have to unleash the strongest possible battle force." Jiang Shaoyang was so excited that even his voice was shaky. He could not wait to go to the prep deck and carry out the final round of debugging and filling of crystals. Li Yao slightly smiled and also walked to another prep deck. The remaining examinees distinctly divided into two groups. Naturally, the examinees from the Deep Sea University clustered around Jiang Shaoyang, whereas the remaining examinees gathered around Li Yao's side. Knowingly or unknowingly, they already came to believe, even if it was slightly, that this young man who was less than 20 years old, had the qualifications to challenge a giant like Deep Sea University. After 5 minutes, along with the crisp sound of a crystal explosion, the fight between the Tarantula and the Wolf King began. At a combat test site with a length and breadth of 1 kilometer was a typical forest landscape, complete with a very complex environment full of rocks, grass, streams, swamps, and ditches. At the two opposite edges of the battlefield, two monster-level war beasts motionlessly stood opposite each other with a few hundred meters between them. Even the spiritual energy particles floating in the air were drawn to the two war beasts and lingered around them to create faint halos. During the test a while ago, the Wolf King had not suffered any kind of damage. And due to the green halo in contrast, the Wolf King looked as though it had been chiseled from a crystal-clear jade, exuding an aura of arrogance and pride. Whereas the Tarantula's armor had been eroded by the acid which left multitudes of hideous scars, making it appear aggressive and ruthless. Everyone in the audience had been deterred by the matchless aura emanating from the two war beasts, as though they were watching the fight between two unrivaled demon beasts. One by one, everyone stopped moving. They didn't dare bat their eyes, and even when they were discussing, they suppressed their voice to the bare minimum. The two war beasts seemed to be full of energy. What do you think, who is going to win? I'm more optimistic for the Tarantula. It has a huge body, fearsome firepower, powerful defense, and can carry extra crystals. As long as it strikes the Wolf King would be crushed. If only it strikes the Wolf King, only then. The Wolf King is fast and has a good response time. Although its long-range firepower is worse than Tarantula, when it comes to close combat, it's pretty good. Moreover, its design has been perfected. In all aspects, it is perfectly balanced. Unlike Tarantula, which has a heavy head and light feet, it is like a pony pulling a heavy cart. It is simply a lame giant. I'm pretty sure that unless the Tarantula is lucky and blasts the Wolf King with its railgun at the very beginning from far away, the Wolf King with its super speed and agility would obliterate the Tarantula. Everyone stuck to their own version, each refused to give in to the other. Just as everyone was about to enter into a heated argument, they suddenly heard another 30-some-year-old examinee sneer, "You are only considering the external factors and never thought that the tactics are most important." The Mystic Wolf was produced over 3 decades ago, and its experience of countless battles have long been summarized into hundreds and thousands of classic tactics which are stored inside the crystal processor. It is equivalent to Mystic Wolf having hundreds and thousands of powerful tricks. Whereas Student Li Yao has modified this Tarantula, its structure and modes of combat have been changed completely. It is unable to utilize a vast number of tricks. Even if he could temporarily devise some new tactics incorporating complexity and effectiveness in accordance with the structural characteristics of the Tarantula, they would still be unable to compare with the classic tactics. Therefore, in this fight, the Wolf King will win and the Tarantula will lose. Fortunately, the Tarantula does not need to win. As long as it can survive for 5 minutes, it will be considered a tie and then everyone will be happy. The words of the older examinee made everyone suddenly understand. Everyone repeatedly nodded. At this moment, an ear-deafening explosion rang in the combat test site. The two war beasts madly poured their firepower at each other while quickly closing the distance. The dust and stones flew everywhere, steam rose from the swamp, while the spiritual energy in the air undulated as though it was repelling the mist. From the very first second of the fight was white-hot. The Wolf King executed a series of dazzling dodging maneuvers, and simultaneously fired dozens of crystal railgun shots. While the Tarantula did not dodge, it launched a thick spiritual energy shield in the front and took all the attacks head-on. Nothing was able to stop it. Both sides grew closer and closer, and the crossfire became fiercer. Occasionally, a concentrated round of artillery would collide in the air. Dazzling balls of light would appear one after another before immediately turning into colorful tides of spiritual energy, and into a super-hot explosion thereafter, tearing the air apart and bursting forth with round after round of ripples which would span across hundreds of meters. The battlefield seemed like a dream. The silhouettes of the two war beasts would also sometimes become vague and sometimes distinct. They were unpredictable like ghosts. After a couple seconds, the two war beasts were already within 50 meters away from each other. At this distance, the long-range firepower was no longer important. Only the close combat ability would become the decisive factor. The Tarantula is going to be at disadvantage, many examinees with keen sight thought one after another. Some even sighed in their heart. Student Li Yao's modification technique is indeed top class, but in case of choosing battle tactics, he seems to have made some mistakes. The advantage of Tarantula lies in its firepower. He should have fought it all out to maintain the distance. He should have circled around the Wolf King at a distance and kept on firing. Now the Wolf King has closed the distance. Once it's in melee range, the Wolf King by virtue of its speed and agility would slowly torture the tarantula to death for sure. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King suddenly accelerated and transformed into a green stream of light. Having dodged 7 to 8 dangerous shots from crystal railguns, it jumped twice in the air and actually landed behind the tarantula. The tarantula desperately tried to turn, while the turret on its back rotated by 180 degrees and fired. However, its 8-legged design was unsuitable for turning on the spot, while at such a close range, there were blind spots in the turret's range of attack. The Wolf King always hid in the blind spots, shrinking its neck as a few rounds from the crystal railgun scrapped its head. The tarantula is finished, many examinees exclaimed. The Deep Sea University side, even more so, were wild with joy. Whether it was the war beast or the crystal tank, their rear part had always been the most vulnerable position. The Wolf King of Jiang Shaoyang keenly realized the tarantula's fatal weak point of its inability to turn freely as it launched an attack from behind. Whoosh! The Wolf King leaped while its claws vibrated at high frequency, their destructive force elevated to the limit. Squirt! Suddenly, from underneath the belly of the tarantula, a stream of yellowish liquid gushed out which continuously gave birth to white gas when it came into contact with the air. In a fraction of a second, the crystal eyes of the Wolf King constricted into 2 pinholes as it dodged again and again. Eventually, it wasn't able to continue dodging in mid-air, and despite having dodged a majority of the attack, a small amount of liquid still fell upon it which suddenly emitted ear-piercing, chi-chi sounds as yellowish smoke rose into air. Its outer armor had been corroded in the blink of an eye and was riddled with holes. All of a sudden, the proud and elegant Wolf King had become to look like a stray cur with loathsome spots on its skin. This, everyone was astounded. Dumbfounded, they looked at Li Yao. Jiang Shaoyang, even more so, seemed to have been struck by lightning. Only after a long while did he regain his senses. The Wolf King rolled on the ground before it anxiously fled to a dozen meters away without ever paying attention to how it escaped. Although its vital points hadn't been breached, its prestige, on the other hand, was dragged through the dirt. The Wolf King carefully circled around the tarantula, it dared not approach the rear of tarantula. Student Li Yao, what was that? An examinee from the Star Nebula University boldly asked. Venom. Li Yao replied in a natural manner as though it was as just as the heavens, since the warbeast's modification was based on a tarantula. Isn't it natural to have venom? This answer made everyone collapse. No one could figure out how. But, where did you get the venom or such a corrosive acid? In the repair workshop, everything complimented the mystic wolf. They could not remember if there was such a corrosive acid. I synthesized it myself. Li Yao explained, do you remember that there was flamerite and porous lanthanum in the warehouse, and the coolant of the crafting furnace contained 1000-star essence and snow essence? These 4 materials are all very stable in nature, they are neither toxic nor corrosive. However, as long as powdered the flamerite and porous lanthanum are mixed in a certain ratio and then put into a solution of 1000-star essence and snow essence, and heated to a temperature between 175 to 216 degrees, it will become extremely corrosive when it comes in contact with the air. I inadvertently found this formula in an ancient remnant scroll. In fact, it's of no great use as its production cost is too high, its ingredients are quite expensive. Nowadays, we are fully capable of synthesizing cheaper acids. Why did you do it? Isn't that obvious? The tarantula I modified is slow and heavy, especially when it changes direction, it is inflexible. The enemy's first choice would definitely be to attack it from behind. So, I would set a trap at the rear end for sure. The tarantula's abdominal section is modified from the cooling tank and is filled with acid. But unfortunately, Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King is just too fast, it actually dodged. If it was just delayed by half a second, all the acid would have fallen upon its head and the fight would have immediately come to an end. Such a shame. Li Yao was feeling a bit regretful. When it fell upon everyone's ear, it made their hearts quiver. Jiang Shaoyang was eavesdropping with rapt attention, and even more so, was drenched in cold sweat. He secretly sighed for being lucky. The situation in the field seemed to have taken a new turn. After suffering a loss, the Wolf King lurked inside the grass. It no longer fired the crystal railgun and skillfully dodged the oncoming rounds of crystal railgun. On one side, it was expending the crystals of its opponent, while on the other, it was observing the opponent's line of attack. Suddenly, it took a leap and discarded the crystal railguns on its sides at the same time. Much to everyone's surprise, it took the initiative to give up long-range attacks. It was preparing to risk its life. Without the burdensome crystal railguns, the Wolf King's speed was raised to a whole new level. It was like a green whirlwind as it ran around the tarantula at an astonishing speed. The tarantula was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. The crystal railgun turret quickly rotated like an electric fan and even fired continuously, but it could only break the green silhouette left behind by the Wolf King. Even if it continuously fired acid, it was completely ineffective against the Wolf King's precautionary measures. Its 8 slender legs, even more so, became cumbersome. A few number of times its legs had been thrown into confusion and occasionally collided with each other. This is the tactical flaw. Several examinees whispered to each other, the battle tactics of the tarantula are too simple and hadn't considered what to do when faced with circling tactics. It can't change the situation and can let its opponent take control of the battle. However, it's not Li Yao's fault. After all, he was pressed for time. How could he set all the tactics? They are simply of a different level. Look, the Wolf King is going to launch a second round of attacks. Taking advantage of the tarantula being led around by the nose and staggered, the Wolf King with a flash of green light, jumped high in the air and pounced towards the back of the tarantula. The back of the tarantula was not only the blind spot for the crystal railgun's attack, it was also the blind spot for an acid attack. The 8 legs, even more so, were unable to reach. If the crystal railgun turret got destroyed, the Wolf King would be able to directly rush through the wound, in an unstoppable manner, and directly smash the core. Jump up! Jump up! Block it! Block it! Countless examinees had their hands clenched to the point that sweat covered their palms. The Wolf King's first attack ended up in failure as the tarantula promptly moved its legs and sealed the Wolf King's line of attack. However, the Wolf King remained patient. It continuously circled around the tarantula. On one side, it was forcing the tarantula to rotate, while on the other hand, it slowly lured it to a stream. Inside the stream, the pebbles were wet and slippery. The tarantula was sure to fall into a trap. After having failed 3 times in a row, the tarantula was finally lured to the edge of the stream. As its legs stepped on the pebbles, the tarantula slipped and staggered, revealing a huge gap. Taking advantage of the situation, the Wolf King pounced and steadily stood upon Tarantula's back. Just as it dodged the super close-range attack from the crystal railgun, it immediately pounced and forcibly tore the entire crystal railgun turret from the back of the tarantula in a ferocious manner. Inside the tarantula, a large amount of lubricant and crystal stabilizing agent gushed out like blood. It waved its legs madly, yet it simply wasn't able to reach its back. The tarantula could only run about wildly, roughly shaking its body, and even ruthlessly colliding with rocks and trees, in an attempt to throw off the Wolf King. However, since the Wolf King has jumped onto the tarantula's back, why would the Wolf King let it easily succeed? The Wolf King's vibroclaws firmly clutched the gaps in the armor of the tarantula like a leech stuck on the body of a human. Regardless of how the creature struggled, it remained motionless and slowly tore the armor piece by piece, constantly enlarging the wound. The match is already decided. All the examinees unclenched their fists. Their palms were cold. The very moment the Wolf King jumped upon the back of the tarantula, it meant that the horn indicating the end of the incredible and gruesome battle had been blown. The eight-legged beasts were more afraid of attacks from above because of the restrictions of their structure. Turning over for them was a downright disaster. 3 minutes 55 seconds. Zhu Yuqin took a cold glance at the other two examiners and said calmly, "Shaoyang has won." The Deep Sea University's examinees let out cries of jubilation and congratulation toward Jiang Shaoyang. Jiang Shaoyang, on the other hand, had a slight frown crept up on his forehead. A faint sense of disappointment was clearly visible on his face. Such victory was a pure tactical victory. He had won by relying on the thousands of battle tactics stored inside the Wolf King's crystal processor. Whereas the Tarantula was a newly modified war beast. Li Yao could only program a few battle tactics. Once the Tarantula encountered an unexpected situation, it would be at a loss as to what to do and would be unable to cope with the situation. "I did not win in combat, ah. I don't want this kind of victory." Jiang Shaoyang lamented in his heart. He heaved a deep, long sigh and muttered to himself, "I truly wish I could give Li Yao a few days of time so that he could gather a lot of battle tactics from arachnoid war beasts, modify them a bit and store them inside the Tarantula's crystal processor. That would definitely improve the strength of Tarantula. At that time, perhaps we could have a good battle." He could not help but take a glance at Li Yao. However, he discovered that even when most of the examinees were lamenting, Li Yao happened to have his arms crossed. There was no sadness or happiness on his face, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised. He looked at ease. This attitude made a sliver of ominous foreboding arise in Jiang Shaoyang's heart. As he looked at the field again, the Wolf King had already torn open the location of crystal railgun. The Wolf King had completely torn away the armor on the back of the Tarantula and created a horrifying wound. Various array glyphs and components were completely exposed to the claws and fangs of the Wolf King. Roar! The Wolf King opened its fierce-looking jaws as a ball of crimson flames quickly began to form deep within its throat. The sound of raging fire attribute spiritual energy sounded like a demon beast's roar. This was the final strike. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the destruction of the Tarantula. At this moment, clank! It seemed that during the high-speed confrontation, the metal had gone beyond the limit of metal fatigue and the fat and round abdomen of the Tarantula could not hold on as it disengaged from the cephalothorax and fell on the ground. Its quality really was much worse, right? All the examinees were extremely shocked. Although the war beast was provisionally patched up and modified, its quality was indeed not as good as the original product. An important part could actually fall off during a battle, on its own. It fell off on its own. Many smart and thoughtful examinees exclaimed one by one. Impressively, they caught a whiff of a plot. The three examiners' eyes were also opened wide. They had noticed that it wasn't some accident but rather the Tarantula took the initiative to discard its abdominal section just as the Wolf King had discarded the crystal railguns. In a battlefield, this type of proactive detachment meant only one thing: the war beast was about to go into a new battle mode. Damn! Jiang Shaoyang looked pale as his hands could not help but shiver. His Adam's apple rolled up and down like he wanted to shout at top of his voice at Wolf King, "Jump down! Quickly, jump down!" But it was too late. All of Wolf King's spiritual energy had been utilized in the flame array glyphs engraved at the depth of its throat and was being converted into a blazing stream of flames. At this moment, its vigilance and defense were at its weakest. From the back part of the chest and abdominal section of the Tarantula, which used to be the location where the abdominal section of the Tarantula was attached, a weapon like the tail of a scorpion fiercely lunged out and flexibly swayed a bit in the air. Following which, it plunged at the Wolf King's rear end and pierced inside deeply. The rear end had always been the most vulnerable part of the war beasts. The scorpion tail glittered with an orange glow as the spiritual energy continuously surged towards the front part of the tail and fired a stream of flame violently inside the Wolf King, incinerating the internal components of the Wolf King completely. Finally, the stream of flames burned through the crystal eyes of the Wolf King and left a pitch-black eye sockets, from which the flickering flames were gushing out. Bang! The scorpion tail directly lifted up the Wolf King and smashed it upon a boulder, which made an ear-piercing sound. It was like a giant hammer weighing over 1,000 kilograms had ruthlessly bombarded the chest of everyone. This is, in the blink of an eye, the tarantula switched from being a prey to a hunter. Waving its 8 sharp legs, it pounced at the wreckage of the Wolf King. It was a complete slaughter. Components and crystals flew endlessly in the air as the Wolf King was reduced to pieces. Everyone was completely flabbergasted. They were at a loss. What kind of material did Li Yao use to forge this weapon to have such strength and flexibility? How could Li Yao forge such an aggressive and exquisite weapon using the ordinary materials available in the repair workshop in a span of 10 hours? It's not like I forged a new weapon out of thin air. Li Yao explained, facing the bewildered gazes of everyone directly, this is forged from the vertebral column of the mystic wolf. I redesigned the structure and mimicked the shape of arachnoid demon beasts. There was no need for the vertebral column, so I simply transformed it into a tail which strengthened the defensive upper part of the body. In addition, since the tarantula didn't have an obvious head, the flame array glyphs that were previously installed inside the throat of the mystic wolf were also moved to the end of the tail. Once the tail pierced the enemy's body, it would attack from inside to outside, incinerating the internal organs directly, which would be more lethal than burning from outside to inside. Li Yao's explanation rendered everyone speechless. The Deep Sea University's side fell into a deathly silence. The examiners who were in high spirits a moment ago were now like pinkish roosters whose feathers have been plucked out, they no longer had the slightest bit of brilliance. All that resounded in the weapon test field was the hair-raising strange sounds coming from the sound-amplifying array glyphs. Crack. Crack. Crunch. Crunch. They were the sounds of tarantula eating. At the army guest house during the night. The fatigue from continuously working for over 20 hours exploded. All the examinees were exhausted physically and mentally, they had consumed a great deal of their spirit. In addition, their test results and their identity information were also sent to the association for verification in order to issue the certificate and the emblem. Therefore, the examinees were resting here in the night as they waited for tomorrow morning to obtain the formal emblem of a registered refiner, after which they would return to their cities. By then, they would be respected registered refiners with unimaginable future prospects. Huff, on the green army bed, Li Yao lay flat on his back. After a day and night of exams, he was feeling exhausted. His body was extremely tired. His brain, on the other hand, prickled, not from pain but rather excitement. I've done it. Old man, I've done it. I've become a registered refiner. This is just the first step. Next I will complete the project Mystic Skeleton with teacher and craft a Mystic Skeleton battlesuit that can be mass-produced. Afterward, I will invent even more fearsome magical equipment and crystal suits, and step by step, progress toward the peak of the strongest refiners and defeat the Deep Sea University. I will explore the endless mysteries of vast cosmos. Just as he was imagining the wonderful future, a light knock came from the outside. As he opened the door, it was none other than Jiang Shaoyang. His hair was disheveled, his skin was pale, and had bloodshot eyes. When Li Yao first saw Jiang Shaoyang, he had an aloof and prideful temperament which now had been swept away and was replaced by an intense madness. He had a large pot in his hand which was filled with lemon tea that could be found in any common household. It held approximately 500 liters of lemon tea. Almost half of the lemon tea had already been finished. The remaining 150 to 200 liters of lemon tea was shaking inside the pot. You also can't sleep. If I had to guess, you're itching to have a go. Tell me, why did you come? Li Yao flexed his finger as they made crackling sounds. Although he was physically tired, it was duel between the refiners, especially with a top peer like Jiang Shaoyang who was almost at the same age as him. Li Yao would not refuse. Jiang Shaoyang said in a hoarse voice, shaking his head, "There is no need to compete. At least, at this moment, I am not as good as you. I only have a couple of questions. I would like to ask Senior Brother Li to guide me a bit." Jiang Shaoyang's teacher was Jiang Sheng, while Li Yao's teacher was Yuan Manqiu. Their teachers were related through a martial siblings relationship. Therefore, between the two of them, they could also use senior brother and junior brother to address each other. However, Jiang Shaoyang addressed Li Yao as senior brother because he had been convinced sincerely today, and admitted that Li Yao's skills were better than his. Li Yao, on the other hand, didn't think so much. He also recognized Jiang Shaoyang's strength. It was difficult to find a well-matched opponent among his peers. Li Yao also had the intention to become friends with Jiang Shaoyang. Inviting Jiang Shaoyang inside, he broke into a grin and said, "It's just giving directions, that's all. We both are equally matched, not to mention, the two war beasts will also have many future versions. If we fought again, it's hard to tell who would emerge victorious. If the questions are related to refining techniques, you are more than welcome to study together with me for sure. However, first tell me, why are you carrying such a big pot of tea?" Jiang Shaoyang raised the pot of lemon tea and shook the pot as he said, expressionlessly, "Today's war is the most painful failure in my life. I was completely defeated. This defeat is etched in my heart. I decided to drown in alcohol to ease my pain, vent all my painful emotions. However, as a refiner, I am not allowed to numb my brain and hands with alcohol. So, I can only take tea for wine, and get good and drunk." Li Yao was rendered speechless. After being stupefied for a long while, he said, "Then I will accompany you for 2 cups. I still have half a bag of peanuts and some ham, do you want some?" "May as well." Li Yao brought 2 disposable paper cups. The two filled the cups, ate some peanuts, and then finished the cup in one go. "Good wine." Jiang Shaoyang's eyes became redder as though he was bleeding from his eyes. He said, ruthlessly biting the ham, "Slightly sour, just like my mood." "Great brother, did you come just to drink lemon tea?" Li Yao silently said in his heart. "Senior Brother Li, there is one thing I can't understand." Jiang Shaoyang slammed the paper cup on the table as he said seriously, "How can you carry out so many repairs and modifications in a span of 10 hours, and also program so many battle tactics to deal with my every attack? According to the performance of the Tarantula, you have at least installed hundreds of battle tactics which would have taken you 1 to 2 hours, only then should the Tarantula be able to cope with such an intense battle. This is something even the building foundation stage refiners are unable to do. Senior Brother Li, please do tell, how did you do that?" While spreading his hands, Li Yao said, "Of course, it is impossible for me to program a couple hundred battle tactics. From the beginning to the end, there was only one battle tactic, that was to assume the enemy would have misgivings about the powerful firepower of Tarantula and give up shooting, and instead choose to fight at close range. In close combat, the enemy's main point of attack would be the rear and upper part areas. Afterward, I pre-install 2 traps. When the enemy attacks from above, the Tarantula will promptly disengage the abdominal section and use the tail forged from the vertebral column of Mystic Wolf to launch a fatal attack. No more than that." Jiang Shaoyang's pupils suddenly constricted as the paper cup in his hand was slightly crushed. He said, clenching his teeth, "You mean to say, you led me around by the nose from beginning to end? I unknowingly fell into your trap." Li Yao heaved a sigh and said, "The Tarantula is a freak that was hastily modified. Certainly, it will have fatal flaws. As long as it was a refiner with a little bit of insight, they would be able to see that it's clumsy, has slow speed, and very inflexible when turning around on the spot. How could I hide those things? They were simply impossible to hide. In that case, I did just the opposite and turned the flaws into traps. It's not that I was intentionally aiming for Wolf King, but it was the only suitable tactic that I could come up in that moment. That's all. However, this tactic was only suitable for sneak attack. It was likely to succeed the very first time. Once the enemy had taken precautionary measures, this trick simply would not work. Nodding, Shaoyang pondered for a moment and said, I guess, that's right. It's not that I can't afford to lose, but let's take the matter on its merit. If you let me craft a new Wolf King, and input today's battle data into the crystal processor and also let me program new battle tactics, then the outcome would be different for sure. I believe you. A smile appeared on Li Yao's face as he pursed his lips and pulled up a couple dozen blueprints from the crystal processor. However, my tarantula is incomplete. If you give me 10 to 15 days to craft it completely, then it also wouldn't be as horrid as today. Come, check it yourself. A majority of the time, the refiners were bored. Usually, the refiners would be holed up inside the laboratory and refining workshop, completely immersed in the world of refining. Their brains would be full of formulas, algorithms, and data. They would appear a bit cold. Even if others were talking to them, their reaction would be half a beat slow and would give off the impression that they are half-heartedly paying attention. However, once they crafted a completely new magical equipment, they would be no different to a child who had assembled a new toy. They would always be eager to show it off. The same was true for Li Yao. He was a guy who was introverted and presumptuous as well. However, in the Grand Desolate War Institution, he could only show off to Yuan Manqiu and Jiang Wenba, the veteran refiners. But they were not from the same generation. There was a big generation gap. Even if they praised him with a few words, he would always feel a sort of distance between them and himself. And among his peers, there were Ding Lingdang, Zhao Tianchong, and Lu Taizhan with whom he could enjoy, but they were martial arts fanatics. Even if he took out complex blueprints to show off to them, it was tantamount to giving flirtatious glances to the blind. There was little to no sense of accomplishment. A rare encounter like today where he got to meet Jiang Shaoyang, who was a top expert among his peers, made Li Yao incredibly excited as he got to meet his match. Li Yao believed Jiang Shaoyang could definitely see the exquisiteness of these blueprints. Sure enough, with just 2 glances, Jiang Shaoyang was deeply attracted and even exclaimed, "Is this the ultimate form of tarantula? It sure is formidable. You are planning on using Thundercloud Rock and Jade Red Gold to create a porous composite and forge a semicircular armor, which would at least reduce the weight by 25% while ensuring the tensile strength and corrosion resistance of the armor. And you are also going to employ propulsion array glyphs for middleweight war beast, which will greatly improve the speed and agility. And the acid sac in the abdominal section will be divided into 4 vesicles, which can hold 4 different kinds of fluids: acid, venom, napalm, and also super sticky saliva extracted from bullet dart frog. Not bad. Once this saliva is shot at an enemy, it would be like stuck in a spider web. It will greatly affect the mobility, and the enemy will be at your mercy. The tarantula with web, that's terrifying, that is truly terrifying. However, why is the ammunition cache in your tarantula designed so big? It's large enough to carry 4 units of crystals. Even if you use triple mount heavy crystal railgun, it would be more than enough. Although it would improve the continuous combat ability, it would affect the speed. The loss outweighs the gains. Li Yao slightly smiled as he pointed at 4 array glyphs next to the ammunition cache as well as dozens of components connected to it. As Jiang Shaoyang carefully observed, he crushed the paper cup in his hands immediately and blurted out, "Self-destruct system. You intentionally enlarged the ammunition cache and installed so many crystals, just so you can launch a suicide attack." As Jiang Shaoyang closed his eyes, dozens of blueprints, in the blink of an eye, integrated into a mighty tarantula in a blazing battlefield. If the design of the blueprints came to fruition, especially so many crystals, once the tarantula exploded amid a horde of demon beasts. Goosebumps exploded all over Jiang Shaoyang's body. Senior brotherly, you should enter the Deep Sea University. Jiang Shaoyang said with excitement, I heard, there is a bit of misunderstanding between you and some professors of Deep Sea University, but in my opinion, you are the craziest refiner. People like us can give up anything in pursuit of the best road of refining. What is a little misunderstanding? If you join Deep Sea University, you could put your talent to better use. Now that you are a registered refiner, there are many ways you can join Deep Sea University. You don't necessarily have to be a student. You can join Deep Sea University's laboratory as an assistant researcher directly. On one side you can study, on the other, you can research. We have a total of 27 main laboratories, running hundreds of projects at the same time. If you applied, you'd be eligible to join any one of them. Come on, those students of Deep Sea University are like clay chickens and pottery dogs in my eyes. They don't even stir the slightest bit of fighting spirit in me. If you come over, we can exchange pointers, compete with each other, train with each other, we can advance 1,000 li in one day. Jiang Shaoyang looked at Li Yao with an anticipating look. Having remained silent for a long time, Li Yao finally shook his head and said, You are wrong. Although initially, I refused Deep Sea University, which was also a freak combination of factors, I have persevered in the Grand Desolate War institution until today and my feelings still haven't changed. And it's not because of a small misunderstanding. If it were someone else, I would definitely not say any more. But since it's you, you should be able to understand what I mean. It is indeed correct that the Deep Sea University is the best choice for a refiner from the materialistic point of view: floating mountains, teaching ability, academic atmosphere, inheritance. In regard to those things, other universities are unable to match them. However, I am more focused spiritually than materially. Or in your word Sayuro, fighting spirit. Only competing against a giant like Deep Sea University can my fighting spirit be aroused to the extreme. Every minute, every second, when I think of my presumptuous declaration, every cell in my body seems to flare up, releasing light and heat. I don't dare have the slightest intention to slack off, which makes me break through my limits again and again. Surely, you have experienced this state. You should know, having entered this kind of state with soaring will to fight, how refreshing and wonderful it is. By joining Deep Sea University, standing shoulder to shoulder with this giant, I would see farther for sure, but I would inevitably slack some time because I would not be able to find a target and be able to make my will to fight madly burn every minute and every second. Jiang Shaoyang could not help but ask, why do you think there isn't any target? I want to get rid of Novum Steli, then defeat experts like my uncle Jiang Sheng, Professor Xia Tingxian, Professor Zhu Yuqin. I want to surpass even Hod Chu Ziohong. Someday, I will become the Hod of Deep Sea University's refining department. I don't have any interest in being the Hod, I just want to prove that I am the strongest at Deep Sea University. This is my path, this is my target. What do you think? Aren't you interested in walking this road together? We can compete after a few decades and see who can be the Hod of Deep Sea University refining department? Not interested. Li Yao shook his head as his eyes radiated with dazzling starry brilliance. Deep Sea University was established centuries ago, its refining department already had a couple dozen Hods, and in the future, it will continue to exist for millennials. There will be hundreds of Hods. There are predecessors, and there will be successors as well. Even if you persevere in the end, you will only be repeating the path that others have already taken and do what hundreds of people can and will do. What's the fun in that? I will take a different road. Even if I am not the last one challenging the strongest king with the worst refining department in the Federation, in the last 5 centuries, it has never been done. Only such a road is worth it for me to persevere till the end. Only such a cause can make me devote myself to it for as long as my life endures. Only such a target can make my will to fight soar to the limit, pay with 1000% of effort, and completely burn myself out. Jiang Shaoyang stood up suddenly, the stool tumbled backward as he shouted in a loud voice, have you wondered how small the probability of you ever being successful is? Jiang Shaoyang's facial features were completely distorted. He was almost screaming. The smaller the probability, the more interesting it is. Li Yao continued, life is a battle. Obviously, only by choosing the strongest enemy will it be exciting. The probability of winning against a 3-year-old child is 100%, is that the battle you want? This sentence was the last straw, it completely defeated Jiang Shaoyang's spirit. His face became pale and sat back down, but he had never noticed that the stool had already fallen and he fell flat on the ground. Are you okay? Li Yao was stunned. He bent over the table to look, but only saw Jiang Shaoyang lying flat on his back, looking towards the sky, with no intention of getting up. Every facial muscle on his face twitched, his eyes turned quickly, he seemed to mumble, like crying while smiling, I understand, this is your big secret. Spirit, fighting spirit, will to fight. I grew up in the Deep Sea University's residential area for staff, magical equipment components were my toys, the repair workshop my paradise. Every day, most profound algorithms and theories would ring next to my ear. Materially, I am 100 times better than you, but I still suffered a crushing defeat. What I lack is the will to fight burning in my soul every second and every minute. You are right, you are totally right. Target, damn with this target. The target I set myself is much smaller than yours. Yes, the Deep Sea University Refining Department already had 22 HODs, 135 associate HODs, even if I became one of them, what's amazing about that? No wonder, I am getting more and more bored. So, it was like this, the target I chose is too weak. Jiang Shaoyang behaved weirdly for a long time before the paleness on his face became ruddy in excitement as though he was burning. Like a zombie, he stood right up, took a deep glance at Li Yao before suddenly turning around, flinging his long hair and running out. Until he reached the end of the hallway, did a frantic shout came, I have finally realized. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Tomorrow morning, I will come find you and have a duel. Goosebumps exploded all over Li Yao's body. Oh God, what in the bloody hell did this guy realize? Next morning, at the military mess hall, thousands of examinees were having breakfast. The Deep Sea University students occupied a corner. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Do you know, Jiang Shaoyang didn't sleep last night, he was just sitting on the roof, a student said in a low voice. I also saw. Moreover, after midnight, he was running along the roof edge at an amazing speed, like a maniac. Another student took over the conversation, shook his head immediately and said, sighing, Jiang Shaoyang took a big blow. He was thoroughly defeated in public, which for someone as proud as him, who has carried the aura of a genius from childhood, was simply insulting. I am afraid he will never recover from this setback. Before he could finish his sentence, many people sensed a mass of burning hot aura approaching gradually. It felt as though they were inside a crafting furnace thousands of degrees hot. They were even unable to breathe. The first student turned his head and gasped suddenly. The second student turned his head and his eyes became so wide that they seemed bigger than the egg in his hand. The third student turned his head and his hands shook, the entire bowl of tofu in his hands fell between his laps. At the beginning, he still didn't feel anything, only after 2 seconds did he stand up immediately with a shout. This shout attracted everyone's gaze. When everyone got to see who was there, they were completely flabbergasted. They became dumb as a wooden chicken. It was none other than Jiang Shaoyang, but he was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, Jiang Shaoyang was like a star hanging high above the sky, he was lonely, cold yet proud, immersed in a world of his own. He didn't bother paying attention to people around him. Watching his fellow students, the look in his eyes wasn't that of contempt but of complete disregard. In contrast, at this moment, it seemed the shackles in the depths of his heart were broken, and the seals restricting his soul had been blown away. From inside to outside, every cell in his body was releasing an inexhaustible amount of energy, turning him into a blazing sun. That's right, it was the sun, the burning hot sun, incinerating everything in its path, and nothing could stop its wild march. No one among his fellow students dared to stand within a range of 2 meters of him. A feeling emerged from the bottom of everyone's hearts: so long as they were within this range of 2 meters, they would be engulfed by him, even ashes would not be left behind. Jiang Shaoyang took a glance at his fellow students' faces. No one dared to look directly at Jiang Shaoyang. Everyone was thrown into panic. Because they discovered that the look in Jiang Shaoyang's eyes was no longer that of indifference, but his eyes seemed to radiate a savage glint filled with hunger and intense murderous intention. But the biggest change was undoubtedly. "Shaoyang, did you actually shave your head?" a student cried out involuntarily. Under the lights, Jiang Shaoyang's head shone brightly. His shiny, long, and black hair was missing, not a single hair was there to be found. This fierce style and yesterday's fluttering long hair were simply like two different people. Jiang Shaoyang dismissively glanced at the student who had just spoken, which forced the student to retreat 2 steps. Slowly and calmly, Jiang Shaoyang walked to the students who were chatting at the beginning, before stretching out a finger and shaking it. "You are wrong about one thing. I never carried the aura of a genius. I am a genius. This is one of the most basic facts that does not change just because I was defeated in a fight. Dark clouds occasionally cover the sun, but the sun exists forever. Only those who pretend to be a genius, those ordinary people who only carry the aura of genius, would brood over a defeat in a contest. I am a true genius, how could stay down after a single defeat in a fight? The more frustrating it is, the more courageous I will become. I will get stronger and stronger in a fight. Because I'm sure, no matter how many times I face failure, I will win in the end for sure." Everyone had been deterred by his imposing attitude. A brief silence enshrouded this corner of the mess. Only after a while, someone asked, trembling, "Shaoyang, are you really okay? Did something happen?" Of course something did happen. Jiang pursed his lips as a smile crept upon his face. "I broke through." "What?" Everyone stood up. Failure is the mother of success. In the past, I never understood this sentence. Because from childhood, I have never truly experienced failure. Jiang Shaoyang, in a not too fast and nor too slow manner, took out a bunch of small balls of steel from his pocket, each one no more than a millimeter in diameter. It was no different than clutching a handful of rice. Yesterday, when I suffered a crushing defeat and had a talk with senior brother Li Yao, only then did I realize my own flaws. Jiang Shaoyang flicked his fingers ever so slightly, yet dozens of steel balls nimbly jumped between his fingers and their speed got faster and faster by the minute. They were like dozens of streams of silver light dancing. Before, I'd set a few targets for myself, but those targets were too simple, too boring, and too easy to achieve. They simply didn't drive me to release 100% of my strength. It was me myself who had sealed my own true strength. Dozens of silver streams of light gathered into a silver ball of light. No one could trace their trajectory clearly. All one could hear were faint whizzing sounds, as though a small tornado had formed in the palm of Jiang Shaoyang. His hands are faster than yesterday. Everyone had only taken a few glances, yet they felt dizzy. Even if it was someone with better dynamic vision, they were unable to capture the actions of Jiang Shaoyang. However, now, I have found a new target, and it is deserving of me to burn myself every minute and every second, and unleash 100% of my strength, no, 1000% of my strength. The moment I found this target, I could feel an invisible chain shackling my entire body breaking off. The energy which used to be hidden within the deepest recesses of my cells surged turbulently like the floodwater bursting the dike, and made me break through in the blink of an eye. Senior brotherly didn't lie to me, what he said was indeed true. Jiang Shaoyang shouted as the ball of silver light in between his fingers suddenly broke into dozens of streams of light and shot towards the surroundings at lightning-fast speed. A lot of people were caught off guard. They stepped back instinctively to dodge but still believed the steel balls would hit them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shaoyang's right hand disappeared, in the blink of an eye, and transformed into a mass of faint mist that enshrouded dozens of high-speed, shooting steel balls completely. His hand seemed to be magnetized as dozens of streams of light were sucked into his hand in the blink of an eye. When he opened his palm, dozens of small balls of steel were revolved around and lightly collided with each other, making ding-ding sounds. Godlike hand speed. Everyone forgot to breathe as the same sentence circled around their brain. In one night, the limit of my hand speed has improved by 11.3%, Jiang Shaoyang said calmly as he put the balls of steel back into his pocket. He took a glance around and locked on to a target before walking towards the other end of the mess hall. "Shaoyang, where are you going?" a fellow student could not help but ask. Everyone was completely dumbfounded and amazed by Jiang Shaoyang's transformation in one night. Jiang Shaoyang raised the corner of his lips, revealing his snow-white teeth as he said, smiling, "This breakthrough of mine is all thanks to senior brother Li Yao. So of course, I'd better pay my gratitude to him, and also while I'm at it, let senior brother Li Yao have a taste of crushing defeat." Jiang Shaoyang's final words detonated the passion in everyone's heart. Every examinee from the Deep Sea University stood up immediately. 10th star. He truly deserves to have the name 10th star. In one night, he's become a new person, his strength had improved incredibly. Jiang Shaoyang and Li Yao were almost on par with each other. Even the yesterday's defeat was mostly due to Li Yao's insidious tricks. Overnight, Jiang Shaoyang's hand speed has improved by 11.3%, how can Li Yao be his opponent? He will definitely be suppressed by Jiang Shaoyang. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Shaoyang approached Li Yao step by step, and followed him was a long line of optimistic people afar. The military mess hall was huge. It could easily accommodate over 10,000 people at the same time. The two sides of the mess were separated by a few hundred meters. Li Yao was sitting at the corner of another side where he was thoroughly engrossed in his food. He did not care about the commotion taking place a few hundred meters away. However, he also happened to be thinking about Jiang Shaoyang. Interesting guy. If he and I could compete occasionally, it would really improve our strength greatly. While squeezing the soy milk, Li Yao recalled the soul-stirring competition between the two. The most memorable wasn't the duel between the Wolf King and Tarantula, but the toothpick contest between the two instead. My assumption at the beginning might have been too conservative. The limit of that guy's hand speed might be more than 97% of mine. If he trained for a few more days, his hand speed could surpass mine. Interesting, it is really interesting. I am truly lucky to find such a rival among my peers. I will definitely train more madly than him, my hand speed absolutely cannot be any worse than his. But I wonder what's the limit of my hand speed actually? Right, I have not used that way for a long time to test the limit of my ultimate hand speed. Although it has no practical value, at least it would let me feel refreshed a bit. Under the stimulation of Jiang Shaoyang, Li Yao's competitive heart was also eager for action. Taking a deep breath, a huge, complex and profound blueprint, dazzling digits, and intricate algorithms appeared in Li Yao's brain, which made him enter the super-perceptive state within a second. Brain cell activity 150%. Brain cell activity 200%. Brain cell activity 220%. While testing hand speed, for both hands to not get cramped with some casual movements, the hand-to-eye coordination must be exquisite, only then would a series of actions be completed accurately. After having entered the super-perceptive state, the brain cell activity had improved by a tremendous degree, and naturally, his ultimate hand speed also rose. In actual operations, this ultimate hand speed was of little to no significance. Because after a few minutes of super-perceptive state, his brain had to cool down for a long period of time for it to return to its normal state. It was pointless for Li Yao to pursue super hand speed for a moment only to have his brain cool down for a few more minutes later. This was just for fun, nothing more, nothing less. Li Yao controlled his brain cell activity at 220%. This was the limit at which he could work smoothly. If he raised it any more, he would be unable to control at will. Smack! As Li Yao lightly flicked his little finger on the table, a toothpick jumped out from the jar and in neither fast and nor slow manner rolled between his fingers. Whoosh! As Li Yao drew a paper napkin and readily tossed it, the paper flew high in the air and fluttered down. At this moment, Shaoyang came over. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the paper napkin. What does he want to do? Shaoyang was confused in his heart. A starry brilliance brighter than the sun flashed across Li Yao's eyes. When the paper napkin drifted to his side, he suddenly took action. The toothpick, like numerous lightning firing from his fingers, pricked hundreds of orderly holes on the soft paper napkin. €1. Shaoyang was completely stupefied. This monster's hand speed is at least 20% faster compared to yesterday's. Li Yao's actions finished with a flash. What everyone saw from afar was just a lightly fluttering paper napkin. Before the napkin even landed on the table, it was picked up and laid down flat on the table. As Shaoyang took 2 steps forwards, he furtively observed and saw 144 holes pricked by the toothpick at the center of a square napkin that were evenly distributed across 12 vertical and horizontal lines to form a square whose borders ran parallel to that of the napkin. At first glance, it seemed no different than a pre-printed pattern. Shaoyang was struck by a lightning, his face devoid of any blood in the blink of an eye. 144 holes made using a toothpick on an incomparably soft, fluttering paper napkin within a second. Maybe I could also do it. However, the 144 holes would not be so evenly distributed to the point that the distance between each hole is exactly the same, forming a perfect square. This requires amazing computation ability and terrifying hand-to-eye coordination to do it. So, this is his true strength. Yesterday, this monster was holding back a bit. At this point, Li Yao also felt someone hot standing behind him. As he turned his head to look, the shiny bald head of Shaoyang had scared the hell out of him. You change your style? Not bad, quite an attitude. Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Shaoyang kept staring at him as he bit his lips to the point he was bleeding. After a long while, he said, stressing each word, Senior Brother Li Yao, see you later. Having finished, he turned around in a rigid manner no different than a robot before retracing his steps back. What the hell? Li Yao scratched his disheveled hair, a puzzled look covered his face. Last night, didn't this guy say he'd have a duel with me in the morning? Why does it look like he has taken a big blow? Even when he was defeated yesterday, he didn't look so crestfallen. The gloomy look in his eyes was simply as though Li Yao had taken his girlfriend. What the hell? The Deep Sea University examinees were 1,000,000 times more at a loss than Li Yao. One by one, they tugged their hair, they were simply unable to understand what had transpired. A second ago, Shaoyang wanted to take revenge, he seemed to have been possessed by the devil, the murderous intention emanating from him clouded the sky and covered the earth. That indomitable and unstoppable attitude devoid anyone of the slightest bit of doubt that Li Yao wouldn't be steamrolled by him, and it could also be considered as venting the suffocating feeling in their hearts. After all, because of yesterday's defeat, God knows how many examinees were secretly mocking them. Particularly, the rival examinees from the Star Nebula University and the Federation's first military college, they, even more so, did not have any intention to conceal their gloating. They had been waiting for Jiang Shaoyang to use a brilliant victory to slap these people's faces swollen. Unexpectedly, after having stood behind Li Yao for a few minutes and saying a few words, Jiang Shaoyang's overwhelmingly imposing attitude disappeared like a puff of smoke, and he withdrew dejectedly. "Shaoyang, what happened? Didn't you wanted to go over and challenge Li Yao? Why aren't you challenging him?" several Deep Sea University examinees asked, dissatisfied. Jiang Shaoyang replied, dispiritedly, "The challenge is over." Who won? A vacant look appeared in Jiang Shaoyang's eyes, yet there was also some sort of strange excitement too, as he muttered, "I lost again. If we say, yesterday's competition also had some element of luck, that senior brother Li Yao only won because he had laid some traps for me to walk right into it. Then today was completely due to the difference in strength. I was completely steamrolled by him. Nevertheless, it's pretty good. Senior brother Li Yao has shown me clearly that once someone's will to fight has soared to 1000%, their state can soar terrifyingly high too. We have many years ahead of us." Having finished speaking, the gloominess and sense of loss on Jiang Shaoyang's face were completely swept away. What replaced them was a resolution so strong it seemed he could kill tigers and dragons, behead gods, and slaughter devils. A power that could crush mountains and rivers in his path. From the depths of his every cell emerged, the sun was rekindled. With his head high and chest out, he walked out of the mess hall in large strides, leaving behind hundreds of Deep Sea University examinees who were soon about to go crazy. Did I hear it correctly? Jiang Shaoyang has become so frightening overnight that his ultimate hand speed had improved by some 11%. Yet he had been defeated by Li Yao? And it took only a second for Jiang Shaoyang to be convinced thoroughly to the point that he even said that he was completely steamrolled. This is simply a euro within in a span of 1 second. How in the bloody hell did they compete? How did they even compete? These people were outstanding members of the refiners' community, they were crowned with the title of genius in their respective hometowns, yet they were scratching their heads as their faces flushed red to ears, they were on the brink of collapsing. In their eyes, the quietly sitting Li Yao who was slurping the soy milk and taking a bite of meat bun seemed to have his entire body covered in scales as wings, fangs, and talons emerged, an intense demonic energy was circling around him. He was a monster out and out. After a while, the message of authentication completion was announced. All the examinees who had passed received a resplendent emblem, representing that they had officially become a refiner and joined the refiners' circle, which is one of the strongest careers in the world of cultivation. Following which, a couple dozen carriers returned the examinees to their respective cities. 3 of these carriers flew towards the largest city in the Eastern Hemisphere, the Deep Sea City. When they landed at the Deep Sea City, it was already midnight. The Deep Sea University stood toweringly at the corner of Deep Sea City. It occupied a quarter of the city's total area. The brightly illuminated rows upon rows of buildings, a part even extending to under the sea, along with the resplendent reflection on the sea, seemed no different to a paradise. On a floating mountain dotted with rocks, giant trees, and waterfalls, supernova Jiang was wholeheartedly enjoying a battle between 2 puppet war beasts. It was the previous day's duel between Li Yao's Tarantula and Jiang Shaoyang's Wolf King. Jiang Shaoyang watched quietly with a deadpan look on his face. Even when the Tarantula's weird tail plunged ruthlessly into the Wolf King, he didn't bat an eye even the slightest bit. Until when the entire Wolf King had been destroyed into fragments did he turn his head and asked a dark-skinned girl standing nearby, she didn't even appear to have crossed 30, "If it were you, how would you deal with this puppet war beast?" This lady's name was Yuan Yeshue, she was Jiang Sheng's true disciple, and one of the Novum Stelae. Jiang Sheng had put a lot of effort into developing the Novum Stelae. According to their various characteristics and talents, he trained 9 teenaged experts with different methods. Each of them possessed all kinds of marvelous skills. Among them, Yuan Yeshue was a refiner who specialized in puppet war beasts. Not only was she specialized in crafting them, controlling them was also her forte. In the battlefield, she alone was capable of controlling 10 puppet war beasts simultaneously and could unleash their battle force to the maximum. She was an out-and-out war beast expert. Yuan Yeshue pondered for a moment and said, Shaoyang underestimated his opponent. Since his opponent had such tyrannical ability to modify, there was no reason for such big defects to be left out in clear sight involuntarily. They were definitely traps. If it was me, I would have launched attacks from the front, where the Tarantula's armor was thickest. Although the armor was thick, the cross-shaped crystal eye track was its lethal weakness. I would have torn down the front armor along the crystal eye tracks, and directly smashed the main crystal processor. Of course, even if the tactic was to be successful, I cannot also guarantee I will certainly win. The Tarantula had indeed been modified correctly. Li Yao is really formidable. Jiang Shang heaved a sigh and said, an accomplished disciple owes his accomplishment to his great teacher. Senior Sister Yuan's only disciple is sure to be impressive. I wanted to recruit him from the very beginning, alas, he rejected me. It is really regrettable. Yuan Yeshua's eyebrows twitched as she said in a rather unconvinced tone, Teacher, although the terrific skills he had displayed didn't conform with his age, and is far better than an ordinary student's, however, our deep-sea university has an abundance of geniuses. Many of them are also far better than him. Which one of the Novum Stelae isn't better than him? Jiang Sheng said, sneering, I'm not feeling regretful for the deep-sea university, I am feeling deeply regretful for him. Such a talented seedling's future has been destroyed just because of his own impulsiveness and capriciousness. It is true that he is somewhat talented, however, staying in a place like the Grand Desolate War Institution and taking the wrong path of refining, will slowly destroy his good talent. I truly can't understand what both master and apprentice are actually thinking. First, it was Senior Sister Yuan, and now it's Li Yao. Why have they not joined the deep-sea university which has such a good environment? Why must they plunge themselves into the limitless wasteland? They are simply crazy. At this moment, heavy footsteps resounded from outside before a travel-worn Jiang Shaoyang appeared. Shaoyang. Yuan Yeshue welcomed him. She had long received the news, she wasn't surprised by the bald Jiang Shaoyang. She said, smiling, I heard that this time you have encountered a rare rival. And although you lost, you received enlightenment and your hand speed improved by 11.3% overnight. Jiang Shaoyang nodded slightly and stepped forward. With bright and shiny eyes, he directly gazed at Jiang Sheng as he came straight to the point without the least bit of nonsense. Uncle, I am already a registered refiner, how should I train now? Both uncle and nephew were a pair of fanatics who were obsessed with the road of refining. Even when they spoke, they didn't have the slightest bit of emotions. Jiang Sheng pulled up a dense schedule on the hologram and said coldly, becoming a registered refiner is just the beginning. For the next part, I have arranged 27 projects for you. You can choose one or a few, it's all up to you. You will join them as an assistant researcher and slowly accumulate experience and increase your knowledge. However, whichever project you choose, you must accept the test of the project leader. The test will be highly difficult. Even if you are my nephew, there won't be any nepotism, it will only be tougher. Jiang Shaoyang took a glance at the schedule and showed an as-expected look on his face as he smiled. He took out an envelope from his chest pocket and handed it over respectfully. Jiang Sheng took to look and his countenance changed before he said, an application to withdraw from university? Why? Because I have seen the peak. Jiang Shaoyang stated calmly, Uncle, I've grown up in the deep-sea university and seen many experts of refining department as well as the road they are taking. Now I am also taking the very same road. It's tantamount to conquering a mountain with visible peak. It's not the least bit challenging or delightful. So, I am preparing to leave the deep-sea university and look for an invisible peak, towering into the clouds. Even if there is no peak at all, then I will tread upon the high mountains of the endless galaxy and conquer them. Shaoyang, are you crazy? Exclaimed Yuan Yeshua. How can you leave Deep Sea University? We, Novum Steli, have been looking forward to you joining us. You are publicly recognized as the 10th star. Jiang Shaoyang smiled and revealed his sharp teeth as he said, stressing his each and every word, Senior Sister Yuan, I have always been meaning to tell you something that I have been holding in my heart, I can finally say it to you. I never liked the title, 10th star, I did not like it at all. In the eyes of others, it seems standing side by side with you is a very glorious thing, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't like standing side by side with anyone, more importantly, I don't like those stars which can be found anywhere in the entire sky. I am not a star. Jiang Shaoyang knocked his shiny bald head and said softly, I am the sun. While Deep Sea University's refining department had been sent into a complete mess by Jiang Shaoyang's insane stunt, the culprit of the whole fiasco, Li Yao, was completely oblivious. He was comfortably sitting in a private compartment on a crystal train which was traveling towards Wild Wave City. Originally, he could have boarded a military carrier to the Giant Edge Pass. However, Li Yao came to remember Ding Ying's words and made the same choice as her of embarking a crystal train with the ordinary people while traveling in the wasteland. If due to a 1-in-a-million chance, the crystal train encountered a beast tide, he could help them resist for a while. Unconsciously, Li Yao began to strictly follow the standards of a cultivator too. There was still a day's time before the crystal train would due to arrive at Wild Wave City, which Li Yao had no intention of wasting. He sat with his legs crossed on the floor and started the crystal processor, before initiating the telepathic thoughts of the Heaven Origin Cultivator's Nexus. A resplendent half-step great illusionary land, in the blink of an eye, enveloped the small compartment. A middle-aged, beautiful cultivation assistant, that was purely an illusion, looked at him smilingly and congratulated him in a rousing tone, Congratulations, fellow Daoist Li Yao, for successfully passing the refiner's registration examination and becoming a powerful registered refiner. You have been granted a higher clearance level and the refining forum of the Heaven Origin Cultivator's Nexus is fully open to you. At this moment, Li Yao was not only a 6th-level refinement stage cultivator, he was also a registered refiner. Many sections that used to be gray at the beginning had completely transformed into resplendent, colorful rays of light as he was flooded with information, and their number had increased by a couple dozen times. Ignoring that information, Li Yao directly entered the refining forum. Fellow Daoist Li Yao, as you have entered the refining forum for the first time, let me give you an introduction. The cultivation assistant continued, this forum was built by the Registered Refiners Association and is a specialized platform dedicated for exchange between the refiners. There are multiple sections in here where you can discuss academic issues with the other refiners or browse a large number of job offers, or receive a mission of your choice with huge pay, or improve your own rank. Of course, if you have any missions, or want to recruit like-minded refiners to complete complex projects, you can also post your requests here. Li Yao nodded. These things were common sense. He quickly skimmed past them. Whoosh! Behind the cultivation assistant appeared 8 translucent block diagrams, each representing 8 sections. The world of magical equipment was immensely vast. In theory, all non-living entities powered by spiritual energy that could emit spiritual power were all magical equipment. Such a vast world could not be completely mastered by a single refiner even if they exhausted their entire life. A vast majority of refiners could only master one or few aspects of this immeasurably vast world. In the Star Glory Federation, the magical equipment is divided into 8 ranks by their size. First rank, mustard level, also known as nanoscale, means holding Mount Sumeru within a mustard or accommodating the entire universe in a grain of rice. A single nanoscale magical equipment is even smaller than a cell, but once thousands and thousands of units combine together, they could display inconceivable abilities. The Star Glory Federation has a powerful combat suit called Nano Suit. it is crafted using nanoscale magical equipment and weighs very little. It flows like a liquid but has the strongest defense. If it is worn together with a crystal suit, it can form a two-tier combat system. If a cultivator wore a crystal suit over a nano suit, he could simply kill a god if a god blocked the way, kill Buddha if Buddha blocked the way. He would be invincible and ever victorious. Second rank, the super small-scale magical equipment. Super small-scale magical equipment have the size of flies, mosquitoes, or similar sizes. Once they gathered into a group, they could also become terrifying killing weapons. Third rank, small-scale magical equipment, or also known as individual-type magical equipment. This level is comprised of most widely used magical equipment. Flying swords, crystal suits, firearms, puppet war beasts, are all small-scale magical equipment. There were many refiners who studied small-scale magical equipment. Li Yao, too, was a specialist in this domain. Fourth rank, middle-scale magical equipment. The magical equipment of this rank has a length varying from 7-8 meters to 20-30 meters and can weigh dozens of tons to hundreds of tons. Crystal tanks commonly used by the military, as well as the flying shuttles that can carry dozens of people, are all middle-scale magical equipment. Fifth rank, large-scale magical equipment. Army carriers, patrol crafts, destroyers, are all large-scale magical equipment. When they open fire, their destructive force is comparable to that of a golden dance stage. Sixth rank, super large-scale magical equipment. The main force of the army, battleships, flagships, aerial fortresses, are all super large-scale magical equipment. The Federation Army's eternal flagship, the distant expanse that Li Yao had seen above the Far East Ocean, perfectly represents a super large-scale magical equipment. Seventh rank, giant-scale magical equipment. Once the magical equipment reached this rank, they tended to become complex, integrated systems that could cover the entire city, such as anti-demon beast defense system. The eighth rank is also the technical force of the Star Glory Federation and can touch the highest rank, the planetary level. The planetary level magical equipment's ability can cover the entire mainland. The superfast crystal train system that ran through the entire Star Glory Federation was an out-and-out planetary level magical equipment. This type of magical equipment couldn't be manufactured overnight. Even the superfast crystal train system was still expanding, new rails were being built, connecting many more cities. Perhaps, it would take centuries to completely finish it. As for the above planetary level magical equipment, rumor had it that during the Star Sea Empire, cultivators could craft star-level magical equipment that could radiate the entire solar system. However, in the Armageddon Rebellion, this technology was lost. It's truly regrettable. Li Yao heaved a sigh and entered the small-scale magical equipment section. The background of this section was tens of thousands of classical magical equipment blueprints shining brightly in the pitch-black night sky, like countless brilliant stars. Rows after rows of information once again cascaded down in front of Li Yao. However, this time the information was more targeted, all of which was related to small-scale magical equipment. A majority of the information was about some cultivator willing to spend a truckload of money to buy a small-scale magical equipment. It also included specific requirements, such as speed, weight, attributes and so on. Li Yao browsed for a bit. Much to his surprise, the highest bidder was willing to spend billions to buy a small-scale magical equipment. Li Yao smacked his lips. No wonder it was said that the refining profession was one of the best careers in the world of cultivation. So long as the refiner could craft 3 to 5 pieces of such magical equipment every year, he could have everything: money, contacts, and resources. However, the cultivators who were willing to spend billions would naturally seek the best refiners. Li Yao assessed the request for a moment, and realized that he could not achieve the requested performance parameters. He could not even think of achieving them. In addition, there were recruitment notices posted by major sects, universities, and registered refiner firms. With Li Yao's phenomenal performance in the refiner's registration examination, he could now be considered as a small rookie with some reputation in the refiner's circle. It would be easy for him to find a good job, be good future prospects. However, Li Yao had already contacted his teacher. And when Yuan Manxiu came to know that he had successfully become a registered refiner, she was extremely happy. Even when Dean Xiong Bailey received this happy news, he was completely satisfied with his performance. He faintly revealed that after he graduated, if he stayed at the institute, he would enjoy the same treatment as Ding Lingdang. Therefore, Li Yao's gaze did not stay on the recruitment notices for too long and jumped to the rank assessment. The registered refiners were divided into 10 ranks, from 1 star to 9 star. The refiners from 1 star to 3 star were elite refiners. A vast majority of registered refiner will stop at that level for their lifetime. The refiners from 4 star to 6 star were expert refiners. Refiners of this rank were experts and authorities of a domain. Their words carried irrefutable weight. Li Yao's teacher Yuan Manxiu, as well Supernova Jiang Shen, were expert refiners. It was also the limit of ordinary refiners. The refiners from 7 star to 9 star were Grandmaster refiners. Not only did they have authority over a domain, they could completely establish new domain and sect. The super magical equipment they refined could also be called national treasures. Only they could be awarded such honors. Even in the entire Star Glory Federation, Grandmaster refiners could be counted on one's fingers. Each one of them was in a prominent position. They were great figures whose names resounded throughout the Federation. I wonder when I will become a Grandmaster refiner. Li Yao let his fallacy run wild. He was neither an elite nor an expert, let alone a Grandmaster. He was nothing but a whiteboard, starless, the lowest class. I want to elevate my rank as soon as possible. At least become an elite. Being a whiteboard is simply shameful. Only when he improved his rank could he participate in higher-ranked refining projects, only then could he purchase more heaven and earth treasures from the Refining Association, only then could he have the qualifications to discuss and compete with higher-level experts, only then could he have the qualifications to contend with Deep Sea University. The method to improve one's rank was also very simple. Major universities, sects, loose cultivators, and armies posted many missions at the Refining Association. And the association, in accordance with the difficulty of the task, assessed them into different ranks. As long as one could finish a 1-star refining mission, he or she would automatically have his or her rank upgraded to 1-star refiner. Soon it will be summer vacation. Li Yao pondered aloud. In the summer vacation, on one hand, I can complete some tasks and improve my rank, and also earn some money, while I am it, to buy some heaven and earth treasures and refining tools. On another hand, I can only also temper my skills. After all, next semester, teacher will restart the project Mystic Skeleton. I also want to participate in it and contribute. Crystal suit is magical equipment. In magical equipment, it is very difficult to craft. My current skills are probably insufficient to play any crucial role. I must train madly. I must leave the Fiend Star name on the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. When the crystal train slipped into the Wild Waves City train station, it was already late night. Li Yao didn't return to the refining department but went to the faculty area with an excited look covering his entire face. He went looking for Ding Lingdang. He wanted to tell her the great news. He didn't know why, but after he became a registered refiner, the first person that appeared in his mind with whom he wanted to share this happiness was not Professor Yuan Manxiu but Ding Lingdang. However, he resisted this urge. It was meaningless to share such great news via the spiritual crane messenger. Of course, it must be face to face. While at it, he wanted to look the stunned expression on Ding Lingdang's face and then listen to her compliments. While thinking of Ding Lingdang, Li Yao's corners of lips rose into a smile. Even he himself wasn't aware that his eyes were radiating a wily radiance. He knew Ding Lingdang would not be asleep. She was a cultivation maniac. As long as it wasn't between 2 and 3 in the middle of the night, she would not be asleep. At the base of the small mountain, amid the sea of bamboos, Li Yao's gait was like he was walking in his own garden as he greeted the parrot and small snake. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows as the smile on his face stiffened. As he raised his nose, he got a whiff of a faint intoxicating smell before his pupils constricted suddenly. It's the smell of intoxicating immortal vine. Intoxicating immortal vine was a demonized plant species and contained special neurotoxins which had extreme anesthetic effects. In the Star Glory Federation, it was one of the main raw ingredients for manufacturing narcotic agents. For cultivators, the intoxicating immortal vine had another use. Ordinary liquors could hardly get cultivators intoxicated because of their sturdy body and firm spirit. But even the cultivators had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They too have the time when they want to get drunk and forget their sorrows or get good and drunk. At that moment, cultivators would mix the powder of intoxicating immortal vine into their wines and get drunk. However, Li Yao had never seen Ding Lingdang do so. She was a pure martial arts maniac. She would absolutely not let anything numb her body or spirit. Usually, she wouldn't even take a drop of alcohol, so how would she mix an intoxicating substance as intense as powdered intoxicating immortal vine in her drinks? Is someone drugging her? Once this thought crossed his mind, Li Yao could not help but break into laughter. Not to mention Ding Lingdang herself was a ferocious dragon in human skin. This was the faculty area of the Grand Desolate War Institution and had many combat department professors leaving all around. All of them were ruthless characters in or above foundation building stage. Who would dare come here to drug someone? They would have to be tired of living. Besides, although the intoxicating immortal vine had intense anesthetic effects, its smell was also strong and unique, which was hard to conceal no matter what methods were used. Even if someone was drugging someone else, they wouldn't be so stupid as to use intoxicating immortal vine. Does she want to get drunk? This is weird. Li Yao's curiosity was piqued immensely. Having walked around the villa twice, he found an open window. All around the villa, defensive array glyphs were installed. Even if the door was open, outsiders could forget about ever sneaking inside. However, Li Yao had frequently entered Ding Lingdang's house, and occasionally when Ding Lingdang wasn't home, but he alone would go to Billowing Star Sea to train. Ding Lingdang was a careless girl and had long given him the authority so that the defense array glyphs would treat him as one of their own people. Li Yao stuck his ear to window C. The room was quiet but a faint crying could be heard coming from far away. She is crying. Impossible. Li Yao was so surprised that the fine body hair that grew on the back of his neck was now all standing on their ends as a scene appeared in his mind. A 12-meter-long T-Rex with the gap between its fangs still laden with blood was very sad and dejected as it broke into tears. It was simply unimaginable. Li Yao swallowed a mouthful of saliva before turning his head to look and discovered the parrot and small snake gazing at him with bright and shiny eyes. You must act as my witness. I am only going in because I think that something happened to Ding Lingdang. He could not resist any more as he lightly pushed open the window and rolled inside. The parrot and small snake took a glance at each other before they too followed him furtively and went in to see the status of their mistress. The living room was empty but the smell of alcohol and intoxicating immortal vine was even more intense. Under the dim moonlight, Li Yao discovered a dozen bottles randomly lying around on the table and on the ground as well. He grabbed a bottle to check and it was the most alcoholic Baijiu, 1, and some residue of intoxicating immortal vine was still stuck on the inner wall of the bottle. He grabbed another bottle and it was same for it too. She drank so much. An inexplicable fire aroused in his heart, even he could not understand why he would be so angry. Holding his breath, he listened attentively and the intermittent weeping became clearer and clearer in the dark. And the cries were filled with sadness. grief, and some fear as well, which for Li Yao felt as though a car had lightly scratched his heart. What the hell? Li Yao followed the sound and slowly he drew closer and closer to the source. Finally, he came to the back of the stairs, at the entrance of the underground basement. Is it here? Li Yao hesitated. Ding Lingdang had given complete access to him, he was even free to enter and exit her bedroom, except the basement whose entrance was always locked with a huge rusty iron lock. It had seemingly never been opened. Everyone had their own secrets, and perhaps the underground basement was the secret of Ding Lingdang. At this moment, the door of this secret was completely open, through which, flickering mottled lights could be seen, and in addition to the sobbing, voices of a man and a woman laughing and talking intermixed with bell-like laughter could be heard coming. Are there other people inside? Inexplicable feelings arose in Li Yao's heart as he hastened his footsteps and went down the stairs. The basement was not too big. There was a faint musty smell in the air. Various bits and bobs were randomly lying around, there were also some children toys as well. At the center of the basement, there was a hologram projector which was projecting a three-dimensional image of a middle-aged couple along with a very cute little girl. Apparently, the voices that Li Yao had heard a moment ago were coming from the hologram projector. So it was a video. Li Yao heaved a sigh of relief. He gazed around and discovered Ding Lingdang huddled in a corner, embracing her knees. A tattered blanket covered her body. She seemed to be in trance, her eyes were blurred as she shivered while she choked with sobs. Li Yao was stupefied. His heart was like it had been ruthlessly scratched by invisible claws, his eyes twitched with pain. He had never seen Ding Lingdang in such a weak and helpless position. She was the very Ding Lingdang, who could smash a demon beast to death with just a punch, who could finish entire 5 legs of lamb in one sitting. This was the very Ding Lingdang who was the former president of the Iron Fist Club, who had routed countless Hulks who were no different than T-Rexes in human forms. Are you okay? Li Yao gingerly walked over to Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang was already dead drunk. She was completely immersed in her own world and took a long time to distinguish the source of the sound. When she found that someone had rushed into the basement, a panicked look appeared on her face. It was as though a 10-year-old girl was facing a cruel demon beast. However, in the next second, she seemed to have recognized Li Yao before the panic and fragile look in her eye turned into a dazzling aura in the blink of an eye. It was like a drowning man had discovered a floating piece of wood. Li Yao had turned into her entire hope. Ding Lingdang immediately rushed up to him. Although she was dead drunk, at the end of the day, she was still a foundation-building stage expert. Li Yao was caught off guard and didn't know how to dodge. She pushed him down on the ground and tightly held him like an octopus. Suddenly, Li Yao's face was flushed red to his ears. It wasn't that he was shy or excited, no, he was completely out of breath. As she was all alone in her home, Ding Lingdang only had thin pajamas draped over her body, and a lot of her cleavage was wide open on display. She also generally cultivated all year round, as such she had an exquisite body, along with her long and slender legs. Painted an exceptionally sexy scene. Nevertheless, not the slightest bit of evil intentions aroused in Li Yao's mind. It was not that he was abnormal or anything, in fact, Ding Lingdang was too tightly wrapped around him. As a matter of fact, drunks are a bit stronger than they normally are, not to mention, there are all kinds of strangulation techniques which a martial arts fanatic like Ding Lingdang had learned. She was as tightly wrapped around Li Yao like a beautiful python that was as thick as a bucket. Not only was he out of breath, even his bones were making crunch sounds. Sooner or later Li Yao's body would be minced by her. Let me go. Quickly, let me go. Li Yao wanted to cry but had no tears. The two rolled on the ground. Somehow, Li Yao seized the opportunity and found a gap and retreated 2 steps, but yet again, his ankle was grabbed by Ding Lingdang and was pulled ruthlessly, dragging him back as she tightly wrapped herself around Li Yao. Apparently, she was not willing to let him go. If someone who was completely oblivious to the whole situation saw them, he would definitely think that the two had deep-seated hatred and were fighting desperately at close quarters. The parrot and the snake hid at the entrance, quietly watching. "You are leaving me with no choice." Realizing that Ding Lingdang was going to hold him tighter and tighter as stars began revolving around his eyes, his ears began ringing, even his heart was soon about to be crushed. Li Yao clenched his teeth as he began to release the spiritual energy as he began increasing his level, bursting forth with the real power of a cultivator. Second level of refinement stage. Third level of refinement stage. Fourth level of refinement stage. Ding Lingdang didn't use any spiritual energy, she was only hugging Li Yao with pure brute force, so of course, she wasn't his opponent. Soon, Li Yao was about to break free. Ding Lingdang seemed to have realized that the floating wood was about to drift away as tears gushed out from her eyes and an aggrieved and terrified look appeared on her face. She said, in a quivering voice, "Don't leave me again." This sentence stupefied Li Yao. He never knew that Ding Lingdang's voice could be so gentle and fragile that it could give birth to a desire to protect her in anyone's heart. "You aren't Ding Lingdang, you must be a demon beast in disguise," Li Yao shouted in his heart. A word in the Ding Lingdang's words seemed to have aroused the subtle emotions in his heart. "Don't leave me again." In other words, someone has left her. Who could it be? Is it her ex-boyfriend? Although Li Yao had not drunk the wine mixed with intoxicating immortal vine, nevertheless, he was feeling somewhat drunk. One after another, ridiculous ideas kept on popping up in his mind. Before his brain could issue a command, his body had already reacted. He didn't struggle to escape anymore and let Ding Lingdang tightly wrapped around him as her burning hot cheek tightly stuck to his chest. He maintained his level at the first level of the refinement stage and used his spiritual energy to barely ensure his breathing as he gazed at Ding Lingdang's crimson face. Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes, as though she was a cat who had returned to her nest as she showed a completely satisfied smile. She had already been crying for a few hours, her spirit had reached the limit. In addition, she had drunk so much when she was alone that she was ready to hug Li Yao in grief and fear as her support. At that moment, she quickly fell asleep in Li Yao's arms. She began to snore in an extremely harsh and completely loud voice. She was not the slightest bit like a lady. Who the hell are they? Li Yao was rather baffled as tens of thousands of question marks appeared in his mind. Having been tightly hugged by Ding Lingdang, Li Yao was completely unable to move and was bored to death. He could only raise his head to look at the middle-aged couple and the little girl in the hologram. Following which, he discovered that the middle-aged couple's faces somewhat resembled Ding Lingdang, and the little girl was simply a copy of a younger Ding Lingdang. So it was Ding Lingdang's family video. This little girl should be about 10 years old, and the middle-aged couple must be her parents. Li Yao didn't know much about Ding Lingdang's family. All he knew was that her parents had departed from this world a long time ago. Her mother was a professor of the Grand Desolate War Institution and this villa was left to her by her mother. As for what her father did, he didn't know anything. In the video, Ding Lingdang's father wore a black military uniform. Surprisingly, he was a soldier. The video was playing the scene of a family of 3 having a picnic on the lawn. The 10-year-old Ding Lingdang was still a chubby girl. She was chasing the parrot and the snake, her laughter was filled with innocence. After a while, she ran to her father's side and keenly gave a kiss before speaking in a crisp voice, "Papa, the puppet war beast refined by you is truly too good. In the future, I want to be like Papa, I want to become a super powerful refiner." What? Li Yao was so scared that he almost bit his own tongue. Among all the horrors he had experienced tonight, none of it was worse than this. The dream of Ding Lingdang, this T-Rex in human skin, this martial arts fanatic, this professor of Grand Desolate War Institution Combat Department, was actually to become a refiner? Even now, Li Yao could clearly remember that, when they first met, Lingdang looked at the refining profession with contempt. How could he have ever thought that her father was actually a refiner? And if those two lifelike puppet war beasts came from her father's hand, then he would have been a refiner of at least the expert level. He would have been at almost the same level as Yuan Manqiu. So, how could she dislike the refining profession? With countless doubts circling around his head, Li Yao continued to watch the video. The video was very long, spanning for a couple hours. It was a mixture of hundreds of videos, recording the scenes of the life of the three over a span of a few years. While watching the video, Li Yao gradually came to know of another Lingdang, one that was sometimes lively and sometimes quiet, a girl who would become extremely cute when she burst into laughter, a powerless, and always crying, little girl. This little girl, under the guidance of her father, could rig up some common civilian magical equipment and become so happy that she would grin from ear to ear and dimples would appear on her chubby little face. Li Yao took a glance at his surroundings and discovered that a lot of the magical equipment that appeared in the video were piled around, laden with dust. The video came to an abrupt stop at Lingdang's 13th birthday. After she turned 13, why did she completely change into another person? Not only did her temper become fiery, she aspired to become a powerful body practitioner rather than a refiner. Li Yao's brain was suddenly struck by a flash as he recalled the words once spoken by Fiend Blade Penghai, "I've met another person just like you." At the age of 13, she was a super cultivation genius who had a spiritual root development quotient of 85%, but all of a sudden, her spiritual root development quotient fell to 11%. She could barely even stand up, she was reduced to a cripple. Everyone believed that she could no longer cultivate and would spend the rest of her life in bed. But this person, not only did she stand up again by putting in 100 times more effort, an amount that no one could imagine. She once again stepped onto the road of cultivation. At the age of 22, she reached the pinnacle refinement stage. If I'm not wrong, after a year and a half at most, she will successfully build her foundation and become one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivator in the Federation. And if you give her 30 to 50 years, she will become the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator in the Federation. The person that Fiend Blade Penghai spoke of was none other than Lingdang. What happened to you when you were 13? Lowering his head, Li Yao carefully observed the sleeping face of Lingdang. Her face was the epitome of overflowing heroic spirit and also had a bit of stubbornness to it. When compared to the chubby, round face from the video, it was almost completely unrecognizable to Li Yao. Suddenly, God knows what nightmare she was dreaming, a slight frown crept over Lingdang's face and the corner of her lip started quivering, revealing a sliver of panic. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you," said Li Yao gently in his heart before he suddenly became muddle-headed. Am I going crazy? Protect her? Protect Lingdang? Protect this T-Rex in human skin? How could I have such weird thoughts? I must have been too exhausted from the past 2 days, my mind must be so tired that I can't put my brain cells to good enough use. That must be it. The night went by very slowly. And everything that happened that night was far from normal. Having been hugged by Lingdang, Li Yao's eyes went wide as thousands upon thousands of thoughts frantically circled in his mind, yet none of them were related to refining. He kept forcing himself to think about various academic problems or complex and profound blueprints, and yet, after a moment, all of these thoughts would turn into the ever-smiling and twinkling face of Lingdang. As dawn approached, Lingdang's grip loosened a bit. Li Yao, on the other hand, was unable to hold on. His head fell down as he sank into his dreams. He slept like a log, without a care in the world. Inevitably, he dreamt of innumerable wild fantasies which made him flushed red to his ears. When he woke up, he found himself alone, lying with his hands and legs crossed on Lingdang's bed. Li Yao felt lost. Nevertheless, bang 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 bang, sounds of something hitting came ringing next to his ears. He turned his head to take a look, and found Lingdang, dressed in gym shorts and a vest, hitting a sandbag that was crafted from grey dragon crocodile skin which was several inches thick with full force. Each of her punches sank deep into the sandbag. Her face was glowing with health and radiating vigor, not even the slightest trace of last night's weakness could be found. It was as if it was just a dream. Shaking his head, Li Yao sat up before forcefully rubbing his face. Maybe I was too tired and have been dreaming last night. This is the Ding Lingdang that I know, how could she be weak looking like last night? Just then, a gust of wind brushed his face as Ding Lingdang fiercely rushed onto the bed. Spreading his hands and legs apart, and holding him, she said ruthlessly, with eyes filled with hostility, looking from above, "Don't even think of talking about me crying last night, or I will kill you." Li Yao was shaken to the core. It wasn't a dream, she was indeed crying. Suddenly, Li Yao's eyes were filled with curiosity and complex emotions which even he himself could not understand. Feeling nervous from his look, Ding Lingdang smacked his forehead. "Don't look at me like that. I drank too much last night and was in a bad state, that's all. Who would have known that you, smelly brat, would silently slip in?" Li Yao explained himself in a hurry. "I noticed the intense smell of intoxicating immortal vine coming from your house, and I recalled that you never drink, more so getting dead drunk. I was afraid something happened to you, that's why I rushed inside. I know, otherwise you would have already been beaten to a pulp. But last night, you actually..." Ding Lingdang retreated and sat on the bed, holding the pillow in her arms. After a while, she took a long deep breath and said calmly, "Forget it, I will tell you anyway. Anyhow, it's not a big secret, many of the professors in the institute know it already. Last night was the death anniversary of my parents." Li Yao's eyes went wide. "My mom was a professor of the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department and my dad was an army refiner. I inherited the blood of them both and showed a talent for creativity as well as for combat at an early age. However, my mom thought that it would be hard for a girl to take the road of combat. She'd had it hard from an early age, naturally, she didn't want her daughter to suffer like her. So, my parents wanted me to be a refiner, and in my childhood, I also liked refining very much. The year when I turned 13, a new city was being built in the depths of the wasteland and my dad was also stationed at the military base outside the city. When the city was finished, a grand ceremony was held, and my mom and I were invited as well to attend the ceremony. Unexpectedly, at the inauguration ceremony, we encountered a massive beast-tide outbreak. Countless powerful demon beasts under the command of Demon King encircled the entire city in the blink of an eye. Originally, the city would have been able to defend for a while until the reinforcements arrived with the help of its self-defense system in the outer ring of the city as well as by controlling the countless pieces of magical equipment. However, the city was built recently and its self-defense system hadn't undergone rigorous debugging, as such, there were many problems with the self-defense system. During the highly intense battle, the flaws in the defense system were quickly revealed and the Demon King, taking advantage of the opportunity, ruthlessly bombarded the control center, exploding it to nothing. As a result, all of the unmanned magical equipment failed one after another, while the beast tide advanced straight into the city unchecked and wantonly massacred. My mom and dad died in the battle. Although I survived, my spiritual roots development quotient fell to the bottom, I became a cripple. I had to start from the beginning. Since then, I realized one thing. When magical equipment is no longer reliable, we can only rely on ourselves. The strongest fist is the most reliable piece of equipment. Therefore, when I once again embarked on the road of cultivation, I did not hesitate to choose to become a body practitioner. I firmly believe that only this road can allow me to take revenge. The appearance of the Demon King is still etched into my brain, Demon King Night Hail. Even on the ominous demon list, his notoriety is well known. He's commanded many beast tides and attacked the Heaven Origin sector. Every time, before he retreated, he would kill 2 golden core powerhouses. Among the high-level demon clan, he is one of the most problematic figures for the Federation. However, someday, he will die by my fist. I want to punch him into a patty. Li Yao listened to her quietly, he was rendered speechless. In his heart, he was deeply shocked, so shocked that it could not be described with just words. He didn't expect that this girl, who would always be radiating light and heat like the sun, would actually have such a dark past. Although she was playing it down, Li Yao could imagine the scene, a lonely little girl, in a city filled with a demon beast, watching her parents being torn apart by the demon beasts. Last night, after she drank until she was dead drunk, she must have returned to the year when she turned 13, returned to the time when the demon beasts were everywhere in the town. That must the reason why she so was panic-stricken and so powerless, Li Yao thought in his heart, which his eyes did not conceal. Ding Lingdang was completely infuriated by the compassionate and protective look in his eyes. As short-tempered as she was, she said, waving her hand, I did not tell you these things just so you take pity on me, I was afraid that you would think some nonsense, that's all. I don't need any sympathy from anybody. You'd better forget what I have said a moment ago and what happened last night. Forget about everything and what you should do. All Li Yao could do was nod. As he himself was someone from the magical equipment graveyard, he could relate to the delicate mentality of Ding Lingdang as a fellow sufferer. When he looked at the time, his countenance changed. It's already 12 p.m. Oops. I have a meeting with the teacher in the early morning. We decided to discuss restarting the Project Mystic Skeleton. Li Yao jumped up and hastily went downstairs. Having bidden her farewell, he anxiously made his way out of the villa. Closing the door, the extremely calm look on her face collapsed all of a sudden. Her face, which was laced with a murderous look, in the blink of an eye, blushed. It's over, I don't know how I should act around him anymore. As Ding Lingdang leaned on the door, wriggling her graceful body, an embarrassed look appeared her face before she covered her face with her hands, and her mutterings escaping from the gaps between her fingers, so embarrassing, that stinking brat has completely seen my shameful appearance. How am I going to face him in the future? I have completely lost my prestige as elder sister. And you too. Ding Lingdang, with one arm on her waist, while the other pointed at the snake and the parrot, said angrily, Why did you let him come in? The snake and the parrot looked at their mistress very innocently. Their crystal eyes became sluggish, completely still. Knock knock knock. The knocking on the door rang behind her head. It completely scared the hell out of Ding Lingdang, her heart was crazily pounding. Having calmed herself down, she opened the door, only to find Li Yao standing there. What is it? Ding Lingdang asked snappily. Nothing. Li Yao looked a bit flustered. I suddenly remembered one thing. Last night you said, don't leave me again. You thought I was your parents and asked them not to leave you again, right? That's correct. Why? Ding Lingdang frowned. Nothing particular really. I thought you were talking about your ex-boyfriend at first and I was a little embarrassed. But later I figured out that it was impossible. Huh. Li Yao scratched his head. For some reason, he felt delighted. What do you mean by impossible? Do I look like someone who has never had a boyfriend? Ding Lingdang raised her eyebrow and burst out in anger. In the spur of the moment, Li Yao asked, No. No. But, do you have one? I kind of, sort of, maybe had one. Ding Lingdang replied, flushed. May I ask what, kind of, sort of, maybe had one means? Li Yao suddenly turned into a baby of curiosity. It was when I just went into college. Everybody was new to each other. You know that guys outnumber girls in our college. Then there was this senior student from the Iron Fist Club who was in hot pursuit of me. Said that he adored my passion for martial arts and hoped to explore the peak of martial arts with me. He was earnest and also handsome. So I said that I would think about it carefully. Ding Lingdang stammered to get the story through. Then what? Li Yao felt his throat was dry. Then, one afternoon, the game of senior students and freshmen in the Iron Fist Club took place. He was my opponent after drawing lots. I thought to myself, if you adore my passion for martial arts, of course, I should show you 120% of my capability, shouldn't I? But as it turned out, I should have controlled myself. I broke 4 of his ribs before kicking him out of the ring into the auditorium. That night, he texted me from ICU saying that, although I'm great, he felt we weren't appropriate for each other after full consideration, and that we should just be friends. That son of bitch had no manhood at all. He shrank at the first setback he met. Also, I never promised him anything. I just said that I would think about it. What did the latter half of the text message even mean? Who would want to be friends with such a coward? I was in a terrible mood after all that. 2 days later, the Iron Fist Club and the Chaotic Blades Hall got into a fight due to an incident. I was too angry to control myself again and sent 15 classmates of the Chaotic Blades Hall to the hospital. Ever since then, nobody's dared to ask me out anymore. What a bunch of losers. The more Ding Lingdang said, the angrier she became. She raised her head, only to find Li Yao grinning like an idiot. Pissed off, she slapped the door. What's that supposed to mean? I told you such a humiliating story because I treat you as a good bro. Other people laugh at me because I don't have a boyfriend, so be it. But why are you smirking, too? I wasn't smirking. Li Yao was about to laugh again as he said it. Still denying. Ding Lingdang snatched at Li Yao's face like lightning and pulled it hard. Your mouth is as broad as a trumpet, and you said you were not smirking. I got it. It is because I am mean to you and always bully you that you hope I never find a boyfriend, isn't it? You must feel happy and satisfied now, don't you? In pain, Li Yao found his tears swelling. Ow. It hurts. Hurts. Let me go. Ding Lingdang twisted his face hard one last time, and released it in gratification. She slammed the door. Watching Li Yao walk away while trying to soothe his face through the window, she sat down and sighed heavily. What's wrong with me today? She scratched her hair, turning it into a scruffy mess. Why did I reveal such a humiliating story to him the moment he asked? Next time I will be a joke to him. Shao Kai, come over here. Replay what you saw yesterday. What happened last night had been recorded by the crystal eye of the parrot and stored in the crystal chip. The 7-colored parrot bounced towards Ding Lingdang, and when it arrived in front her, it opened its mouth from which a light beam was sent out. The light beam then transformed into a 3D representation of the scenes from the last night. Li Yao circled the villa. Li Yao crawled through the window. Li Yao checked the wine bottles on the desk. Li Yao moved on to the basement, where he was tugged by her. Ding Lingdang's lips pouted as she watched all this. And when she saw Li Yao's desperate expression when she was hugging him like an octopus, she burst out in anger and slapped so heavily on the ground that the wine bottles were flying to the sky. Was it so terrible? Ding Lingdang said in anger. A hug won't cost you anything. What is that avoidance and abhorrence supposed to mean? Li Yao was walking towards the refining department lightly on the campus, when the tiny crystal processor suddenly buzzed. The professor must be impatient. Li Yao picked up his pace. But when he lifted his wrist, he found that it was his newly added contact, Jiang Shaoyang. Through spiritual energy crane link, Jiang Shaoyang's bold forehead was shining brightly under the sun. But he was wearing a strange smile. His personality felt different from 2 days ago. It was now a combination of extreme madness and unparalleled calmness, like a frozen flame. No one could tell it's cold or hot. Anything wrong? Li Yao was in a surprise. No big deal. I just want to tell you that I have withdrawn from Deep Sea University and I'm about to embark on a brand new path of artifact refining. Jiang Shaoyang said slowly. What? Li Yao was shocked. Jiang Shaoyang was definitely a maniac, or was it because he had been influenced by what he'd said previously? Jiang Shaoyang said in utmost tranquility, "I've put a lot of thought into this. You were right. I was bound by so many things in the past, which prevented me from fulfilling my potential. The moment I cut off my hair, I said goodbye to my past, my previous life, and my old self. I am ready to explore a new path that has never been set foot on before. So, don't call me the 10th star anymore. I am just myself, and I'm no longer related to Deep Sea University, Novum Stelli, or Supernova. I remember you said that you are known as the Fiend Star among artificers. Fiend Star or Supernova, or even Novum Stelli, if we get to the bottom of it, are all miniature stars. But I'm different. I will become the sun, with a brightness 10,000 times more glaring than any of you." The serenity in his face and arrogance in his declaration made it impossible to distinguish whether he was joking or simply insane. "But..." Li Yao frowned. "You don't believe me?" Flames of billions of degrees were burning in Jiang Shaoyang's eyes. "Not that I don't believe you. It's just that technically speaking, the sun is also a star," Li Yao said solemnly. Jiang Shaoyang dazed. "The sun is just the same with all the other stars. In fact, most stars are brighter than the sun. But they may not look so due to the long distance in between. For example, the fiery cloud star, which is close to heaven's origin sector, is 17 times brighter than the sun by estimation of astronomers. Such stars are countless. This is like common sense." "What, you'd never heard of it before?" After a long silence, during which time the veins on his forehead seemed to be bumping out, Jiang Shaoyang finally grumbled, "Metaphor. It was just a metaphor. The bottom line is, please try to keep your training up, because I will see you again soon. People will know which one is stronger, the sun or the Fiend Star." "Pa." Jiang Shaoyang hung up in anxiety and anger. "Why is everybody acting weird today?" Li Yao touched his nose and carried on walking. He went directly to Yuan Manchio's laboratory without any rest after he arrived at refining department. "Professor, sorry I'm late." Yuan Manchio was standing in front of a row of 3D light beams and staring at them quietly. Shining on the light beams were the complicated structure designs of crystal-powered mobile armors. Tears streamed as she watched. "Li Yao, thank you. I know of all your struggles and devotion over the past year. Without your dedication, it would have been impossible to restart the Project Mystic Skeleton in such a short time. On behalf of myself, Lao Mo, and all the rest staff and students who've sacrificed things for the plan, I offer you my sincerest gratitude." Yuan Manchio moved her body and bowed to Li Yao. Li Yao had no idea what to do. He hurried to get her professor straight and grinned. "Professor, I'm looking forward to the day when the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is born again and flies in the sky." "That's right. We must seize every second in every minute so that the armor can be forged faster." Yuan Manchio wiped her tears away and took a deep breath. She resumed her calmness and quickly said, "I'll just cut the nonsense and get down to it. Here's a brief introduction to the current status of refining department. Because of your excellent performance, the university will increase the budget for refining department next year. Also, donations from celebrities have risen, too. So, funding is not a problem anymore. Our plan for now is to recruit 60 students in 2 classes. I believe many students will consider us now that the resources are abundant. As for teachers, I've managed to reach out to some experts among the artificers over the past year. Their major concern before was the funding. Now that it has been fixed, many of them, especially those without any notable status right now, actually don't outright reject the notion of working as a teacher in Grand Desolate War Institution." Li Yao nodded. Money, place, methodology, and companionship were 4 indispensable factors in cultivators' training, among which money always comes first. A cultivator may be uninterested in everyday life's entertainment. But their research and training also demand large amounts of money. Now that the funding was plentiful, no wonder many cultivators had changed their minds about teaching here. As for teaching facilities, it's unnecessary to rebuild a floating mountain since it will cost too much time and efforts. I've made a deal with a seller and we're going to purchase a second-hand small-scale floating mountain which we can modify. 3 months after it's delivered, when it has been entirely upgraded, it will be more than enough to satisfy the need of the 200 teaching staff and students, as well as the development work of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Chapter 228 You will wear the suit. Yuan Manxiu paused and said slowly, there are 3 critical problems that are yet to be resolved. First, the technical problem. Over the past year, I've done a lot of research and thoroughly studied thousands of designs. Everything is fine, except for the super-compressed crystal reactor, which we underestimated before. The most distinguished characteristic of Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is its avoidance of using heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As a result, its stability and durability are greatly undermined. For other parts, this shortcoming can be fixed by enhancing the structure. But that won't do when it comes to crystal reactor. Condensing violent spirit energy, as destructive as the vast sea, into a head-size crystal reactor while asking it to output spirit energy stably according to the battle status was putting too much pressure on the crystal reactor. It was simply overwhelming for the common alloy materials. Last time, it was because the crystal reactor had a crack and released the extremely condensed spirit energy that the tragedy happened. I haven't figured out how to address this problem yet. If we turn to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, our cost will increase a lot because they're essential to the crystal reactors for most of the crystal suits. Copying them would be contradictory to our original purpose. In the days to come, together with other experts, I will try my best to overcome this barrier. Li Yao, take this jade slip. All the documents concerning Project Mystic Skeleton are inside. You can see if there's anything you can do when you're free. Although you have only just started your career as a refiner, you always have amazing ideas that are not restrained by the doctrines we live by. Maybe you'll find a new way and shed some light for us. Yuan Manxiu then handed over the jade slip with a string of unique thought, which is the key to activate the jade slip. Files of Project Mystic Skeleton were invaluable. Therefore, the jade slip required a special thought to activate it. It also had a self-destruction rune within. Should it be lost, Li Yao could erase all the information easily using telekinesis. Seeing that his professor trusted him so much as to share all of her top secrets with him, Li Yao felt warm in heart and nodded his head solemnly. Yuan Manxiu continued. The second problem is money. When I said that the funding is adequate, I was referring to the rebuilding work for the refining department. Actually, the school had different opinions about Project Mystic Skeleton. She paused and laughed self-deprecatingly. It is understandable. I'm afraid that no one else in the entire Star Glory Federation is 100% confident that Project Mystic Skeleton will succeed apart from the 2 of us. The budget that the school allocated is for recruitment of experts, purchase and modification of the floating mountain, and the education of students. Very little is at our disposal. However, by my estimation, to complete Project Mystic Skeleton, the money we need ranges from 5 billion to 10 billion. Li Yao nodded, not surprised by the figure. Although the cost of a Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had been claimed to be under 100 million, that was only so during mass production. Reinventing the first Mystic Skeleton battlesuit required much more than that because of the preliminary investments, the experimental cost, and the research funding. Sometimes it would cost 3 to 5 million, or in some cases even 10 million, to conduct a single experiment. And dozens of experiments were not unusual to perform optimizations. On the market, one crystal suit specially designed for cultivators of core formation stage and nascent soul stage would cost more than 10 billion. It was quite amazing that the entire budget for the research of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was controlled within 10 billion. Yuan Manxiu continued, the technical and money problems are directly related. It is because we can't fix the issue regarding the crystal reactor that the investors feel inconfident. As long as it is fixed, with our current funding, we will be able to build a prototype, even though there's nothing but our bare hands. Everything will be easier when we have the prototype. Not only will the school increase our budget, we will also be able to look for investments from celebrities and the military. I'm sure someone will be interested. When that happens, getting 10 billion wouldn't be difficult, even 50 billion would not be a dream either. Yuan Manxiu stopped again and eyed Li Yao carefully. The last and most important question is who will wear the prototype of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit? Li Yao realized that it was indeed a big problem. The prototype would have a lot of defects and deeply buried problems. Not everyone would have the capability to wear it. The wearer must be an experienced one, who was also good at refining in order to detect the problems during the trial. They were similar to the test pilots in Li Yao's previous life who were 100 times more skilled than ordinary pilots. Yuan Manxiu shrugged and smiled bitterly. I can't find a suitable candidate to wear the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. After all, the failure last time is already common knowledge to everyone in the entire Federation. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, a cursed crystal suit that is doomed to explode, has killed hundreds of people even before it is fully developed. As such, which elite exo would be willing to risk their life to wear a prototype Mystic Skeleton battlesuit that might be full of bugs? If we increase the reward, some desperados among the ordinary exos might be interested. But these people would never have received professional training in refining. They wouldn't be able to describe the problem clearly even if they meet one. Also, many things in the prototypes are secrets of Project Mystic Skeleton which I don't want to reveal to outsiders. Therefore, Li Yao, do you want to be the wearer of the prototype of Profound Bone Battle Armor? Li Yao dazed. He pointed to himself. Me? He was a little overwhelmed. Yuan Manxiu nodded and said seriously, I've put a lot of thought into it. You're the best candidate. Firstly, Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is designed to be a low-cost crystal suit for mass production, which means its users can only be refinement stage cultivators. Building foundation stage cultivators have far better choices. Therefore, we're targeting refinement stage cultivators as our potential users. All the structures and parameters are designed for them. So, it will be for the best if its first user is also a refinement stage cultivator. Secondly, you are a hybrid type cultivator and you have talents both in battling and refining. If you wear it, not only will the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit's potential be fulfilled, you will definitely discover the majority of the problems during the trial. Our communication after will be easier too, as we'll use terminologies that we are both familiar with. Lastly, you are my own disciple. The leaking of secrets will no longer be a concern, and the trials will not just take a day or two. Other exos might be unwilling to stay at Grand Desolate War Institution for a long period of time. But if it's you, there won't be a problem. Li Yao's eyes sparkled as he listened. It's perfect to join Project Mystic Skeleton in such a way. But, the thing is, I don't know how to wear a crystal suit, Li Yao said hesitantly. Different from battle armor, a crystal suit was an ultimate weapon condensed by countless magical equipment controlled by the crystal processor. It was as difficult to forge as it was to wear. Only those who were formally trained would be able to control it and become an exo, another awesome profession in the world of cultivation. It's no big deal. Yuan Manxiu clicked softly on the virtual keyboard. Tons of data were displayed on the light beam. Li Yao scanned it carefully. It was all detailed information about exo training camps. Yuan Manxiu said, there are many ways to become an exo. The top 10 sects in the Federation, Deep Sea University, and First Military Academy of the Federation all have their own crystal suit forging departments and corresponding training systems. In the military, there are troops entirely made of elite exos whose strength can be really intimidating. But it's difficult to find a way into such systems. Things are different with personal exos training camps. They welcome anyone who has a decent amount of money. Exo and refiner were the two most popular professions in the world of cultivation. Organizations established to train exos were too many to keep track of. Most of them only aimed for your purse. They wouldn't teach anything useful. However, the 4 personal exo training camps listed by Yuan Manchio were the best ones. They had been created by top-tier, expert exos. Although the tuition fees they charged could make your heart stop beating, their tutors did boast real skills and were not hesitant to teach them. Yuan Manchio highlighted the file of one of the 4 training camps. She said, "Thunder Training Camp is going to start a 3-month preparatory course for middle and high-level cultivators in the refinement stage. It's perfect for you." Thunder Training Camp, one of the 4 personal exo training camps in the Federation, was founded by Lei Tingwei, a cultivator in the core formation stage, and hence have produced thousands of strong exos. It is best known for its crazy and cruel training style. If you are willing to be the test wearer for the prototype of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, the school will pay the tuition fees for you and you will be trained in Thunder Training Camp for 3 months before becoming a strong exo. But there's one thing you need to know. Lei Tingwei is a harsh and mean man. He values tough training more than anything. The principle of his camp is easy to get in, hard to stay in. You can get into it as long as you have money, but you'll have to pass tests after tests. Only the few that survive until the end will be approved by him. Are you confident? Li Yao's glanced through the files of the Thunder Training Camp. His mouth spread and a smile appeared on his face. Cruel? Harsh? Only few can survive until the end? I love it. 5 days later, deep down the Grand Desolate Plateau, a well-worn carrier with patterns of thunder splash on both sides was flying at a low altitude. Over the dull sand hills, a small oasis lay in front. Around the oasis was a block of silver buildings. Many firefly-like lights were chasing, charging, and colliding with each other. But with a careful look, one would discover that they were all cultivators in crystal suits. Although it was just a simulation, the cultivators were not the least bit sluggish. The cracking of spirit energy echoed like thunder hundreds of meters away. Now and then, a critical part on someone's armor would be hit, dyeing the sky in glorious colors while they fell to the ground. This was the Thunder Training Camp. At the corner of the carrier, Li Yao focused all his attention on the crystal processor's screen, trying to make the best use of whatever time he had left to learn more about the Thunder Training Camp. The more he read, the more he furrowed his brow. After a long silence, Li Yao grinned and mumbled, "It's really hard." Among the 4 major personal training camps, Thunder Training Camp was the most punitive one. It was also known as Death Training Camp. Death had 2 meanings. One was that many courses in the training camp were imitations of real battles and thus were extremely dangerous. Chances were that the trainees would get crippled or killed, as was duly written in the contract they had signed before enrollment. Thunder Training Camp was only open to the brave warriors, not cowards. The other meaning was the high fallout rate. Thunder Training Camp could be further divided into inner camp and outer camp. The outer camp was designed for the cultivators in the refinement stage, and for the 100 students that it admitted every time, only 10 would remain 3 months later. That was a fallout rate of 90%, which was even higher than most of the classes of the combat department in the Grand Desolate War institution. The cruel training style and the super-high fallout rate, on the other hand, had boosted the cachet of the Thunder Training Camp. Many desperate cultivators were actually willing to pay a large sum of money just to get a glittering Thunder Exo badge. Their effortlessness in paying the tuition fee indicated that they wouldn't find it difficult to buy a crystal suit worth billions in the future. As a matter of fact, they were either from the younger generations of noble families or future stars of major cultivation sections. They had both resources and capabilities that far exceeded Li Yao's previous opponents. The 100 students are all real experts. They are totally different from freshmen like Zhao Tianchong or Lu Taizhan. Many of them must have already worn crystal suits before. Unlike them, I've never touched one before. I'm a complete novice. It's going to be troublesome to make it to the top 10. Li Yao's thought was interrupted by the impact of the carrier landing on the desert beside the oasis. Li Yao walked down together with a few other students. It was noon, the hottest time of the day. There was no shade in the bare desert. The sunlight was so strong that their skin constantly felt as if it were going to explode. The oasis was not very far in front. Yet the students had to wait underneath the scorching sun. The carrier took off, leaving a small sandstorm where it previously landed. But there was still no sign of a receptionist. A few other carriers had come and gone. More students joined the crowd in the desert. Li Yao observed the other students carefully and noticed that most of them were older than 25 and apparently had experienced bloody battles in real life before. The determination on their faces was far different from the Green College students. Although everyone was hiding their capability with the soul converging technique, Li Yao knew that many of them were already at the high-level refinement stage, seeing that they had no sweat at all after standing under the hot sun for so long. He might be the weakest among the 100 students. Most students were wary of those around them, and when they felt that their classmates were of similar level to themselves, they did not hesitate to demonstrate their hostility. A training camp was different from a school or a sect. For the students in a school or a sect, they belonged to the same community. No matter how intense their competition with each other was, they had a sense of collective honor. For example, although Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan, and Li Yao always challenged each other, they knew that they were all students of the Grand Desolate War Institution. When something serious happened, they would stand together and get it over with first before sorting out the issues among themselves. But things were totally different in a training camp which was all about money making. No one was anything to anyone else other than a direct rival. Only 10 out of the 100 students would be able to laugh in the end. Every one of the rest was an enemy to be and had to be eliminated at the first chance. That was what all the students had in mind. While Li Yao was thinking about it, a shadow covered him as if the sun had been eclipsed by a giant cloud. Li Yao blinked and took a closer look. It was a tall, young man with gray eyes and a sharp face that looked like it had been carved from a rock. The young man was wearing a strange smile. His eyes were sparkling, just like those of a cat that had decided to play with the rat it had just caught instead of killing it immediately. The gray-eyed, young man raised his eyebrow and asked coldly, "Grand Desolate War Institutions, Li Yao?" Li Yao felt a scent of hostility. He stood straight and made eye contact with the young man. "And you are?" "From Deep Sea University's Battle Suit Department, Yuan Yesher," the gray-eyed, young man said casually. Li Yao frowned. The name didn't sound familiar. "You don't know me. But I know a thing or two about you." Yuan Yesher smiled indifferently. "My sister, Yuan Yeshua, is a disciple of Jiang Sheng, the supernova, and one of the Novum Stellae. I accidentally came across your file due to her. I knew you're a genius at magical equipment refining whose popularity has been on the rise, and you humiliated Deep Sea University in the refiner's registration examination. However, the Thunder training camp is the domain of us Exos. Why did you, a refiner, come such a long way here?" "To enjoy some sunbathing," Li Yao replied lazily to the aggressive question. There was lightning in Yuan Yesher's eyes. He was about to speak again when he felt a disturbance behind him. It was a shuttle that looked like a scary skeleton. "Here comes our instructor," someone called out. Yuan Yesher changed his face and said grimly, "The past of you refiners is none of my business and I don't care. However, I don't like the way you talk. You may be a genius in magical equipment refining, but it doesn't mean that you can be as arrogant in the world of exos. I've got my eye on you and I'll eliminate you as soon as I have a chance. He retreated into the crowd as he stabbed Li Yao with his sharp glare. At that moment, a strong, middle-aged man jumped out of the shuttle, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground before he'd even landed, causing a cloud of smoke. It was as if a 10,000-ton rock just fell from the sky. What a grand entrance. He's at least in building foundation stage. Many students were whispering. When the air cleared again, a short, stout, extremely ugly, muscled man appeared in everyone's sight. The man could almost be called bald, except that he had a cluster of hair in the center of his pate. He also had a forked mustache, which was like 2 black crescent blades. His hair and mustache drew so much attention at first glance that everyone failed to see what he really looked like. Some students almost laughed out aloud. Yet, when the muscled man looked at them with a glare resembling lightning, they felt that their backs were cold and their throats seemed to have been grabbed, which immediately stopped them from laughing. My name is Mao Feng, the manager of Thunder Training Camp's outer camp. I will also be your chief instructor for the next 3 months, and I will become the person that you fear the most, resent the most, and want to cut into pieces the most. Mao Feng put his hands behind his back and started to pace around the students. Whenever he stopped in front of someone, he would stare them in the eyes. Within 5 seconds, the student would groan and admit defeat. Mao Feng would be satisfied and move on to the next student. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every student's ear clearly despite the wuthering wind. I've read all of your files. You're all men of privilege, 1 in 10,000, talented cultivators. Your backgrounds are profound, and so are your own abilities. Many of you have touched crystal suits before. Some of you are even students majoring in battle suits at well-known colleges who want to improve themselves in the Thunder Training Camp during the summer vacation. However, everyone must start from scratch here. I don't care who you are. You might be a badass in school, you might be the pillar of your sect, you might be a battle hero, but it all means nothing here. Your identity, position, and past mean nothing. In the Thunder Training Camp, you are just an ordinary student who doesn't even need a name. What you need is just a number, ranging from 1 to 100. I will enforce the toughest, harshest, and cruelest training onto you. If you're sluggish or hesitant for even a single second, you will be eliminated without mercy. However, in my experience, most students begged to quit long before they were eliminated. Remember, a crystal suit is a treasure of treasures. An exo is the cultivator of cultivators. An exo always leads the charge and is always ready to face the enemy's attack. An exo who isn't killed a couple of times a day is not a real exo. And a real exo is what the Thunder Training Camp will train you to be. If you're not prepared, get your ass out of here and now. While speaking, Mao Feng stopped in front of Li Yao. His lightning-like eyesight pierced into Li Yao's head. What a strong spiritual power. Li Yao could feel that the spiritual power of his instructor was hundreds of times stronger than the 3-eyed ape on the Devil Flood Dragon Island. Had his soul not been cleansed and strengthened by Yezi, it would have been impossible to even survive half a second. Li Yao gritted his teeth and stared back. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Mao Feng smiled and asked fiercely, "What's your name?" Li Yao held his head as high as possible and answered loudly, "Sir, my name is Li Yao." Of course. Mao Feng grinned and looked around. He remarked, "Like I said, students of this class are all men of privilege with profound background. Even this seemingly Mr. Nobody actually has a long story behind him. You may not know of him yet. Let me introduce him to you. He is the youngest and weakest student in this class. But he is also a man who's cruel to himself." Schwa. 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 198 pairs of curious eyes were fixed on Li Yao. Li Yao frowned and knew it was not good. It was clear that Mao Feng was trying to teach every student a hard lesson and establish his absolute authority by staring at them and destroy their pride. But as it turned out, Li Yao's soul was too solid to surrender after 10 seconds of direct eye contact, which made him look bad. That's why the chief instructor set him up as a target for everyone. With a fake smile, Mao Feng said, Li Yao, age 20, in the 6th level of refinement stage, also known as a vulture, a cruel man of your generation from the Grand Desolate War institution. His cultivation is not very deep, but his records are quite impressive. Before his spiritual root was awoken, he defeated a mutant demon beast that was almost as strong as a demon soldier. The day he awoke his spiritual root, he beat a cultivator in the 3rd level of refinement stage into a heap of blood and bones which barely looked like a human after the fight. Within the next year, he reached the 6th level of refinement stage. He was in the Battle of Verdant Tarn City too, where he killed a demon general even though he was only in the 5th level of refinement stage at that time. After that, he was engaged in a fight against 2,000 freshmen from the combat department of the Grand Desolate War institution. Through his smart tactics, he managed to make the opponents attack each other and broke through their encirclement in the end. His name has been rife since then. Lastly, he also happens to be a hybrid-type cultivator, with talents both in fighting and refining, and he's just passed the refiner's registration examination. Although he may lack experience in using a crystal suit, he definitely knows a lot about its structure and will quickly learn about its maintenance. The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know that you shouldn't assume you're someone extraordinary here. There are many more extraordinary people in the Thunder training camp. This weakest student is already so remarkable, and the rest will only be better. And in the following 3 months, they will be your opponents. The only path in front of you is to crush them by training hard. Or you will be crushed by them like the ants below their shoes. What the instructor said turned the curiosity in their eyes into pure hostility. Their eyes were aimed at Li Yao as if they were guns. Some students were indifferent. However glorious Li Yao's past might be, he was still just a college student in the 6th level of refinement stage, while they were all experts of high-rank refinement stage cultivators, in the 10th level or higher. Just some random college student. Many of them were mocking him. Little boy, quite arrogant of you, isn't it? Cruel man of the new generation from the Grand Desolate War institution? An AF*King vulture? How interesting. We'll eliminate you as soon as we get a chance and teach you a lesson about the difference between school and real life. More students grinned hideously while warming themselves up. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Yao's forehead, and his back was cold, too. He cursed the instructor silently. What a petty man this so-called chief instructor is. I was simply staring at him for a few seconds longer than the rest. There was no need to put me in the line of fire like this. He glanced at Mao Feng, and found Mao Feng looking at him, too. Mao Feng patted his shoulder, in a malicious smile, and whispered, "Congratulations, Li Yao. You've attracted my attention. My eyes will be on you in the next 3 months." Before Li Yao had a chance to reply, Mao Feng suddenly roared, his beard lifting upwards as if 2 battle blades. "Everyone, gather in the testing field and get your capability measured first. The training camp will provide you with a tailor-made training plan based on your capability and fighting style and arrange different instructors for you accordingly. Remember, in the 3-month training, there will be an elimination test at the end of each month. 50 people will be left after the first month. 20 after the second. At the end of the 3rd month, a competition among the remaining 20 will take place and no more than 10 winners will make it to the end before receiving their Thunder Exo badges. For those who get the badge, after you enter into the building foundation stage, you will be able to be instructed in the inner camp by Lei Tingwei, who's in the core formation stage. What are you waiting for? The testing field is 50 kilometers away. Get your asses moving now. Mao Feng jumped onto the skeleton-like shuttle, throwing dust everywhere after a burst of spirit energy. He screamed while driving the shuttle, "Faster! Faster! You're all cultivators yet you can't outrun a shuttle? Those who fail to reach the testing field within half an hour will be eliminated immediately." In the smoke, the students gazed at each other in confusion. Suddenly, someone dashed forward. Almost simultaneously, various colorful spirit energies burst out from everybody as they started chasing the shuttle like lightning. And thus, the competition began. Rushing 50 kilometers in a desert under the boiling sun at a speed close to a shuttle, even the high-level cultivators felt tired and were sweating over. But they were all men of determination. Pushed by their desire for victory, they stood straight with an indifferent look, showing no weakness at all. The testing field had a coverage of couple of square kilometers and boasted state-of-the-art magical equipment for testing. 20 students were allowed to take a test at the same time. Beside the testing field were 100 giant dark iron boxes with murderous runes carved on the surface that brought a strong sense of blood. Crystal suits. Not training suits. They are real crystal suits. Although they're models from 100 years ago, they're still authentic battle suits that were worn in battlefields and wielded to kill monsters before. Using real battle suits at the beginning test, the Thunder training camp is really rich. It deserves its name as one of the 4 top training camps. This trip is definitely worth all the trouble. Many students were delighted. Most of them had received preliminary crystal suits training before. But what they'd worn during training were simple testing crystal suits, which had a huge difference from the real ones. Seeing the grandeur scene where 100 crystal suits lined up in a row, everyone was passionate and ready for a fight. Mao Feng roared, "According to your profile, the Thunder training camp has prepared a suitable crystal suit for each one of you. You may find your own crystal suit by the names floating above the boxes. Remember, this is going to be your last chance to use your name in the Thunder training camp. Later, you will be ranked according to your capability from 1 to 100, and your rank will be the only reference to you in the coming 3 months. 001 stands for the strongest, 100 represents the lousiest, weakest, and worst. Devote every last bit of your strength into the training if you don't want to be 100. Those of you who have 0 experience don't need to worry. These crystal suits have been adjusted and have its sensitivity reduced to 30%, which means the difficulty of using them is only 30% of the difficulty of normal ones. It is the easiest mode designed for beginners. If you find yourself unable to rein the crystal suit under the 30% sensitivity, get your ass out of here quickly, because it means you have no talent for using crystal suits whatsoever. I don't want to train losers. Alright, that's about enough. Those who have worn crystal suits before come up first. The rest of you, find an empty place and try to get familiar with your suit. There are tutorials in the crystal processor. Warm yourselves up a little." Hearing that, all the students jumped joyously towards the crystal suit that had their name on it. Other than Li Yao, the other 99 students had all handled a crystal suit before, more or less. Even the students most unfamiliar with crystal suits had done perfectly accurate simulations in professional simulators before. Unlike them, for Li Yao, who had grown up in the magical equipment graveyard, his life was nothing but training and fighting. He had never even played any of the popular crystal suits games, let alone perfectly accurate simulations. After he went to college, he spent all of his time and energy on refining and combat training. Even if he had spare time, he would use it to learn about the forging and maintenance of crystal suits. He knew absolutely nothing about how to wear a crystal suit. Li Yao was thrilled, like a young man who was going to be on his first secret date with his lover. He swallowed to ease his dry throat and walked towards his suit box. Sliding his fingers over the coarse runes, he felt a deep breath in the box, as if a dormant monster was waking up. The breath echoed in Li Yao's brain and resonated with its vibration wave, making him unable to control himself. The uneven runes put on a crimson color as if soaked in blood. With a cracking sound, the panel on one side of the box split. An intense, animalistic scent of death crashed into Li Yao's face like a giant hammer. He shivered. Although it was a 100-year-old ancient crystal suit, it had reaped the lives of thousands of demon beasts, which endowed it with a bitter cold air completely different from new crystal suits. When the box was opened, Li Yao even seemed to hear the desperate screams of the demon beasts. Inside the box, supported by an anti-gravity rune array, a 2-meter-tall crystal suit was floating in the air. The suit appeared light and agile, covered by scales made of a special alloy that looked like a gray rock. The arms of the suit were long enough to reach the knees. Both hands were in the shape of a viper's head. 4 teeth-shaped blades were folded on the back of the hands, lurking in the darkness, deadly. All in all, this crystal suit felt like a serpent that was hiding in the crevice of a rock and ready for its victim. 7-step rock snake. Li Yao gasped. An awfully dangerous name occurred to him. The 7-step rock snake is a mid-size crystal suit jointly manufactured by the Dipper Society and Star Nebula University. It is 2.07 meters tall and has a total weight of 3.88 ton. It's an armor with a composite structure of demon beast materials and ultra-high-strength alloy, while scales from 7 different serpent-type demon beasts covered its vital areas. The ends of its arms have vibroblades in the shape of snake fangs, which are forged using the heaven and earth material called howling rock. When the howling rock is waved, it can produce piercing howls that can turn into a spiritual attack and directly harm the soul of demon beasts. This crystal suit pays equal attention to both strength and agility and is a perfect fit for those exos who have a certain power and pursue speed and agility. It's an exact match with my latest data. The Thunder Training Camp's reputation is truly well deserved. Even the test-type crystal suit is prepared so thoughtfully. Li Yao licked his lips as his eyes radiated with a greedy look. Holding his breath, he lightly caressed the 7-step rock snake crystal suit. As the crystal processor began to boot up, the 7-step rock snake supercompressed crystal cell reactor also began to operate, thereby releasing a tremendous, powerful spiritual energy in awakening the sleeping array glyphs one after another. A substantive killing intent was gushing out from every groove of this ultimate weapon, which gathered into a ghastly reddish aura, just like proliferating ripples, giving it an even more grim and appalling look. Beep! Above the completely enclosed 7-step rock snake's helmet, a radiating glyph in the form of a coiling snake was engraved. The system test was complete. Li Yao lightly tapped on the activation glyph on the 7-step rock snake, following which, a slight buzzing of the suit starting up resounded before the ghastly aura lingering around the battle suit was sucked inside. The suit gradually opened up like a blooming crab-claw chrysanthemum, revealing a human-shaped recess, wherein was complex array glyphs outlined by overflowing resplendent lights as well as interlacing crystal fibers. It was incomparably mysterious and wonderful to boot. A massive telepathic thought uninterruptedly poured into Li Yao, a neural field from the crystal processor of the 7-step rock snake. It was the information relating to the 7-step rock armor as well as the basic operating tutorial. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao walked into the suit box and stood close to the 7-step rock snake. 7-step rock snake, start. The petal-like suit components closed one by one, they fit together rather perfectly. Driven by the array glyphs, the spiritual energy quickly circulated in its entire body as Li Yao and the crystal suit merged into a whole. The crystal fibers and Li Yao's meridians fused together, forming perfect connections. Boom! Li Yao's soul felt a burst of an inexplicable wave. As if his consciousness was leaving his body and reached a whole new state. The feeling of piloting a crystal suit was completely different from wearing a heavy armor. There was not even the slightest bit of burden or restraint. It was like possessing a new body, one that had numerous new, powerful organs. The fully enclosed helmet had 6 crystal eyes around it, giving him a 360-degree, omnidirectional vision. 2 of which, one in the front and one in the back, were long-range crystal eyes, such long-range vision allowed Li Yao to clearly see the texture of a rock 200 meters away. In the center was a thermographic crystal eye, observing through which gave him a colorful and magnificent view. This kind of sensation was truly uncomfortable. A human's visual nerves and brain had long been accustomed to observing the world in a certain way. The instant the entire world from multiple angles on multiple screens surged into his brain, the first reaction of Li Yao was that of dizziness. He felt the urge to vomit. Having closed his eyes, everything went dark, whereas his hearing and other senses were amplified. He could even hear his breath, the gravel rubbing against each other, his heartbeat, the spiritual energy flowing between the crystal fibers, the rocks getting crushed by the crystal suit, as well as the dust drifting in the wind. These sounds were intermixed with the buzzing sound made by hundreds of array glyphs operating simultaneously. Rumor had it that a veteran exo could distinguish the condition of every array glyphs from these sounds. But when Li Yao came to hear them, it was like bees dancing in the air. It was a chaotic cacophony. Meanwhile, his skin became extra sensitive. It was like tens of thousands of feathers were tickling him at the same time, making him quiver continuously. In such a situation, Li Yao straightened up his neck and stood still for half a minute as he slowly adjusted to the extremely sharp five senses. However, new, complex information flooded his brain. The information included the operating condition of 655 crucial array glyphs, the spiritual energy output of the reactor, the meticulous details of various magical equipment, as well as humidity, temperature, pressure, wind speed, wind direction, the distance between the various targets in the surroundings, the subsequent best line of attack. Li Yao felt as if his brain was going to explode. Taking 2 long, deep breaths, Li Yao raised his arm to look carefully, disregarding the information flooding his brain. He slowly moved his fingers with a gasp of praise. The snake-like palm of 7-step rock armor moved exactly the same. Li Yao calmed himself down a bit. Apart from the amplified 5 senses, I also need to deal with a large amount of information. It seems, piloting the crystal suit isn't particularly difficult. Let's try taking 2 steps. Just as the thought of walking flashed in his mind, his leg muscles immediately tightened up before Li Yao's whole body rushed out as if someone had ruthlessly kicked his ass, as if someone had pulled an invisible thread wrapped around his leg hard. What the hell? Li Yao screamed. The instant he rushed out, further pieces of information flooded his mind. The quantity of information swarming his brain was 10 times than before. All the information gathered into an agglomeration and flooded his brain in the blink of an eye. Boom 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 boom, the propulsion array glyphs engraved on the limbs and the back of the 7-step rock snake sprayed jets of dazzling flares as the reactor burst forth with a powerful spiritual energy, exerting a strong propulsion on him from various angles. Li Yao was moving like he was dead drunk. He tumbled left and right, waved his hands and stamped his feet in the most ludicrous ways, arousing bursts of exclamations and ridicule. After almost brushing against 2 nearby crystal suits, Li Yao somehow turned himself around. Realizing that he was going to crash into his suit box, he exerted strength in his legs desperately and leaped high into the air as if a super firework had exploded underneath his ass, and heavily slammed down thereafter with a loud slam. Tossing around 7 or 8 times, he fell backward with his legs and arms stuck up in the air. It's too hard to control. This is the basic beginner mode, with sensitivity lowered to 30%, yet it is so difficult. If it was the normal mode, just a flash of thought would send the crystal suit flying 300 to 500 meters away. Then how would I pilot this thing? Li Yao was deeply shocked. He recalled the theory which he had learned a few days ago. The relation between the cultivator and his crystal suit was like the relation between a general and his war horse in the ancient times. In the ancient cold weapon era, a general, no matter how stocky build and imposing manner he had, how great physical strength and courage he had, if fighting on foot, it would be impossible to defeat 100 to 200 enemy soldiers. However, this very same general, once on a horse, would have the speed, power, and momentum of waving over 100-pound heavy weapon elevated to the extreme by relying on the momentum of the horse. Not to mention 100 to 200 soldiers, even if he were up against 1,000, he could charge at them 7 to 8 times and finally could withdraw with very few injuries. A good warhorse could greatly increase the fighting power of a general. The better the warhorse, the more violent nature it had, and the better the riding skill a general needed to have to subdue it and ride it. The same was true for the crystal suit. A powerful crystal suit was no different than a proud and violent horse. It was extremely difficult to pilot it. But once you could successfully control it, your battle force would increase exponentially. Li Yao's performance was an example of an unsuccessful attempt at taming a savage horse and was subsequently flung by this savage horse. It doesn't make sense. This crystal suit's sensitivity is locked at 30% so that a beginner can control it. And certainly, the increase in battle force will be lowest. It can only elevate my battle force to around 180%. Even the basic mode is so hard to control, let alone the high-level mode when the sensitivity is increased to 200% and battle force is increased by 500%. This is not alright. I will be unable to pilot Mystic Skeleton battle suit with this kind of performance. One more time. I can do it. Li Yao didn't believe in hearsay. Clenching his teeth, he once again started to control the crystal suit. First, I need to be gentle, slow, and steady, stand up bit by bit. When Li Yao was busy learning how to stand and walk, the first 10 students were already whirring across the field. Running, dodging, jumping, flying, attacking, sprinting, storming. These trainees all had a certain amount of experience in piloting the crystal suit. In addition, it was the basic beginner mode. They didn't face any obstruction at all, their maneuvers were completely fluid and they didn't even take half a minute to complete the test. Their magnificent maneuvers and wonderful performances garnered secret praises even from the chief instructor Mao Feng and the several instructors watching. Swish 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 swish. The huge hologram floating above the testing site displayed the overall test score of the trainees. Impressively, Yuan Yesher had topped the ranking with a score of 88 out of 100, it was a pretty good score. This Yuan Yesher is a student of Deep Sea University Exos department. He wasn't getting aroused by the university's curriculum and specifically came to our training camp over summer vacations. A bald instructor told Mao Feng, laughing, he has a solid foundation and can be trained in accordance with the highest standards. In my opinion, he could very likely become the best among the 100 trainees. Mao Feng nodded absently. Suddenly, he jerked his chin towards a direction and asked doubtfully, who is piloting that staggering 7-step rock snake? It's already set in beginner mode yet he can't even walk safely. Even though coming to our training camp with such aptitude isn't burning much money, it is still wasting our time. The bald instructor glanced at the hologram and quickly replied, he is Grand Desolate War Institution's Li Yao. Mao Feng's countenance became extremely weird as he said, frowning, what happened to him? Although this little guy is not very powerful, he has a splendid record and is quite intelligent as well. At the beginning, I was quite looking forward to his performance, but how can he perform so badly? The bald instructor pursed his lips into a smile as he said, it's quite simple. Some people are inherently unsuitable for piloting crystal suits. No matter how much they train, it's all futile. Some foundation building stage experts and even golden core stage powerhouses can control other magical equipment like an arm directing its fingers, but once they enter the crystal suit, they seem to have been shackled and under a restrictive spell. All of a sudden, they would become stupid and clumsy. What I mean to say is, their talent with crystal suit was not fated. Although such people are not many, there are still 1 or 2 in 100. Maybe Li Yao is one of them. He can only blame his bad luck. Mao Feng pursed his lips, forget it, let him be. After watching him drive the crystal suit like that, I really want to wash my eyes. Ah! At this time, the bald instructor suddenly exclaimed. He said, dumbfounded, 93 points. Someone among the second batch of trainees has actually scored 93 points. Genius. He is a true genius. The surprisingly high score grabbed every student's attention. All of them turned their eyes to the corner of the testing field, where a white suit in crescent shape stood proudly. This crystal suit, named Moon Fox, was best known for its high speed as well as its swiftness. Although the test in which it performed a splendid dance had long ended, everybody seemed to still be dwelling on its bleak, moonlight-like traces. The wearer's name quickly spread around everyone in the testing field. Long Qianyue, age 25, 12th level of the refinement stage, second daughter of the master of Crescent Moon City. Crescent Moon City is not a wealthy sect, but it values combat skills more than anything else. Every member from top to bottom is crazy about fighting. Long Qianyue is no exception. In the Battle of the Iron Eagle Mountain last month, she killed 3 demon generals by herself and thus gained her fame. I'd never have imagined that she's so gifted in crystal suits too. The Crescent Moon City is sure to rise. There are not only battlesuit major students like Yuan Yesher, but also geniuses like Long Qianyue in our class. These two have reserved 2 places in the winners list. The competition will only get fiercer. Grinding their teeth, many students were complaining jealously. While the 99 students and the instructors were talking in a mess, Li Yao did not know a thing that was happening around him, for he had fully immersed himself in the world of crystal suits. He moved his body and walked the first step, as if he were a rusted machine. I made it. I can walk now. Although he felt that his body had been slapped by a thorny rope dozens of times, there was still satisfaction on his face. It was not easy. After falling over 17 times, he finally managed to grasp the delicacy of balance to control the jet direction of the 28 power rune arrays, so that he could make his first step. Relax. The key is to relax. Don't try to subdue the crystal suit. Consider the power rune arrays as a new organ. Chill out and let nature take its course. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He was still unsteady and sometimes his arms would be flapping like the wings of a hen. But this time, he didn't fall over and successfully walked more than 10 steps. Li Yao grinned in satisfaction. The few students around eyed him with obvious contempt. It's just walking, the simplest of all. It took him such a long time to learn, and he's smiling now. Does he not have any shame? Li Yao wasn't bothered by what other people thought of him. He was like a boy who'd just got a new toy and was eager to find new ways to play with it. His entire body and soul were wrapped up in the world of crystal suits, thirsting to overcome all the difficulties and discover new usages. Next, I'm going to learn how to jump. Compared with walking, jumping was 10 times more difficult. Even a hop would require almost 100 rune arrays to work together. Li Yao had failed dozens of times, but Li Yao was not the least bit tired of it, nor did he care how other people were looking at him. After every failure, his understanding grew deeper. After every attempt, he was better at it than the previous one. The feeling of getting close to success was really sweet. Finally, after falling on his face for the 32nd time, he made a jump of precisely 5 meters. No more, no less. Exactly onto the place that had been assigned by the crystal processor. I've got a new skill now. Next, should I learn running, or consecutive jumping? Li Yao found himself addicted to the crystal suit. Right at this moment, Mao Feng's rough voice boomed in his ear. The last group of students, prepare to take the test. Shaoyang, lane number 1. Zhou Kun, lane number 2. Li Yao, lane number 3. What? For a moment, Li Yao was confused. Then he realized that he was playing with the crystal suit so devotedly that a full hour already had passed without him knowing. The other groups of students had already finished their test. Their preliminary test results were almost ready now. This is happening too fast. The crystal suit is so much fun. The last hour felt like half a minute while I was playing with the suit. I haven't enjoyed enough yet. Why are these people so adept at it? We're all beginners, but there is quite an enormous gap between me and them. No wonder Mao Feng said that I'm the weakest of us all. He wasn't lying. My contenders are all geniuses, experts, and professionals. But it doesn't matter. In 3 months' time, I will be more of a genius, expert, and professional than any of you. While setting up his big plan, Li Yao hobbled to lane number 3 cautiously. Since he'd just learned how to walk, his hips were wiggling and his posture was extremely ugly. It was like he was trying to hold an egg between his legs. Everybody almost laughed out aloud when they saw his jitteriness. They had been anxious after seeing too many geniuses. Many of them were depressed. Now that they noticed someone far worse than themselves, they all felt cheerful. Who is this guy? Walking like that under 30% sensitivity rate? Let me check the name sheet. Huh. Isn't he the Li Yao that Chief Instructor just introduced? Well. According to what Chief Instructor said, he's the Vulture, a cruel man, a total badass in his college. I thought he would be better than this. Yuan Yesher was completely lost. After a long while, he mumbled to himself, seriously? You dared to join the Thunder training camp despite such poor talent? I shouldn't have looked for trouble with you. It embarrasses me to set you as a target. Long Qianyue, ranking number 1, stood quietly at a corner. She glanced at the folly, too. Faint laughter came from behind her helmet. Under everyone's doubtful gazes and mockery, Li Yao moved himself to lane number 3, one step after another. The rest of the test-takers had long gotten into position and viewing him as if he were a 3-year-old child. Mao Feng roared, "The test begins now." The other 19 students sprinted forward like an arrow. Li Yao took the first step, but had to open his arms to maintain the balance in a hurry because the strong ejection almost made him fall off. The fumbling caused another round of laughter. Seeing his stupid actions, Mao Feng frowned his eyebrows so hard that they almost merged together. He scanned the other instructors and asked, "Who is interested in this fellow and would like to teach him?" The instructors exchanged a look, took a step back unanimously, and seemed to start enjoying the beautiful sceneries of the desert. Inside the crystal suit, Li Yao was talking to himself without any stop, "You can make it. Come on. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit is waiting for you in the foreseeable future. Pass this test. You must pass this test. You can't allow the prototype of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit to fall into somebody else's hands. It is destined to be yours." After a deep breath, Li Yao raised his head. The flame of confidence in his eyes seemed to be burning a hole on the crystal suit. He took a giant leap. Despite the same ugly posture and the shaking now and then, Li Yao was moving forward faster and faster, changing from jogging to running, as if there were an invisible string attached to his waist. Shwa! 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 20 silver shining balls charged towards him. The crystal suit test consisted of 5 parts: dodging, attacking, agility, charging and critical striking, each of which had a maximum score of 20. In the dodging part, 1 score would be reduced every time the test taker was hit by the silver shining ball. Grinding his teeth, Li Yao tried his best to avoid 4 balls with every muscle on his body, only to be hit by the rest 16 balls in the end. He only got 4 points in this part. Apart from him, even the worst student had managed to dodge 11 balls. The second part was attacking. The test taker needed to hit 20 moving balls within 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, all the silver shining balls would be gone. Bayu! 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 Li Yao stood on his toes and waved his hands crazily, as if he was being drowned, while he was aiming at the balls. But in the end, he got 6 points, less than half of those of others. Part 3 was agility. In front of the test takers were 20 red transparent threads that were tangled together. The test taker would need to walk through the apertures among the threads in their crystal suits. One score would be reduced every time they touch a red thread. Li Yao got 7 points on this part. Li Yao's performance was absolutely terrible in the first 3 parts. Many people had lost their interest in mocking Li Yao and shifted their attention to contenders that were more competitive. Nobody even noticed that Li Yao's points, although tiny, were improving steadily after each part. Although the improvement seemed to be insignificant, it did show that Li Yao was getting the hang of it rapidly in the span of dozens of seconds. Li Yao felt that he had touched upon something real. The wild horse beneath him was still galloping desperately, trying to get rid of the rider. But he was getting familiar with its temper, and could felt its passion and pride behind its madness. The last 2 parts were charging and critical striking. The test taker needed to run 500 meters in the shortest time they could and punch the target with the biggest strength they could afford. Let's do this. Hundreds of dancing wild bees in Li Yao's brain now combined into a cloud of glaring stars and then boomed. Now is the time. Deep squat, jump, speed up, and charge. There seemed to be a volcano eruption behind his crystal suit, leaving hundreds of magnificent rays of light. In a blink of eyes, Li Yao had passed hundreds of meters and outrun many students who were in front of him. So fast. Many people's contempt now turned into cold sweat. Li Yao hadn't learnt much about punching yet, so he simply lowered his shoulder and threw himself directly at the target. Boom now. After a roar, he accelerated again. A white smoke in the shape of an umbrella was formed before him because of his supersonic speed. However, the crash that he expected did not happen. Li Yao was still not good enough at direction controlling, so he missed the target and continued running at an amazing speed. 200 meters ahead, at the end of the lanes, Mao Feng was studying the test results of the last few groups of students. They were the weakest and least experienced in crystal suits among all. There was nothing particularly interesting about them in their test results. Mao Feng glanced at their results and decided not to waste his time. Instead, he began considering how to train the few geniuses he had. Right at this moment, a strong feeling of apprehension grasped him. He felt he was about to be killed, as if a bold demon king was coming at him. What a strong scent of killing. What's happening? Mao Feng raised his head. His pupils shrank as he saw Li Yao's dashing towards him unstoppably with a distorted face. He bellowed, "What the F***ck is going on?" 200 meters were literally nothing when one's going at a supersonic speed. Boom! Many people felt that their eyes were blurred. Then they heard an earth-shaking noise, as if a meteorite had just landed on the field. The collision was so powerful that there was a small sandstorm spreading a kilometer away. No one could see anything or hear anything except the aftershock of the impact. It took a long time before they came back to themselves. When the smoke finally settled down, a dramatic scene unfolded itself before them, and there was indistinguishable murmuring of fear in their mouth. Not far ahead, a shallow pit appeared, with white gas popping up. The 7-step rock snake collapsed in the pit. Its right shoulder had been completely shattered. Colorful sparks were dancing everywhere with cracking sounds. Right beside it, was Chief Instructor Mao Feng, who was in a coma now. The testing field was caught in an awkward silence. But it was immediately broken. Dozens of twisted screams reverberated in the sky. Not good. Chief Instructor passed out. Someone has knocked Chief Instructor out. An hour later. In a fully equipped crystal suit warehouse, 2 refiners were repairing the 7-step rock snake. The refiner on the left, who had a big mole on his forehead, frowned. That was a huge impact. The right shoulder was almost broken into pieces. Why was it so bad? The refiner on the right had crooked lips. he said, rushing for hundreds of meters in a supersonic state before reaching the chief instructor. How could it not be bad? The chief instructor was knocked out before he could even defend himself with his building foundation stage abilities. It was nuts. He stopped when he noticed that his partner looked terrible. Knowing something was wrong, he turned back rigidly. Mao Feng was standing right behind them with a grim face. For a moment, the temperature in the warehouse seemed to have dropped 10 degrees. "Hello, Instructor Mao." The two refiners greeted him hurriedly. Even an idiot would know that the chief instructor of the outer camp had been under super high pressure and was not in his best mood. It was best not to offend him, in case the volcano suddenly burst out. But Mao Feng had a weird countenance. Behind the gloomy face was some indistinct confusion. There was something that nobody else in the training camp knew. When Li Yao was about to hit him in the seven-step rock snake, he already braced himself for the collision. He didn't dodge. Instead, he brought himself up to the preliminary level of building foundation stage and condensed a strong spiritual energy shield in front of him. By his calculation, since Li Yao was merely a cultivator in the 6th level of the refinement stage, the shield would be more than enough to hold him back, even if the crystal suit had empowered him with the supersonic speed and maybe doubled his combat abilities. But as it turned out, he was blown away in shame. It was simply impossible. If Li Yao had not been hiding his true capability, the only explanation will be, the endowment that this crystal suit offered him was not just doubling the combat abilities, but tripling them, or even more. Showing no emotion, Mao Feng said coldly, "Leave the damage on the shoulder alone for now. See if there's anything wrong with the drive mode." The two refiners nodded. They lifted a component below the 7-step rock snake's neck, connected a crystal wire to the processor of the suit, and started checking immediately. No sooner had they begun than they detected something abnormal. Their faces turned darker and darker and their eyebrows scrunched together. "What's wrong?" Mao Feng asked gravely, his eyebrow bouncing. They looked at each other. The first refiner finally made up his mind and said, "Chief Instructor, it is universally known that the crystal suits for new students are all antiques from 100 years ago. They've endured a lot of battles before and therefore bear a lot of wounds. To fix them, we had to replace some of their components with miscellaneous substitutes, some of which were actually refined by ourselves. Get to the point." Mao Feng raised his voice. The second refiner continued. "Do you recall that 2 days ago, a very rare thunderstorm hit our camp? Several warehouses were affected by the weather. I assume that, interfered by the thunder, 2 crystal wires of the suit had a short cut, causing the chaos of the driving mode. The crystal processor shows that the suit is in the beginner mode with 30% sensitivity. However, after our double check, we've found that it is actually in the X mode designed for the real experts. The difficulty for using it is twice that of the normal mode. In the X mode, responses that the rune arrays give to spiritual energy are set at the highest level. Even the slightest movement of muscles, or a minor thought, will trigger a profound reaction in the rune arrays. Therefore, X mode can significantly enhance the combat abilities of the wearer, making them 500% stronger or even more." Mao Feng breathed heavily. His eyes were keen and his throat became dry. Why was the problem not discovered previously? The first refiner answered reluctantly, "Chief Instructor, you also know that the thunderstorm 2 days ago caused great damage. Many middle-level and high-level crystal suits in the inner camp were influenced as well. We were all summoned to help fix them, so we only had the time to run the regular tests on the suits of the outer camp." The second refiner added, "Also, this malfunction is too weird. Generally speaking, the drive mode hardly ever goes wrong, and when it does, even the least experienced cultivator will immediately know something is wrong the moment they put on the suit. If they'd reported the issue to us, we could have fixed it within several minutes. And reporting to us is the only thing they can do." The first refiner grinned, X mode is devised for qualified, experienced, and proficient exos. Newbies will find themselves hardly able to stand up in such a mode. He stopped when he realized what he just said. Looking at each other, the two refiners both saw the astonishment in the other's eyes. Sweat started appearing on their foreheads. All right. Your explanation is acceptable. Your reinforcement to the inner camp was approved by me, and it was me who agreed to only run regular tests too. I take full responsibility for this accident. Now try to repair the crystal suit. And remember, nobody else is to know anything about this incident without my permission. The two refiners thought that he would be angry and vent his anger to them, but Mao Feng concluded the conversation and left in a hurry. Half an hour later, in an analysis room filled with dozens of screens, Mao Feng bowed to an old man whose face was flushed due to too much drinking and said courteously, "Mr. Su." He respected the old man from the bottom of his heart, because the ugly old man, named Su Tianyu, was a research-type cultivator, who not only was a cultivator at the peak of building foundation stage, but also was a very rare training planner. A skilled training planner is adept at pedagogy, psychology, anatomy, and hundreds of other subjects. They can draft and design detailed training plans for different cultivators based on their own conditions, so that their training efficiency can be maximized and their potentials can be fulfilled at the fast speed they can afford. The Thunder Training Camp's second-to-none prominence, which could be indicated by the fact that even many battlesuit major students came here for improvement, was partly based on the impressive capabilities of Lei Tingwei, a strong man in the core formation stage, and partly because of the comprehensive case-by-case training plans for the students created by the best training planners in the trade. Little Feng. Mr. Su smiled, "You should know that I always write training plans for the cultivators in the building foundation stage in the inner camp. Why do you ask me to design a tailor-made training plan for a refinement state cultivator in the outer camp who barely knows anything about training? Who's this guy? Your cousin? Right, I heard something unbelievable on my way here. Words are that you were knocked out in the testing field?" Mao Feng dared not to glare at Mr. Su. Embarrassed, he tried to smile and said, "Mr. Su, don't be hasty. I'll show you a few video clips. We'll talk about it later after you've evaluated his performance in the test." Mao Feng waved his hand. All of the screens started playing simultaneously. They were clips from the cameras in the testing field, which had pictured Li Yao's every movement since he put on his crystal suit. Mr. Su glanced at the screens and said casually, "This student probably has never touched crystal suits before. Chances are that he has hardly ever done simulations or played crystal suit games. He knows absolutely nothing about crystal suits. A classic beginner. However, he is very good at learning from his failures, and he doesn't make the same mistake twice. Therefore, he has been improving fast. Look, he may have fallen over dozens of times when he first started, but they were all for different reasons. Ostensibly, he could barely stand or walk. But in fact, he was trying different ways of strength manipulation to test the best posture for standing and walking. Not bad. Not bad." The more Mr. Su watched, the more he started talking. He nodded his head without knowing. His improvement is indeed magnificent. A moment ago, he was still unable to stand and now he's already jogging? However, it's not unusual that a student of no prior knowledge learns very fast at the beginning period. Based on these video clips, I can only say that he is a smart, somewhat talented student. Definitely not good enough for me to make a training plan for him. Before he finished his sentence, Li Yao in the video clip started sprinting and rushed into the supersonic state. Huh? Mr. Su raised his eyebrows and looked at Mao Feng suspiciously. He mumbled, "That can't be right. I remember that the tests for new students have been conducted in the beginner mode, which can only double a student's ability in the best-case scenario. The reason you come to me is that this boy is a genius at running and you want me to make a training plan that will boost his running potential?" Mao Feng shook his head, he sighed. Mr. Su, you're wrong. The boy is not a genius runner. The 7-step rock snake that he's been using was not set in the beginner mode either. It was in the X mode that only the top experts can manage. What? Mr. Su was shocked. The atmosphere at the testing field was weird. All the students gathered together and whispered between each other, and their topic was, no doubt, Li Yao, who was so extraordinary that knocked the chief instructor out the first day he entered the camp. Although they were somewhat startled by Li Yao's amazing speed, they didn't think too much about it and merely regarded Li Yao as a speed-type cultivator that lopsidedly focused on body-moving techniques. Many of them were already at the high level of the refinement stage. With an advanced body-moving technique and the enhancement of the crystal suit, it was quite possible to run at supersonic speed and cause a sonic boom. However, running at a supersonic speed for a moment and controlling the body at ease under it were completely different. To dive into the supersonic state, a high-level refinement state cultivator would be good enough. But to maintain the combat abilities with self-control under the supersonic state, even many building foundation state cultivator found it desirable yet unreachable. Self-control always came first. A mature cultivator wouldn't chase after extreme speed or strength that they couldn't manipulate. Experienced fighters wouldn't allow themselves to stay airborne easily. Their legs wouldn't reach higher than their waist when they were kicking. All of this was to make sure they had absolute control over their body. An idiot that forgot all the common sense despite his speed. Many people had already tagged Li Yao as such. It is understandable. A young man in his 20s and also a badass in his college like him must have heard enough praise and compliments to be overconfident about himself. Suddenly, it turned out that he had no talent in crystal suits whatsoever, and everybody in the field has witnessed his disgrace. He must have been so angry that he wanted to show off his best skill. But everything went wrong and caused such a mess. Some other people thought they knew what was on Li Yao's mind. He's going to suffer big time. The chief instructor doesn't seem to be a lenient man. He must be grinding his teeth and hoping to cut Li Yao into pieces right now. There won't be a day that goes by without Li Yao regretting what he did in the next 3 months. 3 months? He has zero talent and he just pissed off the chief instructor. I'm sure that his ass will be kicked out of here in a moment. Right then, Li Yao returned to everyone's eyesight, causing a commotion. What, he's already back from the med bay? He's fully recovered from such a huge impact in such a short time? His body is so strong. But he looks dumb. Is his brain injured? Li Yao heard none of it and walked to his own spot, only to be blocked by a tall thin figure. He raised his head. It was Yuan Yesher from Deep Sea University. Li Yao, I recant my previous declaration. With faint mockery in his face, Yuan Yesher smiled. I just said that I would set you as my target and focus my full attention on you in the next 3 months in order to eliminate you at the first chance. Now I take it back. Because it never occurred to me that your talent could be so intimidating and your performance so excellent that even the chief instructor was put down by you with a single move. I can't bear to eliminate a gifted, outstanding freak such as yourself. On the contrary, I very much hope that you can stay in the camp for a while longer and make more miracles, to broaden my horizon. Yuan Yesher was extremely delighted. It felt like when he jumped into a swimming pool of cold water after 3 hours under the sun in a hot summer. 7 years younger than his sister, Yuan Yesher had been raised and taught by her. He adored his sister from the bottom of his heart and regarded his sister as an invincible, inviolable goddess. And his sister deserved his homage. She became a disciple of Jiang, the supernova, before she reached 30. Later, she was admitted as a researcher in the refining department of Deep Sea University and became known as one of the Novum Stellae. Yuan Yesher was very proud of his sister's achievements. But a few days ago, his sister brought up the name, Li Yao, seriously and described him to be a rare genius in refining who deserved great attention because he might become the biggest competitor of the Novum Stelae within the next couple of years. Obscure hostility filled his heart. Right now, this genius, talent, and archenemy of the Novum Stelae in the future that his sister had been talking about could only stand there stupidly and listen to his scornful berating. It felt nice. 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 While Yuan Yesher was feeling nice, he suddenly noticed that Li Yao's eyes were moving up and down and clearly were not fixed on him. He raised his voice, "Hey! Are you listening?" Li Yao's eyelids shivered. A moment later, his unfocused eyes were focused again. He nodded slowly. "Of course. You were saying that you would recant your previous declaration. Please. I'm all ears." Yuan Yesher was infuriated. His neck seemed to be thicker than usual and his face was so red that his blood seemed like to be oozing out of his orifices at any moment. Speechless for a while, he ground his teeth. "Anyways, good luck, Li Yao. I'm looking forward to your performance." Pausing for a moment, he finally resorted to his last move. He tapped his head as if he just remembered it. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot again. I shouldn't have called you Li Yao. Now that the test is over and the ranks are out, I should have addressed you as Number 100. Number 100 means you're the tail ender." This remark finally grabbed Li Yao's attention. The starry brilliance that was burning in his eyes made Yuan Yesher's heart skip a beat. "Which number are you?" Li Yao asked seriously. Energized, Yuan Yesher seemed to be taller and replied in great satisfaction, "Number 2. What, judging from your look, you want to challenge me? Drop the idea now. You may be a genius in the world of refiners. But in the world of crystal suits, the gap between us is too large for you to confront me. Just a number 2. Li Yao was disappointed and didn't catch the latter half of the sentence. He shook his head. "I don't want to challenge a number 2. The starry brilliance in his eyes dispersed. He ignored Yuan Yesher again and retreated to his own thoughts. What he meant was obvious. If he were to challenge someone, it could only be number 1, the best candidate in the field. He was not interested in the person in second place. Yuan Yesher felt his lungs were about to explode out of anger. He didn't understand where this tail ender's confidence came from. He was going to let it out when he noticed that there were more and more people coming close and watching Li Yao and himself like it was a show. Yuan Yesher frowned and glared at Li Yao, before he walked away unhappily. Li Yao was still pondering, not because he wanted to annoy anyone, nor because he had a brain injury as many had expected. It was because he was still in the euphoria of booming into the supersonic state in the crystal suit just now. Every one of the pores on the body embracing the outside world, hot blood turning into steam through them, soul melting together with the crystal suit. It seemed like a single blow would destroy the entire world. The feeling was just, incredible. The crystal suit is really marvelous. This the first time I ever wore a crystal suit, and I reached a supersonic speed and knocked a building foundation stage expert out. What will I be able to do after I've fully grasped the mysteries of the crystal suit? Li Yao was completely hooked by the thought. He replayed the moment of pleasure in his brain time and time again. There was no time to deal with guys like Yuan Yesher. Number 100, the tail ender? It doesn't matter. What's more important is not who's fastest off the start line, but who's the first to pass the finish line. At that moment, Mao Feng returned to the testing field furiously, together with some 20 instructors. All of the students hurried to stand straight as a spear and didn't dare look around. Mao Feng's eyesight seemed to be filled with electricity. It swept everyone and finally stopped at Li Yao. And the intensity of electricity increased exponentially. Everyone must bear your rank in mind. The training camp has arranged different instructors for you according to your specialties and level. Don't be hasty if your rank is relatively low. An elimination match will be held 1 month from today in which you will be given a chance to challenge the students who are above you and assume their rank. Number 1, Number 4, and Number 5, you are all aware of the basics and prefer agility and melee. Therefore, the training camp assigned Lu Bingqin to you. Instructor Lu. A dry and thin female instructor walked out from Mao Feng's back. She piped, "Number 1, Number 4 and Number 5, come with me." Her appearance caused a minor chaos in the field. Many people sighed with jealousy and resentment. Instructors of the Thunder Training Camp were all renowned strong men in the world of exos. The female instructor Lu Bingqin, though only at the middle level of the building foundation stage, was adept at using crystal suits. She once fought a demon king for 300 rounds without any sign of failure, thereby gaining her reputation. She was also the top instructor in the outer camp. In everyone's amazement, the 3 students walked to Lu Bingqin's back excitedly and stood straighter. Number 2, Number 3, Number 6. You will go with Instructor Murong Yuan. Number 9, Number 11, Number 15 and Number 17. Number 78, Number 84, Number 86, Number 89, Number 92. After a moment, all 99 students were sorted out and standing behind their respective instructors. Li Yao was the only one left on the field. Everyone looked at him with a peculiar expression. Mao Feng waved his hand and shouted, "All right. You all know your instructor now. Go with them and start your training." Led by their instructors, the 99 students vanished into the desert. Li Yao and Mao Feng were the only 2 left in the empty testing field now. Audacious as Li Yao may be, he felt uneasy under the chief instructor's murderous look. Number 100. Mao Feng shouted, "There's no need to wonder why you don't have an instructor. It's because your performance was so crummy that it has created a new lower limit of the Thunder Training Camp. Over all the years as manager of the outer camp, I've never seen a second weirdo such as yourself. You are not half qualified to receive regular training like the rest of them. Now, I'm giving you 2 options. Option 1, get your ass out of here as fast and far away as you can, and stop wasting my time. Option 2, stay in the training camp and start learning the most rudimental basics. During your training, I will crush you, torture you, suppress you, and spite you without any mercy. When I discover that you make a mistake, small as a needle as it may be, I will let you know what being dead is better than living means and eliminate you ruthlessly. You'd better choose option 1. If you wait here for a while longer, someone will pick you up and send you home. 95% of your tuition fees will be refunded. But if you have completely lost your mind and decide to see if I was joking, then just follow me." Mao Feng finished his words without any pause. He jumped on his skeleton shuttle and moved off like lightning, never looking back. Li Yao dazed. He cursed in his mind, "This guy is outrageous. It's true that my performance hasn't been very satisfactory. But that's because I've never touched any crystal suits before. The reason why I'm here is exactly because I don't know the first thing about crystal suits. If I was already good at it, I'd be applying to be an instructor. The more you look down upon me, the more I will prove you completely wrong. Want to eliminate me? It's not that easy." Li Yao gritted his teeth and followed the skeleton shuttle at the fastest speed he could. After more than half an hour's running, they'd already covered almost 100 kilometers. Finally, the 2 of them stopped at a rugged area crowded by a lot of rocks in bizarre shapes. Under the bare rocks stood a giant, rusted, steel gate which looked like an entrance to a semi-underground warehouse that assumed the place of the original cave. Mao Feng waved his hand. The rune arrays on the gate lit up dimly. After a long cracking sound, there were sounds of gears grinding and hinges stretching on both sides of the gate. The gate opened. A strong moldy smell, resembling that in a tomb, hit their face. Mao Feng looked back with obvious disdain and walked directly into the warehouse. Li Yao tried to hold back the thought of kicking Mao Feng in his ass and followed. It was not a big warehouse. One could tell that with a single glance. Metal wreckages that looked like decayed bones were scattered all over the place. They were scarred, battered, and in all kinds of shapes. It took Li Yao a long time before he recognized that they were all crystal suit leftovers. Then he realized that this was not a warehouse of crystal suits, but a graveyard for them. Mao Feng glanced at him and said, 146 crystal suits reside in this place. All of them were too seriously damaged to repair. We could only retrieve the crystal stones and heavenly materials and earthly treasures from them and declared them to be a total loss. Look, most of them have been corroded by the poisons of the demon beasts before they were left in the open air for decades. Therefore, their components have all rusted together. Your talent is lousy and you don't know anything about crystal suits. If you've made up your mind to learn about being an exo, this will be your start point. This Jade slips contain all the structural designs and maintenance manuals of the crystal suits here. What you're going to do is to dismantle them, clean up their components, and assemble them together. The time you have finished your maintenance for all 146 crystal suits lying here with absolutely no rust on them anymore is the time when I will consider assigning an instructor to you for you to receive regular training like everybody else does. Li Yao was stupefied. This is the basics? Mao Feng replied coldly, of course it is. As an exo, you must have knowledge of how to conduct fundamental maintenance on crystal suits. Such training is best for you to learn the deep structure of crystal suits. Very suitable for an idiotic newbie like yourself. However, it is indeed a little bit difficult to do the training on 146 total loss crystal suits altogether at the same time. You can say no and get out of here now. Li Yao blinked. There was sharp light in his eyes. Mao Feng grinned hideously. Your guess is correct. I am purposely making things difficult for you. This is a simple game that I just came up with. It won't get any easier as you walk further down this path. There's no way that you can complete it. Li Yao looked at him in the eyes and asked carefully, will I be able to learn some real crystal suit skills after I tear down all the 146 crystal suits, remove their rust, lubricate them, and make sure they can work again? Mao Feng gave an affirmative by a grunt. All right. I'll start now. Mao Feng stared at him coldly. He said, you're going to stay here for some time. Maintenance tools and materials will be sent here in a moment, together with food and water for the next month. Contact me again when these crystal suits are as fresh as when they were first produced. Naturally, you can also contact me when you feel you can't bear it any longer and wish to give up. I won't, Li Yao replied with a thin smile. Very good. Let's see how long you can persist. While saying it, Mao Feng took 2 pieces of magical equipment that looked like shining shells out of his pocket and handed them over. Besides, you'll need to stick these to your temples. Li Yao accepted the magical equipment. He weighed them in his hand and pinned them in his temples. The magical equipment seemed to become magnetic all of a sudden. They were attracted to each other and wouldn't let go no matter how hard Li Yao tried to shake them off. For a moment, the sky and ground were swirling before Li Yao, who completely lost balance and fell to the ground. He felt like vomiting. The magical equipment is called balance breakers. They're particularly useful in the training of balance control. Mao Feng smiled, we cultivators often need to fly on a sword, or fight in the sky. When you're in a crystal suit, your speed will be greatly enhanced, which makes balance control all the more important. Like back when you were in the testing field, you could barely walk after you put on a crystal suit for the first time. Although you moved quickly enough to create a sonic boom, you weren't able to control your direction. They're all because of the same reason, you couldn't maintain your balance. Balance of a human being depends on their vestibular apparatus. Balance breakers possess a strange magnetic power that can disturb the functioning of your vestibular apparatus, which will put you in a constant state of imbalance. And you're going to find the subtle balance in the overwhelming imbalance. During this process, your vestibular apparatus will be stronger and you'll have better balance control, so they'll help prepare you for the high-speed combat to come when you're in a crystal suit. Stop fiddling with them. Their switch is in my hands. You'll never dig them out. While you maintain the wrecked crystal suits, you'll always be in instability and you will find yourself hardly able to stand. How about it? Want to give up yet? Li Yao closed his eyes, breathing heavily. He lay on the ground, with all his limbs stretched out. Still, he felt like a chestnut that was being fried in a pan. Just spinning, spinning, and spinning. Instructor, I have a question for you. After a long time of adaptation, he finally regained the ability to talk. There was not the slightest hint of blood on his face. His skin was drearily pale. But his eyes were deeper and darker than before. Yes? Will I be eliminated if I use profanity to an instructor? Good, that's my boy. However, I hope you are as bold as today in 10 days' time, instead of begging me to eliminate you. Mao Feng snorted and went out, slamming the gate of the warehouse. His angry expression disappeared in no time. He hurriedly turned on his crystal processor and reached out to Su Tianyu, the experienced training planner. Mr. Su, the boy has accepted the challenge. According to our deal, as long as he can survive 5 days and 5 nights in the scrapped crystal suits warehouse, you'll design a set of training plans for him. Let's start the countdown now, shall we? Mr. Su nodded. He answered, of course. I've already started reading his profile in order to write the best training plans possible for him. But whether or not he'll have the opportunity to use it depends on himself. Not that I'm being pretentious. It's just that my training plan is harsh enough for even a building foundation stage cultivator. A refinement stage cultivator will never be able to make it without strong determination and an ultra-solid soul. So, 5 days and 5 nights. No less for even a single second. Mao Feng grinned. There's something special about the boy. I'm very confident in him. But just to be clear, our deal was meant to test his willpower and persistence, and it is okay as long as he makes it to the end of the 5th day even if he fails to renew a single crystal suit, correct? Mr. Su smiled. Of course. Those crystal suits are pure scraps. They're nothing but piles of garbage which would demand a hell of a lot of time to be fixed up. What's more, he has the balance breakers on him that have basically crippled him. All in all, I don't have any requirements as to the number of the crystal suits that he recovers. Suppose he does recover 8 or 10 of them miraculously, then he will have earned my true respect. I reckon it's going to be more than that. Mao Feng beamed. Something tells me that this boy will make miracles. It's possible that he will renew Euro. He raised 2 fingers, then added 1 after thinking for a moment. Mao Feng said, completely seriously, 30 of them. In the dim light of the crystal suit graveyard, Li Yao was left alone with 146 wrecked crystal suits. Li Yao felt that his entire world had become a small boat floating in the surging tides of stars and sea. And he was merely an ant on the boat which was completely stunned by the overwhelming dominance. He stood up shaking, and tried to keep balance by stretching his 2 arms. But he suddenly found that the whole world was tilting leftwards and he was falling to his left beyond his control into the crystal suit ruins. Just like quicksand, the 146 crystal suits flew towards him and swallowed him. Li Yao screamed. Then he recognized that all the crystal suits were in their original place. They didn't fly towards him. Instead, it was him who staggered towards them like a headless fly. The balance system of my brain is totally in disorder now. I can't even stand straight, and whenever I sit down, I feel like vomiting. How can I maintain the crystal suits like this? No. If things remain unchanged, I'm never going to finish the maintenance work within a month. And even if I do, there will be no time left for me to learn any crystal suit skills. I'm definitely going to be eliminated. It might be exactly what the chief instructor hoped for. I won't let it go your way, asshole. First, stand up and hold on for 3 seconds. Li Yao gritted his teeth. Veins were appearing in his pale face. He shouted and stood up, and it took less than half a second before he fell down on his face again. 10 minutes later. Li Yao had tried 79 times. Not once did he successfully remain standing for more than 2 seconds without falling over. His face was swollen, his body covered in bruises. Then Li Yao tried to stand up for the 80th time. But this time his body couldn't bear it any longer and he leaned backwards before he kissed the knee of a solid crystal suit with the back of his head. Bang! The thump echoed in the small graveyard for a long time. The back of his head was wet. Blood was running out. But Li Yao opened his eyes with wonder and astonishment. What's going on? The dizziness was relieved when my head hit the crystal suit? He lay there for a while to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. No, he wasn't. The sense of balance had returned to his body. He was able to sit up and take a deep breath. But before he enjoyed himself enough, the swirling feeling crawled back and devoured him like a giant beast. He was locked up in darkness again. Li Yao lay down again. He gazed at the ceiling and started pondering. A moment later, he fumbled around the floor and found a crystal suit component. He weighed it. It was neither too light nor too heavy and exactly fit for his purpose. He clutched the component and hit it really hard in his head. Bang! There seemed to be a giant bell ringing in his brain. Li Yao blinked with a twisted face due to the pain. But with the sharp pain came the ease of dizziness. He was able to sit up and enjoy his freedom for a couple of seconds again. What's more, there was joy of insight in his eyes. He finally understood what had happened. Even though a small boat was floating in surging tides, an experienced sailor would still be walking with ease on the bumping deck. Their trick was to anticipate the direction and degree of each bump the moment it happens. Then they would impose a force of the same degree, but in the opposite direction, to offset the impact of the tides. Normally, when someone was hit in the head, there would be concussion and dizziness. Sometimes they'd even see stars dancing before their eyes. But Li Yao was already extremely dizzy before he was hit. The second wave of dizziness, caused by the knock, offset the first wave of dizziness triggered by the balance breakers, resulting in a new subtle balance. It was exactly the same as the experienced sailors who used their own movement to offset the movement of the sea. Or rather, it was like two rapid shuttles at the speed of 800 km per hour, which were in the state of relative rest although they were both moving fast. This is why the balance breakers has completely overturned the balance system of my brain. There's no way that I can subvert it. However, by introducing a second interference, I can activate a second wave of imbalance. When the two waves of imbalance confront each other, they will offset, and my balance system will probably be restored to normal again. After figuring out the mechanism, Li Yao started trying. He shook his head at an astonishing speed. When one shakes his head too fast, he would feel dizzy because there's a lot of liquid contained in his brain which will hit the skull when it's being recklessly shaken. Just like when the brakes of a shuttle are slammed on, the passengers in it will lean forward uncontrollably even though the vehicle has stopped. Ew! Li Yao couldn't hold it back any longer and started vomiting. Since he'd failed to control the intensity, the two waves of dizziness didn't offset. Instead, they combined together as if a stun grenade had detonated in his brain, which immediately put him down. But Li Yao was not the least frustrated. On the contrary, he was excited. Because his theory had been proved. An external impact could influence the dizziness inside his brain. If the dizziness could be strengthened, of course it could be weakened. Come on now. I've got it. Let's see who can stop me now. An hour later. 47 new wounds and 209 new bruises were added to Li Yao's body. He finally grasped the frequency of dizziness, as well as a special skill named brain concussion. Although it was not enough to extricate him from the swirl of dizziness, he was able to stand and get back to work now. Balance training can't be done in a day. I'm already doing well with such recovery in such a short time. Let's improve it later in the days to come. Now, start the crystal suit maintenance. Li Yao couldn't wait any longer. Magical equipment maintenance was what he had always been best at. But after checking the total loss crystal suits carefully, he found that things were a bit tricky. What the chief instructor left for him was nothing but scraps that couldn't be scrappier. Crystal suits, as the top magic equipment, boasted a high level of precision. Key components in the total loss crystal suits, such as the super-compressed crystal reactor, had all been torn away. The only thing left on each of them was the bare framework. Just like a dead body without muscles, arteries, nerves, and organs. A pure skeleton. But still, it was much more complicated than Li Yao had imagined. It was not Li Yao's biggest problem, since the jade slips that Mao Feng left for him had all the structure designs and maintenance manuals in them. He had not been asked to modify or upgrade them. Therefore, he only needed to decompose and assemble them according to the illustrations in the jade slips. It would take some time, but it was not undoable. The trickier problem was that those crystal suits had decayed in the open air for so long that their components were all utterly rusted, which were as rotten as bones that had been buried underground for decades. The garbage that had been overlooked for almost 100 years would be maintained by him and him alone. What a bunch of scrap. They're not crystal suits, they're pure garbage. They're even worse than the rubbish that I used to gather in the magical equipment graveyard. Any other refiner would find himself unable to do anything about it. But it's me and I have to do my best now. Li Yao gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes. His soul returned to the deep down of his brain. In the middle of the depth of his mind, Yezi's tree of memories was flickering brilliantly. 40,000 years ago, the 100 Smelting Clan was a major sect for refiners. It had considerable expertise on magical equipment maintenance. In the 100 Smelting Clan, the novices would serve as workers or assistants to help maintain the magical equipment before they started refining formally. Even Yezi himself had spent a few years on the onerous job of maintaining magical equipment in his early days. In ancient times, there weren't many maintenance tools as today. Everything had to be done with their bare hands. Many of Yezi's memory pieces devoured by Li Yao were related to magical equipment maintenance. But Li Yao had never studied them before, since he'd never had the chance to use them. Now, he watched the hundreds of maintenance jobs done by Yezi while fast-forwarding. Then he sank his consciousness into Yezi's self and felt the delicacies of the art of magical equipment maintenance in ancient times. Rolling them over in his mind, Li Yao felt that he was onto something. He chose another memory piece and went into the first floor of the Heavenly Refining Tower, where he found a book named 7 Ways to Hide Edge and started reading intensively. 7 Ways to Hide Edge was an introductory book to magical equipment maintenance from the 100 Smelting Clan. It contained instructions on how to remove the rust, how to lubricate, how to illuminate an obscure rune array, thousands of ways to mix maintenance oil. Nothing anyone could imagine regarding magical equipment maintenance was not in it. Most of the tricks in the book had already been forgotten 40,000 years later. Li Yao absorbed the knowledge in 7 Ways to Hide Edge by telepathic thoughts transmission technology, like a giant whale absorbing water. Even so, it still took him a day and a night in the Heavenly Refining Tower before he fully grasped the tons of information in the book. Then he chose Yezi's memory pieces about magical equipment maintenance again and practiced the skills that he'd just learned a couple of 100 times. In the end, the miraculous tricks and skills were wholly embedded into his soul. When Li Yao returned to himself satisfied, the time in reality had passed 24 hours. He could see something unusual about the rusted scrapped metals now. In the level that ordinary people couldn't reach or feel, he seemed to hear the steel soldiers roaring astoundingly despite the rust on their body. Even though you're dead, I'll bring you the dignity you deserve. You should be sitting majestically in war museums and talking to the world about your magnificent history as heroes, instead of rotting silently in this shithole. Li Yao inserted the jade slips into the crystal processor. He started warming himself up while reading the maintenance manuals. Cracking sounds came from the joints of his fingers, which seemed to have become 10 hungry dragons lusting for food. Picking up the tools he needed, Li Yao walked to the first crystal suit solemnly. Bloody Blade Battle Suit, developed 124 years ago, was a beginner's crystal suit for the refinement stage cultivators best known for its amazing weight and solid structure. However, the passage of time had decorated this robust crystal suit with a thick shell of rust. At first glance, it seemed to be covered in crimson moss. Ordinary rust-removing techniques were not able to erase such a thick shell in such a short time. Li Yao bent his fingers and lay them down on the chest of the Bloody Blade battle suit. His fingers danced like a gentle breeze, as if he were playing a delicate piano. With the dance of his fingers, his countenance changed from austerity to enjoyment. Each touch sensed the inner structure of the crystal suit and sent it into his brain. Together with the structural design and maintenance manual he'd just studied, he knew everything about the crystal suit now. Then, the speed and strength of the finger dance increased by 100 times, transforming the piano playing into ruthless striking. A burst of brisk cracking sounds came from the skin of the suit, as if thousands of pearls were raining upon it. The Bloody Blade battle suit was rattling. Li Yao condensed all his spiritual energy into his fingers, where strong spiritual energy lightning was triggered and flashing. The spiritual energy started rippling on the surface of the suit. Then something amazing happened. As the wave stretched forward with the movement of his fingers and the excitation of his spiritual energy, the thick dense rust was desquamated and flew away in pieces. In less than 5 minutes, the rust shell on the outmost layer had been completely purged. Although the suit still looked lackluster and a lot of rust remained in the joints and gaps, it was ready to be dismantled for further maintenance. Li Yao smiled and moved his hands as fast as the wind. He tore down the 107 components that made up the head of the suit and dropped them in a giant metal bucket. While he was meditating, staff of the training camp had brought a lot of maintenance tools and materials, including many kinds of maintenance lubricant used in the modern cultivation world. The lubricants were either directly extracted from demon beasts or synthetic. Each of them had their special usages. But Li Yao felt they were not good enough. After analyzing the characteristics of the maintenance lubricants, he mixed dozens of different lubricants according to the ancient formula in 7 ways to hide edge. He selected 7 lubricants and poured them into the bucket in perfect ratio. Upon shaking, the vibrant colors of the lubricants melted into dark gold, and the blended liquid started emitting an exotic fragrance. Then, Li Yao pushed the colorless components into the secret lubricant gently. After that, Li Yao put his hand into it. With a growl, Li Yao's hands trembled violently. Weird ripples appeared on the surface of the dark gold lubricant. Countless bubbles popped up. At the bottom of the liquid, undercurrents triggered by the shaking of Li Yao's hands were brushing the components of the suit unstoppably. Li Yao seemed to be still, but he had brought his spiritual energy to its limit. Every muscle, every artery, and every nerve of his was providing power for his hands. Now and then, he would need to smack his head to resist the scourge of the balance breakers. In no less than 3 minutes, his clothes were soaked in sweat, which highlighted the shivering of his muscles. 5 minutes later, Li Yao panted with relief and picked up one component from the lubricant. He observed it carefully under light. After the 2 rust-removing procedures, the component had been entirely renewed. It was crystal clear without the slightest hint of rust, as if it had just been collected from a refining furnace whose warmth had not entirely gone yet. However, there was a small scratch thinner than a hair on its surface, which was probably consequence of a fierce battle with a demon beast. Rust removing, polishing, lubricating, polishing again, lubricating again. Many of the key components needed repetitive nourishment of the spiritual energy before they could be assembled again. The tedious and dull procedures might have been a headache to ordinary refiners, but in Li Yao's eyes, they made a most splendid and interesting game to which he dedicated his full attention. The wrecked crystal suits were all classic magic equipment from 100 years ago. They could be divided into 7 categories with 21 different models in total. Li Yao had little knowledge about them, except for the simple introductions in the crystal suit journals that he'd read previously, let alone details of their structural designs. But now, not only was he given an opportunity to read their structural designs and maintenance manuals, he was also allowed to touch, break up, explore, and assemble them at his will. For a magical equipment maniac like him, he was like a rat in a rice jar. Both Mao Feng and Mr. Su had considered maintaining the wrecked crystal suits a dreadful ordeal. It never occurred to them that this was a bonus for Li Yao. Since the key parts and plates of the suits, which were made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, had been removed and the framework was the only thing left, Li Yao was able to appreciate the beauty of the core of a crystal suit. Framework was the foundation of a crystal suit. A crystal suit without a proper framework was like a man with aberrant bones. It wouldn't help no matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures one put on it. And the frameworks of the classic crystal suits were perfect. Through the scattered rust, Li Yao saw dazzling, soul-stirring sceneries. Some of the crystal suits were solemn, some vivacious, some violent, and still some were mysterious. The different styles of the frameworks had awed him. He felt as wonderful as when he had just finished a bottle of nice wine. When he'd just got started, the only thing on his mind was to finish the job as soon as possible so that the chief instructor Mao Feng would be humiliated. But now, after he'd finished the maintenance of his first crystal suit, the Bloody Blade battle suit, he had successfully revived it to its former glory. Seeing it standing like a king in the darkness, he tossed the thought of revenge away immediately. He had forgotten who Mao Feng was or where he even was. Every inch of his mind had been occupied by the fantastic crystal suits. There was nothing but crystal suits, and crystal suits. He almost wished that time could flow more slowly, so that he could stay a few more years in this gold mine. Every second when his fingers crossed over the surface of the crystal suits had brought him unparalleled ecstasy which he hoped to enjoy for a while longer. It was odd that the more he wanted to freeze the time, the faster the actual time fled. At first, it took him an hour to complete one job. But after he had absorbed and learnt all of the structural designs and maintenance manuals by heart, it would only take a few minutes for him to dismantle a crystal suit into atom components. In the endless work, Li Yao grasped extensive knowledge, like a dry leech on the vascular wall of the world of crystal suits which had enjoyed enough blood to be plump. In the beginning, he was learning the paradigm of crystal suit frameworks, and the way that their joints were connected. Later, he started to explore the differences of the frameworks between melee crystal suits and long-range ones. Next, he was fascinated by the different styles of the craftsmen. Even the same heavy melee crystal suits could have widely divergent styles if they were created by two different craftsmen, who may have contradictory yet feasible theories on how to design a certain part. In the end, he was attracted by the fatal wounds that led to the retirement of the crystal suits. Every model of crystal suits had its own weakness. There was no such thing as a perfect crystal suit. In the battlefield, once the weakness was discovered by a demon beast, the result could be deadly. Therefore, the fatal wounds of many crystal suits of the same model were often located at the same place. Li Yao boosted his computational ability to the maximum and inferred what had happened on the battlefield from the subtle differences of the wounds on the crystal suits. He also pondered if he could make any revisions to the framework design to avoid the fatal wounds or at least reduce their aftermath. The challenging game grabbed his full attention and deprived him of any sense of time. It was not until he'd finished the maintenance of the last crystal suit that he regrettably found that it was already 4 days, 23 hours, 37 minutes and 55 seconds later. A euro in the analysis room, Mao Feng was pacing to and fro anxiously. He checked the spirit clock on the wall now and then. His face was brighter every time he found that some 10 seconds had passed. Mr. Su, it seems that the boy has succeeded. In another 20 minutes, he will have completed the 5-day 5-night seclusion and proved himself qualified for your special overall planning. Mao Feng said excitedly. Although he could not see into the warehouse due to lack of crystal cameras, the fact that Li Yao'd stayed long enough without reaching out to him made it evident that he had persevered long enough. Even though he might have done nothing but crying and rolling over during the 5 days, he still managed himself to the end. Mr. Su was as calm as ever. He said, not without fondness, Mao Feng, it would seem that you have indeed come across a very distinguished student this time. My efforts on drafting training plans for him days and nights and revising the training equipment with the resources of the inner camp turn out to be not useless now. Mr. Su. Mao Feng was moved. He never thought that the best training planner of the inner camp would spend so much time on an unknown outer camp student. Mr. Su smiled and said, "There's no need to thank me. You and I share the same bad habit. Whenever we meet a promising young man, we can't hold back the temptation to bring out the best of them. I think this is our occupational disease." Huh. It's about time. Only 10 minutes left. Let's go there. All right. In high spirits, Mao Feng was going to open the door, when the miniature crystal processor on his wrist started buzzing. The message on the crystal processor thrashed him in the face. Are you kidding me? Mao Feng's nose was out of shape due to anger. You've persisted for 4 days, 23 hours and 50 minutes and there are only 10 minutes left now, and you're giving up? Having no alternative, he accepted the video chat. Li Yao's corpse-like, pale face and bloodshot eyes gave him a big surprise. The bigger surprise was what Li Yao said next. Reporting to you, Instructor. I'm completed my task, Li Yao said, not entirely satisfied. You have? How many of them? 20? 30? Mao Feng asked unconsciously. 20? 30? Of course I have completed the maintenance work of all 146 crystal suits. Weren't you the one who told me that I shouldn't contact you until I finished all of them? Li Yao was confused. His ruby eyes were blinking fast. After half an hour, Mao Feng and Mr. Su rushed to the abandoned crystal suit warehouse. The two glanced at each other before opening the door and noticed a look of surprise in each other's eyes. Although it usually came across that Mao Feng had a hot temper and blew a fuse frequently, he did all that just to scare the trainees. He intentionally created that kind of persona. Having been the chief instructor at the outer camp of the Thunder Training Camp for a decade, Mao Feng had seen all kinds of geniuses and prodigies, but not one of them had moved or surprised him. However, this time, he had truly been scared. Furthermore, he could see that even Mr. Su, the top trainer in the inner camp, was incredibly surprised. 2 outer camp refiners also followed the two and they were somewhat at a loss. They could not understand why the chief instructor and Mr. Su had called them over to the abandoned crystal suit warehouse. Hasn't this warehouse been abandoned for many years? But the moment they opened the doors of the warehouse, the air that blew on their faces was no longer lifeless and rusty but had a faint sweet fragrance, gladdening their hearts and refreshing their mind. The scene before them, even more so, made their eyes focus instantly. Under the dim lights, 140 crystal suits were just like 140 statues of warriors cast from iron and steel that toweringly stood in the warehouse silently, emanating a chilling killing intent. The suits that used to be laden with rust were now bright as new. Under the setting sun, the refracted light burst forth with a colorful brilliance, making the group feel like they were standing in a hall filled with crystals. It was as beautiful as a dream. Surrounded and protected by numerous crystal suits, Li Yao stood alone at the center of the warehouse, inviting them in. That calm performance and the confident look in his eyes gave off the impression as if he was the ruler of 140 crystal suits, the king of crystal suits. Mao Feng and Mr. Su took a long, deep breath simultaneously as they entered the warehouse. In contrast, the two refiners weren't as calm as them and started shouting, "These crystal suits that had been scrapped for decades have actually been maintained to this degree? Incredible." Li Yao was somewhat in a trance. Li Yao had once envisioned how he would retort or ruthlessly slap Mao Feng's face when Mao Feng arrived, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. However, now that the chief instructor had actually arrived before Li Yao, seeing the look of disbelief on the chief instructor's face and listening to the praises from the people next to the chief instructor, Li Yao felt as if none of that was important. Neither Mao Feng's amazement or the exclamation and praises of others were of any importance. They were not the things he pursued. The crystal suit in itself was worth it for him to burn his spirit to the extreme, worth it for him to pursue, worth it for him to struggle, worth it for him to get intoxicated. He could have all the fun from the world of crystal suits. Was it still necessary to care about what others thought of him and how they evaluated him? No matter whether it was the criticism or the praises. It didn't matter if they treated him as a rookie or considered him as a freak. He didn't want to waste even a second on these small things. He just wanted it to be over with as quickly as possible so that he could proceed to the next part, enter deeper into the world of crystal suits and appreciate the endless mysteries to his heart's content. Mao Feng's expression was very strange. He was somewhat absent-minded. He went to the front of the bloody blade battlesuit distractedly and traced his stubby fingers over the slightly rough texture, showing an inexplicable expression. Over a couple decades ago, Mao Feng had also been a trainee in the Thunder training camp. This bloody blade battlesuit was his comrade and partner in the training camp. Until the last training, when they headed deep into the wasteland for real combat but encountered a huge beast tide, during which they killed and killed for a day and night. Although they luckily escaped, the bloody blade battlesuit was completely scrapped and was sent to the crystal suit graveyard. Mao Feng remembered very clearly that the bloody blade battlesuit had sustained corrosion from 7 and 8 demon beast acid attacks and had rusted to the point that it was barely recognizable. However, he had never imagined that its past elegance could still be recovered. Apart from some holes due to having been completely corroded, a vast majority of the places had a faint bloody hue lingering around, and every array glyph engraved on the crystal suit was so clear that he could feel the minutest details even with the slightest touch. The array glyphs were in such a good condition that the spiritual energy would flow very smoothly for sure. "I didn't expect that you would see the light of day again," Mao Feng muttered to himself with a complex mood. The feelings between Exos and their crystal suits were somewhere between comrades in arms and a pet. Although this bloody blade battlesuit had not accompanied him for a long time, it had saved his life. Its very existence had a very special meaning for him. While Mao Feng was silently wallowing in emotions, the two refiners were gazing at 6 crystal suit fragments placed on the ground with a very appreciative gaze at a corner. These 6 crystal suits had suffered the most corrosion, and their various components could barely hold together by relying on the rusted layer. Li Yao had just broken their rusted layer and as such the 6 crystal suits completely fell apart. Having lost the most crucial components, it was simply impossible to assemble their scattered components. All Li Yao could do was place their scattered components on the ground in accordance with their approximate locations, gathering the components to try and give the 6 crystal suits humanoid appearances. The problem was that he had arranged the components a bit too accurately. Whether it was the gap or the angle between the components, it was just as it was denoted in the blueprints. It was as if a complete 3-dimensional diagram was spread out meticulously on the ground and scaled up to real-life version. This level was absolutely professional to the extreme in the eyes of the two refiners. After half a minute, the four had come to a conclusion with an incomparably complex mood. These 146 scrapped crystal suits have indeed been maintained fairly well, even their smallest gap has not been let off. And this was all completed while wearing that balance breaker. This kid is a freak, out and out. Mao Feng's beard quivered as he looked at Li Yao. Only to discover Li Yao lying flat on his back at the center of the warehouse, having been fast asleep for some time, even lightly snoring. Having been up for 5 days and 5 nights without so much as an ounce of rest and completely under a high concentration, his spirit had been exhausted to the extreme. This was almost the fiercest combustion of the soul he had undergone since he became a cultivator. He truly could not hold it back anymore and fell into the wonderland of his dream. In his dream, a new world made up of thousands upon thousands of crystal suits bloomed slowly just like a flower bud. Mr. Su. The chief instructor and the trainer went to a corner and whispered to each other, "Is this freak's potential still insufficient for you to personally create a training plan for him?" "No." Mr. Su shook his head and said, smiling wryly, "I found that the training plan I drew up for him a few days ago was too conservative. I still need to make it a bit crazier." When Li Yao woke up from his sweet dreams, the first thing he saw was Chief Instructor Mao Feng with a malicious look covering his face. "Now, can I take part in the normal training with the other trainees?" Li Yao asked, fidgeting. "Theoretically, you can." Mao Feng burst into a grim laughter. "However, all the instructors have been conducting training for 5 days, the other trainees have also completed their basic training and begun charging into the higher level training. If a rookie like you joined them, wouldn't you be dragging everyone down? Therefore, count yourself lucky as this instructor has decided to personally train you. Of course, if you think that this is just an excuse, and in fact, this instructor wants to take this opportunity to torture you, ravage you, torment you, and look for an opportunity to eliminate you. Congratulations, you are right. Don't glare me like that, I'm still not finished. Aren't you good at doing maintenance on these crystal suits? So, from now on, you will have to take out extra 5 hours every night to maintain crystal suits. The crystal suits you are going to maintain this time are not the ones that were scrapped a few decades ago, but the crystal suits which are being used by all the trainees in the outer camp. Whether it's their crystal processor, their reactor, or their offensive magical equipment, you have to do maintenance on everything. It's 10 times more difficult to maintain them than the scrapped crystal suits. I have arranged 2 refiners to oversee you. You have to especially report to them. No matter how messy or tired you are, everything will be left for you to complete. If you can't finish it, you have to continue during the day. Also, there is no need for you learn crystal suit tactics, you won't understand anyway." Facing the roars of the chief instructor, Li Yao didn't ever dare to shake his eyelashes and said seriously, nodding, "I understand, let's get started." Listening to him, Mao Feng was somewhat shocked as he said, knitting his brows, "You don't have anything to say?" Li Yao thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I do." "Speak. Can the 5 hours of extra maintenance at night be changed to 6 hours, and can I also get some extra work as well? I can make do with sleeping 1 less hour." Just like that, the crazy training began. During the day, Li Yao was ruthlessly tortured by Mao Feng. In the evening, he carefully carried out maintenance on all the crystal suits used by the trainees. Even in his sleep, he would study crystal suit blueprints and maintenance manuals with joy. The Thunder training camp truly followed a completely closed training mode. The trainees could not contact the outside world, all the information sent out had to go through the training camp. Every 3 days, Li Yao would give himself 5 minutes at night and write a bit about his training and send it to his friend at Grand Desolate War Institution. This was the only time he relaxed. And the friend at Grand Desolate War Institution referred to only one person. Ding Lingdang. "Sister Ling, today is my 8th day at the camp, it's also the 3rd day since my training began. The training camp has specially modified a training crystal suit for me, it has 5 times more propulsion array glyphs than an ordinary crystal suit, spread front to back, left to right, top to bottom all over the crystal suit. The worst thing is that the rights to control these propulsion array glyphs are not on me, they are remotely controlled by a crystal processor and would randomly fire powerful jet stream. It's like countless transparent ropes pulling me ruthlessly any time, and I would then tumble to the ground. And I have to maintain balance under these random jet streams, and also finished a few set of highly difficult training as well. For instance, in the first training, I need to grab 100 mini puppets the size of a fly that are randomly flying under a minute. I am busy for almost all of the day, and my best score is catching 9 puppets in 1 minute. My performance has shocked Chief Instructor Mao Feng so much that he stared at me for a long time before he stated that he had never seen a stupid trainee like me. Others could capture 20 to 30 puppet beasts when they first started. It does not matter, I pay no heed to his words. In any case, I will not give up. Sister Ling, today is my 11th day in the training camp. After 3 days of hard training, I can catch 23 miniature beast puppets in the air in 1 minute. In fact, the game is not as boring as it sounds. Although I'm exhausted and my head feels like exploding after each training session, I consistently catch 1 more miniature beast puppet than the previous time. It feels good knowing that I'm getting the hang of it, one step after another. You're crazy at training, too. So, you must know what I'm trying to say, right? Then, the Chief Instructor Mao Feng probably discovered that I was happier than I was miserable after training. Therefore, he increased the difficulty of the game. Now, among the 100 miniature beast puppets that I need to capture within 1 minute, there are 5 different puppets called bombers. Once I touch them, they will unleash strong electricity that often overpowers me. I have to observe and distinguish the 5 bombers from the rest of the miniature beast puppets in order to avoid them. It's really hard. But why am I so excited? Sister Ling, today is my 17th day in the camp. I finished my first agility training session this afternoon. In a crystal suit with a power system which was in disarray, I caught 100 fleeing miniature beast puppets and avoided 21 bombers. The feeling of being king of the world couldn't be more fantastic. All the sweats, pains, and passion in the past half-month all paid off. You must have felt the same when you grasped a new skill due to hard work and perseverance, didn't you? So, you definitely understand how I feel. This is just the beginning. There are dozens of other training subjects in agility training. Many of them look interesting. The more I learn, the more excited I get. Sometimes, too excited to even sleep. Besides agility training, I also started strength training. In strength training, I was asked to use a specially modified crystal suit. Crystal suits can double the abilities of the exos, or even enhance them 3 times. But this damn crystal suit for strength training, on the contrary, sealed my strength and suppressed it to 30%. Even if I punched with my full strength and soul, I'd only deal 30% of the damage that I would have before. What's more, many ballast modules were added to this crystal suit, which are basically useless iron balls. They made the weight of the suit to over 7 tons. Since the anti-gravity rune array and the power rune array are both greatly diminished, I basically need to carry most of the 7 tons by myself. It's more like I am wearing a giant, super heavy battle suit. And I need to complete almost 100 training exercises, including deep squat, deadlift, sprint, and so on, in such a strength training crystal suit. It sounds amazing. Sister Ling, today is my 23rd day in the training camp. In the day, I train my strength, agility, and speed. During my training, video clips of the experts of the Thunder training camp fighting demon beasts are played in the crystal processor, which are brilliant. I have to multitask. While I'm training, I'll need to understand the combat videos and analyze the tactics employed in them because I need to submit a battle analysis report later. At night, I'm summoned to the crystal suit warehouse of the outer camp and maintain the 100 or so crystal suits under the guidance of 2 experienced refiners. Although they're not the latest models, the crystal suits are still functioning well under the discreet maintenance and modification of the Thunder training camp. Crystal processors, crystal reactors, core magical equipment, everything's there. The precision of these crystal suits are 10 times higher than the wrecked ones that I talked about before. In the beginning, I was so dumb that I couldn't even reintegrate a single crystal suit over an entire night. My fingers were worn down so much that I could see my bones. But the world of crystal suits is too amazing for me to care the abrasions. The Thunder training camp has very advanced medical equipment. Together with my secret ointment, the injuries can be completely healed within a couple of minutes. When my fingers are worn out, I use the medical equipment and the secret ointment to accelerate the healing. Worn out again, healed again. After about 100 times of repetition, my speed of reintegrating a crystal suit is getting faster and faster and almost equal to the speed of the 2 experienced refiners. Right now, they view me as a supernatural. I also gained an additional benefit from this incident. Since my fingers were broken and fixed so many times, the skin on them is much more tender than before, which has significantly improved my sensitivity. With a single touch, I am able to tell whether or not the curve of a component is precise and absolutely smooth. Even a 0.01 mm flaw can't escape my attention. That's about everything. I'm going to the warehouse now. Maybe because my performance during the maintenance of the crystal suits was so crazy and the 2 experienced refiners were so shocked, they decided to hand over some simple repair work to me. Repairing the crystal suits. Even though they're antique models from 100 years ago, even though the problems are the simplest of all, it is still an arduous and challenging job for me. My blood is boiling. The path of a future Armadominus commences now. Sister Ling, today is my 29th day in the training camp. First, I'd like to tell you something super awesome. I have advanced to another level. At 4 o'clock this morning, I went out in the training crystal suit to do some overtime because I felt that the training subjects that Mao Feng set up were too easy and not satisfactory enough. But the moment I was exhausted and on the verge of crumbling, I sensed something mysterious and fascinating. It was the boundary of night and day, the grand finale of the darkness before dawn. Over my head, most parts of the sky were black, with galaxies glaring and stars shining. But the horizon to the east were blooming in red. For a moment, it seemed that all the stars in the sky were raining upon my head before they crushed my body from the top of my skull. In the meantime, the morning glow embraced me like ribbons. The sky, the earth, stars, and clouds reverberated with my blood, muscles, nerves, organs, and soul, cheering for me and encouraging me. I've finally reached the 7th level of the refinement stage. Ha ha ha. But you might not be as glad as I am, because the gap between us is smaller by a little bit now. It won't be long before I surpass you. The first elimination match of the Thunder training camp will be held tomorrow. Of the 100 students, only 50 will stay. Other students have been training crazily, too. Although I never saw it with my own eyes, I know that none of them will be easy to deal with, based on the scratches on their crystal suits. Besides, their abilities were higher than me before. Many of them are in the 10th level of the refinement stage or even higher. If we are equally skilled at driving crystal suits which give us equal enhancements, they'll be stronger than me. If I want to stay, there is only one way: do the best of my best. Bang! 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 2 crystal suits, one in red and the other in black, were both moving fast, locked in brutal combat over a moor full of toxic smog. The collision of the spiritual shields triggered strong blast waves that twisted the rays of light within the 100 square meters, making everything look like a scene from a movie. Suddenly, after an irritating noise of metal being torn apart, the red crystal suit exploded and fell down into the moor with a big splash like a kite whose string had been cut off. Some instructors who were watching close immediately rushed over in their crystal suits. They rescued the student in the moor and took him to the mobile med bay. Number 57 wins. Number 39 fails. Eliminated. Excited screams came from the black crystal suit. This was the first elimination match of the Thunder training camp. The 100 students were divided into two groups according to their ranks. Those whose rank were above 50 would draw lots and select a student whose rank was below 50 randomly. The two of them would fight until one was defeated. Winners would be able to stay in the Thunder training camp, receive more strict training, and learn more about the arts of crystal suits. Losers would have to pack up and leave. But before they were dismissed, the training camp would provide a detailed analysis report, compiled by the formidable training planners according to their performance over the past month, on their advantages and disadvantages, as well as a future training plan. The analysis report and the training plan alone were worth the expensive tuition fees. It was also one of the reasons why the Thunder training camp had been popular over the decades and praised by so many exos. Underground, in the preparation room. Before each match, the participants were given a secret room to warm up and adjust themselves. They could also watch the brilliant performances of other students through screens. Li Yao was doing push-ups, not on the ground, but on the ceiling. Like a giant lizard, he attached himself to the few gaps on the ceiling that were thinner than his air with the strength of his fingers and toes, which allowed him to do the unimaginable upside-down push-ups. Tick-tack. Tick-tack. Li Yao's sweats flowed in the hollows between his sharply cut muscles and congregated on his spine, before they dropped to the ground where a small lake was formed. 122, 123. Li Yao felt he was not enjoying himself enough. He jumped down and looked around. Several dumbbells that weighed a couple of 100 kilograms caught his attention. He bound them to his waist, leaped back to the ceiling, and continued his upside-down push-ups. 124, 125. 327. 431. This was what Mao Feng saw when he entered the room. He was stupefied for a second, before he retreated quietly. Outside the room, he took a deep breath and rubbed his face hard to change the surprise on it into fury. He re-entered the room and screamed at the top of his voice, "Li Yao, what are you?" Li Yao jumped down and walked before Mao Feng. He looked at Mao Feng straight in the eyes and asked carefully, "Chief Instructor, may I propose a minor revision?" Mao Feng was dazed and his anger burst out. A minor revision? For a man with zero talent such as yourself, who has hardly made any progress in training over the last month, what makes you think that you're qualified to propose a revision? It'll be your turn very soon. Your opponent is a super strong man. I have no doubt that you will be crushed and driven out of Thunder training camp in a minute. What revision could possibly help you after that? Li Yao pretended that he didn't hear anything. He said calmly, "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Chief Instructor, would you please stop talking such garbage? It's really wasting my time." Mao Feng's eyes went as wide as those of a bull. "What?" Li Yao answered peacefully, "Chief Instructor, if you have studied my profile before, you should be aware that I hadn't touched a crystal suit until a month ago and I knew nothing about this incredible new world. I'm not a moron. At first, you were pissed off and declared that I had no talent whatsoever in using crystal suits after you saw my heartbreaking performance, and I bought it. But later, as I grew more familiar with crystal suits and knew more about properties of the different models, it occurred to me that there should have been something wrong with the 7-step rock snake I'd driven. Your attitude had been weird after the accident, too. So, yesterday afternoon, I specially spared 17 minutes and 24 seconds to analyze the whole thing in retrospect. My conclusion was that there's a 97% likelihood that, because of the extraordinary gift that I showed in the crystal suit, you were impressed and decided to impose an unusual training methodology upon me. You fire me up perversely and, by making advantage of my indomitable spirit, you devised a series of impossible tasks which accelerated my dramatic growth. In fact, I'm not half as lousy as you claimed. On the contrary, I'm very awesome, am I not? Mao Feng was rendered speechless for a long time. Li Yao continued, goading someone into action by sarcasm is an old strategy. I should have seen it through long time ago. However, the world of crystal suits is too tempting for me to let go. I only wish that I could devote every second that I have to the mysteries of crystal suits. That's the reason why, although I have long felt something wasn't right, I never took the time to investigate the matter. Until yesterday, when I ran some calculations. Over the past 30 days, you've spent 12 minutes and 37 seconds on average each day to verbally abuse me, hoping to evoke my ambition through ridicule. The 12 minutes and 37 seconds were a complete waste of time in my eyes. My ambition had already arrived at peak without any stimulation. So, if I were to spend the 12 minutes and 37 seconds on training, I would have been able to cover 2 more subjects and increase my ability by up to 0.05%. That's why I decided to make it clear to you. I'm different from other people. Please don't view me as someone ordinary, and please stop wasting our time with that trash talk. If you are really of a mind to torture me, please arrange training subjects that are more difficult, crazier, and more insane for me, instead of just trying to intimidate me with your mouth. That's all I have to say. Excuse me, I'm about to go on stage now, Chief Instructor. Li Yao nodded and walked out of the room. Mao Feng was completely bewildered. He stood alone in the room for a long time. His face turned from red to purple, purple to black, and in the end his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if some ink would spill out at any moment. Boom! Mao Feng stamped on his foot and the floor was immediately shattered. Boy, that is way too presumptuous, the Chief Instructor Mao Feng screamed horribly. In the long and narrow aisle, Li Yao turned on his crystal processor and read the profile of his opponent while he was walking. Unluckily, he was paired with the number 9. Most of the top 10 students had abundant exo experience. Many of them were even battlesuit majors from famous universities. Number 9, whose name was Zhou Zhenghao, had an unknown background. But according to his profile, he was an expert in the 10th level of the refinement stage. Crystal suits could only enhance the user's original combat ability, which was more important than the enhancement. Now that the opponent was 3 levels higher than Li Yao, he could crush Li Yao as easy as pie, even if the 2 of them were equally skilled at operating their battle suits. There wouldn't even be a slim chance of winning, unless his skills were far better than those of his opponent. The strength of his opponent filled Li Yao's eyes with joy. Li Yao walked towards the crystal suit warehouse as he thought, very good. This is my first real battle in a crystal suit. It's great that I've been blessed with such a strong opponent. Since the latter half of the 100 students were less experienced than the former half, to ensure fairness of the elimination match, they were allowed to wait until their opponent had picked a crystal suit before they got to pick their own. It was believed that such arrangements could somewhat reduce the gap between the 2 contenders. Very soon, number 9's choice was displayed on the crystal processor, Thunder Axe Battlesuit. Thunder Axe Battlesuit was a super-heavy crystal suit, 2.65 meters tall, weighing 13.21 tons. It was the most titanic and cumbersome crystal suit among all the low-level ones provided by the training camp. Of course, it boasted a large arsenal, too. The honeycomb flying sword system on its shoulder had 360 tiny flying swords on board. The 4 thunder axes on the outside of its arms and legs could deal incomparable damage, too. Thunder Axe Battlesuit was muscular men's all-time favorite. As long as the wearer had enough strength, the crystal suit would become a walking guillotine. It seems that number 9 is going to be a husky fellow. A husky man in the 10th level of the refinement stage now has the Thunder Axe Battlesuit on him. It's really blood-freezing. Which suit should I pick to fight him? Li Yao's face was wrapped in a mixture of craziness, obsession, enjoyment, and excitement. Like a young man going on a date with his girlfriend, an assassin who was prepared to avenge his father, a serpent that had locked onto its prey in some dark woods, and a boy who'd just found a new game and was exploring the rules of it. Soon, his eyes started shining. The young man was on bed with his girlfriend, the assassin jumped down from the beam of the house, the serpent charged towards its prey with its glaring poison fangs, and the boy found out the trick of the game and moved on to the next level, grinning in great satisfaction. Li Yao picked a crystal suit without any hesitation. The exhaust flame of the suit lit up the sky, and he flew towards the arena. Many students were paying close attention to this elimination match, especially the winners from previous matches, who wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity and gathered together in order to watch the live show from the screen. They were all here for number 9. Although the 99 students except Li Yao had been studying under different instructors, now and then there would be group training sessions in which they would be summoned together. Therefore, they all knew a thing or two about the other's progress. Number 9, or the former Zhou Zhenghao, was one of the toughest men among all the students. Not only had he been endowed with great talent, he was also crazy about training. People often noticed that he was doing training at midnight. One time, when he had an accident during training and broke 4 of his ribs, he took no rest and resumed training after some simple treatment from the med bay. Instead of reducing the amount of training, he added another 20%, claiming that he needed to make up for the time he lost in the med bay. Therefore, number 9 had received the nickname Steel Man. He was one of the best exos among the muscular-type exos. After he put on a super-heavy crystal suit such as the Thunder Axe battle suit, even Long Qianyue and Yuan Yesher would need to pay full attention knowing they couldn't be too careful. A match such a tough man was participating in was definitely worth watching. The only regret was that his opponent was too weak. Many people clearly remembered what happened on Li Yao's debut, and he had vanished into thin air ever since then. It was told that his talents were so limited that he had to receive specially designed fundamental training. Such a newbie would probably be blown away by the Steel Man with a single punch. They wouldn't have the chance to see the full potential of the Steel Man at all. But some people disagreed. Li Yao's ability was truly lousy, but his speed, on the other hand, was quite impressive. If he had grasped some basic driving skills to stabilize his speed, with the help of a speed-type crystal suit, there was a good chance that he might be able to dodge the Steel Man for a while. After all, as a super-heavy crystal suit, Thunder Axe battle suit was at a disadvantage to speed-type crystal suits. If Li Yao just circled around, he could possibly survive for a few minutes. Then the topic of the conversation changed to how long Li Yao could survive under the bombardment of the Steel Man. After a couple of minutes, the match of number 9 versus number 100, or the Steel Man versus the newbie officially began. There were 8 arenas in the outer camp that simulated different natural environment. The place of the elimination match would be a random one of them after drawing lots. Unfortunately, Li Yao drew the desert battlefield. In the vast desert, there were no shelters or complex territories that could be made use of. It would be the most straightforward competition of combat abilities. When the 2 crystal suits flew into the battlefield and landed in the desert with a small sandstorm, everybody gasped in surprise. They all thought that Li Yao had given up already in desperation. Thunder Axe battle suits. 2 of them. The newbie picked a Thunder Axe battle suit, too? Is he insane? Knowing that his specialty is swiftness, yet picking a slow and leaden super-heavy crystal suit, he's giving up his only advantage just like that? Has he decided to do arm wrestling with Zhou Zhenghao, the Steel Man? While they watched in bewilderment and incomprehension, the 2 Thunder Axe battle suits had boosted their spiritual energy to their maximum, releasing splendid colors from their back. They ran towards each other, enshrouded by 2 clouds of smoke. Thunder Axe battle suit against Thunder Axe battle suit, super heavy against super heavy, the contest between steel and flesh was about to begin.